and too many audits. With a comprehensive skill set, he excels in various aspects of operational management, contract manufacturing, cost control, and technology transfer, scale-up of bioprocesses and all chemical synthesis processes. He is having implemented operational excellence through Kaizen and the Lean principle in many organizations. In his recent role as a COO at PI Industry CSM Business, Mr. Jain oversees the technical operation and the project planning implementation at PI, contributing to the success, a renowned business house in India, with a focus mainly on the manufacturing services and in global innovative company. Mr. Jain previously worked in Jubilant Life Science, Newland Laboratory at Hyderabad, Haikel Limited, Dr. Reddy and Lupin Limited in various capacity of his role in manufacturing and projects. Mr. Jain holds a BTech degree in chemical engineering from HBTU Kanpur and has pursued an additional certification in business management, supply chain management, and advanced strategic management from IIM Calcutta and IIM Bangalore. He is also IICA certified independent director. So Pradeep Kumar Jain is a distinguished leader in the chemical and the pharmaceutical industry. So let's welcome him with a who's loud approach. Now, over to Pradeep Jain to chair the session. Thank you.
Sir, may I request you to please stay on stage and as we felicitate our speakers and our guest and our session chair with books, please. May I request you to please present our session chair, Pradeep Kumar Jain. Let's give him a huge round of applause as we begin this session. May I request you to please invite our guest speakers, Mr. Vikas Garg, and Mr. Rohit Pathak.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today, it's my privilege to welcome you all, the guest speaker, Mr. Rohit and Mr. Vikas, and you all industry professionals here on this session on Industry Titans on work culture transformation. In 3 decades of my experience in pharmaceutical, specialty chemicals, means all batch process chemical industries, I have seen different cycles of growth, ups and downs in the industries, different kind of the innovations, how the industries are going. But now today's, if we see that, a very important change which is happening now is the cultural shift. This cultural transformation and the cultural shift which is happening in the industry, if we see that, this is happening for the good for the industry. Some of us, we recognize this, some of us, we don't recognize it. And if we are not recognizing this change and bring the change in our style of functioning in the industry, I think very soon we will be out of that. The importance of this to adjust the cultural transformation, which is the aspiration of today's time, it's very important for all of us to accommodate these change in our style of functioning in the industries. If we see that, if in today's rapidly evolving business landscape, cultural transformation it's not just a buzzword, it's a necessity. We need to think it. It's a necessary to see that the transformation which is happening, what is change which we need to bring it in our industry. For a long time, Indian manufacturing industry has been grounded in the values of, if you see the discipline, we were all seeing that discipline, process adherence, and the performance. No doubt, these are the values by which Indian industries have performed very well in past. Definitely, these kind of I'll say these are the bedrocks of the quality, output, consistency. There is no doubt in that. But today, a powerful transformation is underway. We all gray-haired, even the bald one like me, so-called all school of thoughts, we should understand this change which is happening. If we are not understanding this change, then I think it will not be the good for the industry. Because the generation which is entering in the industry, we should understand the aspiration of that generation. And that's very important. The young generation, which today is coming, either it's the workers, engineers, technologists, managers, whosoever is coming, they are looking for some purpose. They are not looking only for the job. They are looking for some meaning in the job. They are looking for some purpose in the job. And that's very important for all of us to recognize that. If, in my opinion, there are 3-4 questions which are coming to my mind when these young generation, young people, they normally think it. Am I considered as a resource or am I valued? Both terms are having a very different meaning. Whether my voice is heard on the shop floor or I am just receiving the orders and performing it. It's very important to think through these kind of the questions. Another one is the freedom. Can I innovate on the shop floor or just if I'm getting failed, I will be punished? Whether my workforce is diverse enough, diversity is there in the workforce or not. Now these are the few questions when I feel the young generation is asking themselves, or maybe somewhere it may be the posing to the people like me who are on the leadership level when I'm interacting with the young generation in the GTs, MTs which are coming to our industry. Yes, I got some of these questions from them. Okay, sir, if I do some mistake, whether I will be getting punished? Any kind of a punishment will be given? So-called D rating or E rating will be given? Whether I will be the part of the bell curve at the bottom? Now, these kind of the things, these young generations, young engineers, young workforce in the industry is asking us. Now, if you see that this young generation, try like it if you are doing the spoon feeding to them. This is what we think it. But they don't like it. They want some meaning over the stability. They are not now It's not, they are not looking for job security, because in today's industry, whether it's a private or government, job is secure. Job security is not the problem which was the 30 years back or 40 years back. We all look for that, okay, whether my job is secure or not, but today, job is secure because availability of the job is good. They want the continuous learning and transparent leadership. Now, young generation is definitely smarter than us. You can't tell them the stories. They will make out what is the truth out of that which you are saying to them. So, transparent leadership and the continuous learning environment is also very important part of this young generation aspiration. One of the key drivers of this cultural transformation is the shift from a hierarchical command and control approach to a more collaborative and inclusive environment. This change is fueled by the new generation of workers who value purpose, who value autonomy, and meaningful engagement over just mere job security or stability. They want some meaningful engagement where they can really contribute in the performance of the organization, in the growth of the organization. They seek the workplace where their ideas are valued, their contributions are valued, and their potential is nurtured. Because they want also the development, whether company is really looking for the development of me or not, or it just whatever I know, with that only company is exploiting me, whether company is having the programs for my development in future, my intellectual development, my professional development. Moreover, cultural transformation requires a commitment to continuous learning and development, providing opportunities for skill development. Now today if we see that in our industry, there is a big skill gap which I am just seeing it today. Knowledge and skill both are complement to each other. I might be having the knowledge, but I may be lacking in the skill. And this skill development in every phase of our life in manufacturing industry, it's very, very important. Knowledge, you can have it from reading the books, attending the sessions, but yes, for the skill development, you need to have the culture in the organizations which is skill focused, because skill development can't happen it over by attending the 4 hours training program or 8 hours training program. We should have the culture of having that kind of the environment where people can hone their skill, people can learn the skills, they can refine the skill. So a skill development program also a very important part of the industry development. Inclusion diversity. Now, this is also today the industry, it's not region focused. I'm in Gujarat, so all the people from the Gujarat will be in the industry, will be there. That should not be the part, because every region bring the different perspective in the industry. Every region is having a different kind of the knowledge and different kind of the skill. And unless until your workforce is having the diversity, the innovative thinking will not be coming in the people. Because for have the innovative thinking, we should have the diversity, whether it's a gender diversity, whether it's a regional diversity, whether it's a different professional diversity. It's very, very important, because diverse workforce brings a different perspective to the same situation. And to reach to the right decision, in any situation, you need to have the diverse perspective to get the right solution of any problem in any situation. So, friends, I feel this cultural transformation, I feel, in my opinion, it's not a challenge. It's an opportunity for all of us to see that we should, on the top of this, grab it, work for it, and bring the growth for the industry, for the society, for the country. If we want our Indian manufacturing industry to be globally competitive today, we need to have the competition in the globe. Now we are no more Indian-focused chemical industries. We are now global industries. Number of Indian industries are going globally. Number of global industries are coming to India. So if we want to be the globally competitive and future ready, innovative led, then cultural transformation is not optional, it's a foundational. It's very much required, it's a foundation of chemical industries, or not only chemical, it's a manufacturing industry. So it's no more as an optional part, whether I can do that, whether I can't do that, it's a foundational part. So that's what makes the today's session more timely, because this is the time where this session is there, and we are joined by the leaders who have not only built world-class businesses, but have redefined what it means to build a world-class culture. They have steered the change across legacy plants, diverse workforces, complex ecosystems, anchoring transformation not just in the strategy deck, but in everyday's action, values, and decisions. So let me introduce my panel members today. Mr. Rohit Pathak, who is the CEO, Copper Business, Hindalco Industries Limited, Mumbai, and Mr. Vikas Garg, Chief Manufacturing Officer, Superform Chemistries Limited, Mumbai, the group company of UPL. We will begin with the deep thoughts from our panelist, Mr. Vikas Garg. It's my pleasure to introduce him. Mr. Vikas Garg is a distinguished leader in manufacturing, currently heading operations of UPL Limited, one of the largest agrochemical manufacturer in the world. Mr. Garg has extensive expertise in agrochemical and pharmaceutical industries. His contribution to the Indian industry have been significant, driving advancement and improvements. He is known for his strategic business vision and ability to enhance operational efficiency and productivity. An alumnus of Indian Institute of Management, Indore, Mr. Garg, with 25 years of experience in API industries and crop protection, has excelled in both operational and transformation roles, including leading large-scale operations. His leadership at UPL Limited has been instrumental in maintaining the company's leading position in the agrochemical sector, ensuring high standards of manufacturing and innovation. With a commitment to excellence, Mr. Garg continues to lead transformative initiatives that contribute to the growth and success of the industry. Mr. Vikas Garg.
Hello. I want to begin with a prayer for the people who have lost their lives in recent Air India crash. May God give peace to the departed soul and also strength to the families to deal with this. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Vikas Garg, and thank you for hosting me here. It's a privilege and honor to talk about this topic, which is very, very close to my heart, and I'm very passionate about it. So it's about transforming work culture for sustainable organizational growth. And today, culture is everything. And in the next 15 to 20 minutes, I'll try to take you through how culture building is really, really important. What are some of the elements of the culture? How do we build a culture? And how do you use that culture to transform an organization? I would not say that these slides, what I have put across, will be exclusive or inclusive of everything. But I know that we have a plethora of experience in this community. So it's more of reflection of what all of you already know. It's just sharpening it and the methodology to use it in our everyday life. So with that, I begin the session. As you would know, the ever-evolving world of culture, post-independence, and if you look at it till now, largely there has been 4 eras, which I would start saying from a post-independence era to a contemporary era, which is today what we call as an innovation phase. The world has moved, but so has the culture. It's important to see that while the industrialization has progressed in these years, what has been the impact on the culture? So starting from the post-independence era, where the culture was more hierarchical, system-based and all, to an era where liberalization globally took place, where companies became global, where companies started to go around, where people were given opportunities to travel from one place to another so that they can learn about the culture, to a current phase, which we call as the contemporary era, where the thought process of the leaders or the companies is not what they have achieved, but how they have achieved it. I think that's the shift which has seen, besides the industrialization, which has definitely grown in the last 4, let's say, decades, or the last 4 eras which we have crafted it here. A very prominent question which is asked all across, and this is coming from a recent survey which has been done by Mercer. The 5 famous questions which were asked to people, starting with the 5th and the most important factor, which says, what help employees to thrive at work? It's a very, very common question. And 50% of the respondents said that, a manager with whom I can trust is something which I'm looking for. When you go further, 75% people say it is fun at work. The element of culture starts creeping in here, ladies and gentlemen. 80% people say it's the sense of belonging. It's the sense of belonging for individuals. Whereas 81% people say it's about feeling valued by the contribution and the organization. But interestingly, 90% and above people say that I want to work with an organization which has a purpose. So for me, this is how the culture starts, and this is where the foundation is. So no matter what we do, what we say, at the end of the day, it's all about culture. And that is where we say that culture is a personality of an organization. It's important that organization have shared values, belief, practices, but it is the invisible or the important part, culture, which is easily visible in an organization. It's an invisible piece which is easily visible in an organization. Let me take you through the 3 layers of an organization culture. Some people call it the onion model. Some people will call it the typical iceberg model, and I'm sure all of us are well acquainted with it, right? But so there is an artificial or the artifact layer, which is called as the outer layer. The outer layer is more about what are the visible elements of the culture. It's about the logo, which is present here. It's about the dress code. It's about how we are attired, how we are designing. So that's something which is very, very visible, and it comes as an impact on the first step, right? Amul, the taste of India. LIC, Jeevan ke saath bhi, Jeevan ke baad bhi. So this is what the first layer of the culture is. Then there is a second layer which goes one level deeper, which is something which is known to the company employees, to a lesser extent to the outside world, but yes, the mission of the company, the vision of the company, how the company operates, how the company works, what are the code of conducts. So it's something which is one layer deeper, because it's not very much visible all the time to the external world, but it's very much visible to the people inside. And then the most important element, which is about the deeply ingrained beliefs in the system, right? Let me take you back to a tragic incident which happened at the Taj in Mumbai. During the attack, it is said that during those hours of fighting and, the time India struggled to get all the people out, and a lot of people, of course, lost their lives. Not even a single employee of the Taj hotels went outside. Ladies and gentlemen, this is culture. And this comes from the ethical business which Tata conducts. And there are numerous examples. I've just put one or two here. Reliance, the scale. When we talk of Reliance, we know something big is going to come up. If we say Reliance is going to come in retail, we know that something big is going to come up. So these are the three layers of organizational culture. And again, culture traits across different companies are visible, and they tend to be different at different stages in an organization. So this changes with the type of company, and it also changes during the different stages of the company. Let me take you through this example, which is deliberately not covering our set of industries. It's coming from an IT example. Now, Google and Microsoft, they are giants in their own leadership. It's important that, for their strategic focus to get executed into a business impact, there was a cultural alignment about the openness and the innovation, the growth mindset which they brought about, which led to this 87 times increase and, trillions of market cap getting achieved. A not so popular example, we also see that there was an organization which, because of the lack of ethical leadership, had to really wind off its business, and it led to one of the most, not so good corporate frauds. So culture can take you anywhere. And as Peter Drucker said, culture eats strategy for breakfast, right? So culture is very, very important. So this is the context which I wanted to set about why culture is important and how does it bring, the next level of working in our thing. Going forward, I would say culture is among the 3 C's of business essentials, right? Compliance, that's the license to operate, cost, and culture. These are the 3 things. And if I say that organization is like driving a cycle, a metaphor, any organization will move forward with balance, with momentum, and a shared purpose where everybody is pedaling together. It's not about pedaling in different directions. It's about pedaling in the same direction and every individual pedaling together, right? So that's the metaphor which I've used for culture. Ladies and gentlemen, cycling needs a balance. All of us know that. If you reflect in your own organizations, and I'm not naming anyone here, but if you reflect, and as leaders, what we tend to focus on, most of the organization tends to focus on performance and achievements, which is towards the business elements. We talk about doing, we talk about movement from place A to B, we want of putting a structure, we point of assertiveness, how do we become competitive, how do we have analytical skills, how can we become controlling in the market. We talk of all those things, and very less do we talk about what is the feeling of the people, what is that we know, what is the stillness in our employees. Are our employees feeling comfortable? Are they allowed to be vulnerable? Are these employees empathetic? Are we empathetic to them? Are we collaborative to them? Is something which is very, very important. But generally, these elements are left about. How do you drive a successful transformation? I'm sure, everybody has got his own ways of working. What I've tried to put out here is that any successful culture transformation has to have 3 critical elements. It has to encompass people, process, and product. People have to be at the center of the place, and then you improve the process. You make a new redesign of the workflow to reflect on the current priorities, and that is what leads to the profitability and the business impact, which is the product, right? So in generic terms, any cultural transformation will be embedded by only these 3 levers. Now you can name anything and you can coin anything under this, but largely it will come under these 3 Ps. So for us also as UPL and Superform, we have also chosen these pillars. We have also worked around people, processes, and products. I would use why we have chosen this. I'll spend some time here. So we have chosen two pillars. The first one and the foremost is safety. Why safety? We know we come from a chemical industry, hazards are inevitable, there are inherent risks, and there is a high severity of event, right? And it's a must for coexisting of our business. If there is a safety event, the business does not exist. So it's our license to operate. So that's why it is important. Needless to say, personal safety is important. We don't want individuals to get harmed. While in personal safety incidents, the extent of damage could be less, but the number of incidents are more, and the frequency is more, which means more and more people get injured or, incidented, and that is what we want to avoid. So it's very, very important that personal safety is taken care. Process safety is something which cannot be ignored. While the number of incidents might be less, the frequency would be less, but the impact which it brings to the organization and the society at large is humongous. It ruins your business reputation, it ruins your organization for a long, long time. And that's why it is very, very important to take care part of the process safety. So this is more about safety. The second pillar, which is how do you drive ownership within the people and within the organization? For that, we have chosen total quality management. And total quality management, I'll cover in the subsequent slides, but it is a process. How do you have employee engagement? How do you drive all pillars, what we call as QCD, SME, quality, cost, delivery, compliance, morale of the people, environment? How do you drive all this together under one umbrella, ensuring that everything moves with a package and everything starts improving at a same rate or a faster pace? It also drives the ownership culture. This is something which we are talking about. We talked about how do you bring ownership to the young engineers, the GETs, the MTs who are entering the industry. How do you draw a vehicle for continuous improvement? Because you set up a baseline, you create excellence, but how do you drive it forward? And how do you make sure that it includes both individual and organizational growth? What is there in it for me? Organization will grow, but what happens to me? So it's also about capability building. Safety, I'll start with safety. Every organization, in its own way, wants to move up the cultural ladder. Yeah? They want to move up to an increasingly informed and an increasingly accountable organization. What we call it as a proactive and a generative culture, right? Every organization wants to aspire that. So it is very, very important that how do you move towards this safety journey? I try to put along, something which is close to my heart again, metaphor. Any safety cultural transformation has to be driven by a formal structure. You cannot drive any culture transformation in an unstructured way. So what is important? If you look at this metaphor, you have a horse cart driving, right? You see the people, you see the cart, you see the wheels, and more importantly, you see the horses. What do people do? For me, people are the drivers of the safety culture. And this safety culture, when I say it is about leadership commitment and it is about line management. No safety, it is about line management. So people who are accountable are leadership and the line management. So these are the people who are there on the driver's seat, which are the two people you see there. The cart is the collaborative organization and the organization structure, how the system moves forward, right? So that's where the cart is. The wheels are something which provide the momentum to the cart, which is about the capability building in the organization and also the risk management. How do you manage your risks actively? Because risks are there. If you have to really be risk averse or risk free, then we can close the shops and be at home, and there will be still some risks. So that's how I see the risks, wheels. Last but not the least, the horses, which is, all of us are so passionate about actions. So these are the actions where people, through two key motives, some of those are reactions are active, reactive, what we can say, and some of them are proactive. In certain cases, all of us are reactive, certain cases we are proactive. So building on that, at UPL and Superform, we have also chosen a both combination of reactive and proactive approach to drive a cultural transformation. When it comes to reactive approach, I think this is super simple. You learn from the incidents, you implement the CAPAs, you ensure that those are not repeated, and you make sure that you also learn from others. You learn from society, you learn from other industries, you learn from other tragic incidents which happen around the globe. So this is pretty simple. The other one which is more a proactive one, is how do you systematically work towards your process safe risks? How do you actively build process barriers so that the risks are brought to a minimum acceptable limit? Risks can never be zero, right? There has to be a residual risk, because if you start reducing a thing by 50%, 20%, 30%, it will take infinite time to come to zero. So you have to reduce risk to a minimum risk level which is acceptable in the normal circumstances. How do you promote a hazardous program? How do you make sure that your systems and standards are improved on a day-to-day basis? And most importantly, how do you bring about the desired behavior changes? And at the center of all of this, you need both a thinking and an executing organization. You need both horses, right? There are some horses which will drive the actions, but you also need a thinking organization. And the same people should do both the jobs, because then they can wear different hats and they can execute both things. So I will have a thinking cap where I will say what should be a procedure and policy which I should do, but at the same time, I should be mindful that I am the one who is going to execute it on the ground. So it has to be also very much executable on the ground. It should not be away from the site, away from the shop floor. That's very, very important. And at the top of this, it has to be top driven. It has to be from the boardroom to the shop floor, as I say, right? So that's very, very important. It's a top driven approach, both proactive and reactive, thinking and executing organization, and led from the front. The second element is about TQM. I don't want to talk too much about this. TQM, is a systematic activities which brings impact across all those quality, cost, delivery, morale of the people, and effectiveness, environment. So it's a very, very important tool which is there. Important to talk about, some clarity on what TQM is, or what this function is, and what it does not, right? So what it does not mean is very, very important, is it is not a project or an initiative. You cannot start it and finish it at the same time, or you can have a definite length. It is important that it starts as a journey and it continues. It starts with certain change agents and it propagates. It can't be externally driven. You cannot hire consultants. You cannot bring in people, implement in my company and go, because after some time it will go away. So it has to be driven internally, where your people, your workforce has to be at the center of the organization. It's only not about building culture. Ladies and gentlemen, there are shareholders for us who are looking at shareholder values. There are promoters who are looking at money to be made. So it has to bring a business impact. It has to be not only culture. And it has to be highly, highly engaged, self-motivated workforce. Because once you create that, then the dance propels. Then the continuous engagement brings about more and more results. So that's about how do you drive TQM. At Superform or UPL, our TQM journey at a broad level is anchored across 3 pillars. What we call as management infrastructure, which is about building systems and standards. We talk about how do we conduct our operations, which is about the operating systems, the way our assets are utilized, the way we bring efficiency in our system, and the way what I call as bring a business impact, because then it is connected to the business. And third, and the most important piece is, how are we engaging our workforce to bring a temporary and a permanent shift in their behavior, which will drive the culture building in the organization. So these are the 3 elements in my view, and all of these 3 together will propel the culture transformation journey. Happy to share, some things which we have been able to achieve as a milestone. I would say there is a lot needs to be done, and there are a lot of things which are not done and probably not presented here. So, take this as a concept and I would say as a partial thing. There are a lot of things which we need to still achieve as a team. There has been a tenfold increase in our leading indicators. So where we were struggling with leading indicators, our leading indicators have started coming up. There is an improvement, of course, because of this with the lagging indicators. It's a top-driven initiative. We are trying to build a huge connect across all levels of organization. This is an ongoing process. There is an acknowledgement, and I'm using the word very clearly, acknowledgement. It's not acceptance yet, but it's an acknowledgement that yes, safety is a line responsibility, and not only line's responsibility. We want to move to the next level. Safety is everyone's responsibility. So that's where we are. And we are also developing a culture of what we call as thinking and executing organization. On TQM, again, we have both business impact as well as the culture impact. The business is more about productivity, resolving quality issues, QC circles impacting the business, but it's more about engagement of our workforce. 95% engagement scores in the recent survey tell us that yes, we have been able to progress. We have still gaps to close, but we have been really able to progress so far. Our shop floor transformation is something which we are really proud of, and this is something which we want to continue. We have a lot of improvement things. We do radical changes time to time, but we believe also in a continuous improvement process. To summarize, what I have talked about in the last 15 minutes, if I have to say from my point of view, what are the takeaways for us as leaders, as people from the industry? How do we take this work culture forward, and what are the different elements? If I have to summarize all this in one slide, I would say it's clear vision and purpose. It's the commitment of the leaders. Leaders do what they say, and they say what they do. It's about driving change agents and capability building, building the people, building the capability in the people so that people are excited and energized. It's about effective communication and engagement. How do we communicate with them? How do we engage them is very, very important. It's also taking time to recognize their efforts and also reward them, right? Sometimes pat on the back can still be a reward. It's a big reward, not for you, but for the person who is receiving it. So it's very, very important that we reward and recognize our employees. And last but not the least, tomorrow it is not going to happen. I can assure you, day after tomorrow it is also not going to happen. So it's important that we give patience, we give perseverance, we give it time, we allow it to settle, and then we take it forward. That's very, very important. This brings me to my last slide, again, which is something very close to me. Culture is not an event, it's a journey. It's dynamic and it's ever evolving. You learn every day, you do things every day, but you learn every day, and you keep on calibrating your next moves every day. So that's what culture is about. Culture is not what you say, it's about what you do, right? So culture of an organization is not something which is written in the textbooks, which is written in their vision, which is written in their growth story, or it is written in their annual report. For me, culture is something which is talked about in the corridors, right? When two people talk in the corridors about events in the company or outside the company, that's what the culture of the organization is. That's a true reflection. So it's about what you do. Last but most important, what can leaders do? Leaders can always create a self-coping mechanism, because things are going to be changing, VUCA world. We will keep on changing. We will need to adapt quickly. You have Gen X. Before you realize Gen X, you have Gen Z. I don't know, next generation. You have the old era. We are still trying to cope up as individuals. And we talked about gray hair, bald hair, but you also have young hair. How do you keep on adapting so that you can keep on constantly changing your lifestyle, changing your way, changing the way you adapt, so that you can make it to the next level? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your patient hearing. And a special thanks to all my colleagues who have been here to motivate me and listening to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rohit, for wonderful thoughts on... Oh, sorry, Vikas. Thank you, Vikas, for your wonderful thoughts on safety and TQM culture, how Superform Industries have benefited with this kind of the cultural transformation, and some reflection on what he has just said it in that. For any industrial growth, I think we all agree that yes, it's a culture which is very, very important. In his address also, the importance of the culture has come out very clearly. To transform the culture, I think two approaches which he was talking it, reactive as well as the proactive approaches, very important part of any transformation, because we need to have it on the both side of the reactive to take care of the results, and proactive so that nothing should go wrong. And it's very important that any transformation should start from the top leadership. And we all are the leaders sitting here, some or the other industries, and this is very important for all of us to understand it. We need to accept and recognize this fact that we need to change ourselves first. And then only we can see the change in the masses, in the workforce. Thank you, Mr. Vikas. Now it's a turn of the next, our speaker, Mr. Rohit Pathak. Mr. Rohit Pathak is the CEO of Birla Copper, the copper business of Hindalco Industries Limited, a flagship company of Aditya Birla Group, an electrical and electronics engineer from BITS Plani. Mr. Rohit is a recipient of Professor L.K. Maheshwari Distinguished Alumnus Award of 2023, awarded by EEE Department of BITS Plani, an 8-time recipient of BITS Plani Merit Scholarship. He was awarded the Motorola Gold Medal for Best Student of his batch. Mr. Rohit joined Aditya Birla Group in 2011 as the principal EA to the chairman, Mr. Aditya Mangalam Birla. In that role, he advised Mr. Birla on key priorities such as merger and acquisition, organic growth, special initiatives, and strategic planning and monitoring across the group businesses, and help the businesses on strategic issues. He is a recipient of Chairman's Award for Exceptional Contribution. Prior to moving Birla Copper, Mr. Rohit was the president and CEO of Aditya Birla Insulators. He was also appointed the first CEO of Aditya Birla Power Composites Limited, manufacturing composite hollow core insulators. Mr. Rohit has been a director on National Executive Council of IEEMA, the Industry Association of Electrical Equipment Industries in India, and the president of association for the year 2022-23. He is also the president of Indian Primary Copper Producers Association since 2022, and on board of directors of International Copper Association. He is also a director of Fertilizer Association of India since 2021. Let's listen Mr. Rohit Pathak, his journey, his thoughts.
Thank you, Pradeep. So, for some of you who follow me on LinkedIn, you'll know that leadership and culture are two of my most passionate topics on which I engage a lot on, because I think these are things that really make a difference in what we do in our day-to-day lives. Many times we get so lost in working that we forget that, work is meant to ensure that we have a good life, and not the other way around, that we don't live to work, right? We are here to try and make a difference in the areas where we work, in the surroundings where we live. And hence, culture and how we impact the workplace is a very important element of what we do. Now, I'll start with saying what's really there in a name, right? Each of us has a name. Designations have nomenclature. Name is like a mantra. That's one of the things that you keep talking about, right? He's a manager. You say it 10 times in a day, somewhere in the mind it will stick. He's a manager. What does a manager do? He manages, right? He is a CEO. What does a CEO do? The operating word is execute, right? So as leaders, as CEOs or COs, we get lost in trying to execute. The performance, delivery, what we are, what is the monthly volume production, what is the monthly, EBITDA or profitability you are delivering, becomes the core of what we focus our mind on. And that is exactly the wrong thing to do, because you're starting to focus on the result, right? if I think Vikas spoke about TQM, and one of the key elements of TQM was that, you do the things right, output will come. If you go back to Bhagavad Gita, he said, do your work, outcome will happen, right? Don't worry about it. So I think that's very similar to how we could approach management differently. And, I think the story I wanted to share today is the story, as we call it, Tamra Uday, which is the rise of Birla Copper. Our operation here. And I just thought it's a great journey we have been on. We are somewhere in the middle of the journey, I would say. And I thought I'll share some of the learnings from that journey, what we tried to do, and how it's panned out so far. Right? So, normally as a leader, like I was saying, a lot of the focus ends up going on results. Whereas, in my view, there are three things that you need to do as a leader. One, you need to have your eyes on what's happening around you, right? Like Vikas said, it's a VUCA world. There are newer nomenclatures coming up with just the amount of changes that are happening around in the world. AI is the newest buzzword. Which industry will stay, which job will stay is all under question. So I think as a leader, one, obviously you need to have you need to spend a lot of time seeing what's happening around you, talking to people, listening to people, reading and being aware of your surroundings. The second key element as a leader is you need to create a vision, a common sense of purpose for your team. Goals, targets are always there, right? That will be there in your KRAs, it will go into the records, it's there for everyone to see. But a vision and purpose of why you exist, why should I come to work, what am I trying to really do, that has to be clear, in your mind first, and then to be able to communicate it to your team. And then the third is, you have to set the right culture of how the team works to deliver that. If you are trying to deliver everything, in many roles, in many of our office designations we have, he's the department head, he's the function head, right? What does this mean? Head is synonymous to saying, do the thinking, right? And by keeping on saying those terms, you are saying, oh, you do the thinking, everyone else has to do the work, right? That's how it is. That's how, things work subtly in our brain. And hence, I think to me, as a leader, your time should be going on how are people working? How are they thinking? How are they interacting? And is that happening right? Because if that happens right, outcomes will come because you have hired people who have the right capability, functional or technical capability that you want, that you've already done that work. Now it's about how do you create an environment where they can thrive and deliver. So, as a quick introduction to Birla Copper, it is the core business, or the copper business of Hindalco. Hindalco, as you know, is known more for aluminium, which is, the name stands for Hindustan Aluminium. I sort of tried to say, look, it's Hindalco, AL for aluminium and CO for copper. So maybe, soon we'll get there as Hindalco, Hindustan Aluminium and Copper. But, it was always known for aluminium. Copper was an important business, but never really spoken about. If you go back, you'll hardly hear about copper in Hindalco's, presentations and others. But it's a large business. We are, today, about 50-60% of the revenue of Hindalco comes from copper, right? It's a 60,000 crore business. We are number 2 outside of China in copper rod manufacturing, which is the primary form in which copper is used for all applications that all of us end up using. So we are quite significant. But, dial back to 5 years back when we started thinking about this journey, I would say, look, we were still 1/3 of the Indian market. We were supplying 1/3 or a little more than 1/3 of the copper used in India. We were making reasonable money. We were large, a good complex plant running reasonably okay. But we were not reliable enough for our customers, right? Customers had options. So, we were probably number 2, number 3 in how they thought about for the best quality, they would go to the Japanese, right? And get material from there. For the stable use, they would come to us. Our plants are not as reliable as we would like it to be, right? So it's a complex operation, not too much of talent, unlike chemicals where now you have a very large thriving industry and talent. In copper, we were the only integrated player left in the country, and there was not so much of talent that you could get from. And it was, like I said, somewhere on the sidelines in the business, right, as Hindalco. So we started saying, look, how do we change this around? And that's when this whole thought of Tamrodaya started. And the essence of this was, we said, look, let's change the way we work. And there were 5 key tenets of what we took on, which the team coined the term Casio, which is how do we drive collaboration, right? And break the walls of functional silos and area silos. How do we become more agile and responsive? How do we ensure there is stronger engagement? We had probably one of the most committed workforces I have seen, one of the most talented frontline workforces that you can find or you can hope for in a company, but we're not keeping them engaged enough. Inclusivity, that how do you get, Pradeep was speaking about, how do you get the young talent and the experience to work together, to not think of each other as competition or threat, but as partners in this journey, right? And how do we create more ownership, that this is my company, this is my business. It's not some boss telling me what has to be done, but I want to deliver something, right? And that is sort of for us, the cultural journey is around these 5 tenets. These 5 things is what we wanted to change and create this one Birla Copper way of working, which will deliver results, right? And at the core of it was, everyone brings their bodies to work, right? Because at least in manufacturing, it is still you have to be at the plant, so your body has to be there for your attendance to work, right? But are you really getting your heart and mind to work? That was the core. Can we create a culture where everyone brings their heart and mind to work? Right? That was sort of the dream of where we started. So, we did, and I've tried to keep the presentation and at least the way we are working very simple language so that, you can connect and take it home. We said, look, we'll do 5 things. The first one was, how do we ensure everyone is on board on what we are trying to do on changing the culture, right? And I'll talk about each of these 5 in detail. So here I'll just give you a bit of a flavor. But we drove something called LSIP, which is a very large-scale platform which we created we got 1,800 of our employees together for 3 days. So we had to do 3 sessions, 600, for 3 days at one shot to sit together and say, what do we want to be as Birla Copper? And where do we want to go, right? And I'll talk a little bit about it, but I think it was a massive exercise, and everyone, it was non-hierarchical. So from the frontline worker to me, everyone was there for 3 days discussing about what we want to do and drive what culture we want to create as Birla Copper. The second element was, how are we organized? Can we change the way we are organized? These names of department heads and function heads and this, can we move away from there into something that is more meaningful? So we sort of start thinking about, can we have cross-functional teams, which are called area effectiveness teams, who are driving, the operations. Can we create centers of excellence of people who will bring the specific knowledge in areas that are required? And can we create, support function effectiveness teams to bring the support from the support functions versus control of the support functions, right? Many times support functions, whether it's HR, they begin to drive the bell curve and the compensation versus actually supporting the people in delivering what they're doing. Similarly, finance becomes a controller versus an enabler. how can we change this mindset and bring the support functions to support the business? Right? And how do we then create an empowerment by design for people to be able to delegate? A lot of people delegate, but very few people actually empower. Empowering is a lot more than delegation, and that's, I think, something that we try to focus on. The third one was, how do we behave? How do we first as a leadership behave? Do we listen to people? Do we go out on the shop floor enough? Do we, sit in our meeting room and give instructions, or do we actually look at the pain of the front line and see how we can supporting them to do, because the final work is being done by the front line. So how as a leadership are we supporting the front line, and hence how does that behavior go down? So we started working on behavior. One of the key implications and things that even Vikas spoke about was we started something called a Bhumika card, which is on-the-spot recognition given to people, can be given from senior to junior, junior to senior, cross, which is recognizing behavior. We took the Casio elements and we said, if you find someone behaving well on showing any of those 5 elements of Casio, please recognize them with this Bhumika card. And we have a weekly rhythm where we are trying to do this in each area, across areas, to celebrate people. Learning from failure. A lot of in organizations, failures is something which is bad, but we said, look, failures will happen. If you do 10 things, 3 or 4 will go wrong. How are we learning from it? So we started celebrating and learning from failures in a little more conscious way and saying, look, some risks we can take. The only area where you have to be extremely, extremely cautious is on safety. But on business and process, if we have to make a difference, we have to try something different. If you have not failed, you have not tried enough, right? That's at least the motto we started doing. And working all our systems back from the customer to say, look, we are here to ensure our customers run. If the customer is successful, we will be successful. Right? So that mindset we have tried to change. And I would be happy to say, look, in the last 3 or 4 years, we are now almost 2/3 of the market from 1/3. The Indian copper industry runs on Birla Copper, right? And we've had problems, challenges at the plant. We had almost a year where our jetty, which is our lifeline, was not operational. And none of our customers even felt a day's issue at their plants. That's how we work, right? They didn't even know something has happened at our plant, which was quite severe. We ensured that they are supplied by trying a lot of things in this tough time. The fourth area is how do we drive structural improvement? Things like how do we drive customer centricity within? So how does the manufacturing and sales teams interact? How do different parts of manufacturing interact with each other? How do we drive focused improvements and process improvements? And finally, how do we drive the routine stuff, which is around Kaizens, behavioral safety, 5S, which are, little more common. But these were the 5 elements that we focused on. Like I said, we started off with this LSIP, which was 1,800 people, including contract manpower and our frontline manpower. So we did 3 sessions of 3 days each, 100 round tables, 6 people on a table for 3 days. In each table, there was at least 1 or 2 frontline worker or contractor, someone from senior management, people from different functions, so no 2 functions people sat on the same page, so that we really get every table, to think comprehensively, right? And you can see this is sort of one of the sessions where we had 600 people in one room, and we did 3 such sessions. And at the end of those 3 days, after a lot of debate, discussions happened, we created a vision of what we want. So we had 100 tables each day, so and 3 sessions like this, so 300 charts of what is the vision for Birla Copper that we all have. And actually, if you and we have a booklet of all this, we gave it to everyone. Frankly, everyone wanted the same thing. Everyone wanted to see how we grow. How do we enjoy at work? How do we have fun at work? Some of the elements that you're talking about. And while the language, the depiction could have been different, actually a lot of it was very similar, right? And that's how we started this journey that, look, this is what we want to drive. The second is how we organize. And I think here the biggest change we said was, can we reverse the hierarchy, right? We're used to this traditional leader on top, everyone is below. And we said, look, can we do it differently? The front line is at the front. Everyone else, including me below, has to be below supporting them and not sitting on top of them, right? And that's a big shift that we tried to do, that look, we are here to make them successful. And that if we are able to do, rest will fall in place, right? So this is it is visual of hierarchy which we have been trying to propagate, saying, look, the manager's job is to support his team to deliver, not to manage that person and order the person. We changed we had a vertical way of working, functional way of reporting. We moved to cross-functional teams that, look, there's a on-the-ground DMT which we have, which is a daily management team, which is the frontline workers across maintenance, electrical, operations, process, who all sit together and take all the things to be done. 80% of the things are resolved at that level. Nothing needs to go up and go up and come down like this. Everything happens at one level, and only a few things then percolate to the next level. Right? This behavior, like I said, we do this regularly. Every week, one day we have reserved that, look, if someone has not done it, let's get together and celebrate and, cut a cake, share your Bhumika cards to different people. And I think it's a great thing, recognition, just sometimes the pat on someone's back is great. And what we have tried to do, like I said, is focus this recognition on not what you have done, but how you have done, right? So the focus and the commendation that they write is not on what was done, but it is on how you did it and how did it make you feel, right? That's the change that we are trying to bring through with the behavior. In fact, 2 years ago we started the first time at Birla Copper business level awards, and 60% of the awards that we give are around behavior and culture, and not on performance, on some project done or no. Those are not part of it. 60 to 70% of the awards categories are on culture. Very few awards are individual awards. Most of them are team awards. In teams, the teams have to be cross-functional by and large and should be representative across till the worker. So we have almost 40% of the awards that we give at the annual awards is to the frontline workers and not to the management, which is typically how it is done, right? Second, how do we drive structural improvements? So we started creating things of how do we drive structural improvements called focus improvements, and trained people around how do you analyze, how do you think about solutions and then implement it in a focused manner, and similarly for process improvement. So this is, this is fairly standard, but I think the difference was how do we make this happen and how do we train enough people to be able to deploy these tools on a more regular basis. And then, seeding the culture of Kaizen, 5S, and behavior, right? So finally, how has this journey been? And I'll just share two and talk a little bit about how, or what's happening to the business. First is how are people feeling? We as Aditya Birla Group, we do a survey every 2 years across the group on how people are engaged in the business, right? How engaged they're feeling. When we started this, Birla Copper was always on the lower end and the Aditya Birla Group in terms of our engagement scores. We were about, 80% or so when we started, right? And normally the group was in the 90%. In the last 3 surveys, so 23 and 25, we are now at 94% engagement, which is higher than Hindalco, which is higher than the Aditya Birla Group average. And that's the journey we have gone through in the last 4 years on the culture side. People are engaged, people are participating, people are trying to make a change. Dagar is here, I think he's seen the Vibe score and how it plays. I think this is something that is a good representation on how we are doing on the engagement side. How is the business growing? Like I said, from 1/3, we are now 2/3 of the market. We are globally number 2 outside of China. This has happened without too much of new investment. From a capacity expansion in the last 5 years, we have only spent about 500 crores on capacity expansion. Okay, so this has happened through just working differently and not through anything else. We are on par or slightly even better than Japanese quality. Some of our customers who were exclusively using Japanese have moved 100% to us, even in the automotive industry, right? We are charging a premium from the customers over Japanese, right, compared to a discount that we were at earlier. And, you know, something that we don't talk about much or don't report too much, but 80% of our supplies are done within 4 hours of the customer's order placed on us, okay, across the country. So most of our customers are operating on 1 day inventory at best, right? And many of them are 100% dependent on us, right? And what has it done to the business results? You know, 2021 was not a representative year because it was a COVID year. So normally I would say we were in the 1300 to 1400 crore profitability range. We are today at 3000. Okay, and you know, it's doubled, like I said, with just about 400, 500 crores investment in capacity expansion. The rest all is, you know, has been more on the culture side and how we work. And you know, now on the back of this, as a business, we are investing 15,000 crores in Gujarat to expand capacity, and that's the license we have earned to grow, basis the culture transformation. Right, so that's it that I had. Happy to answer questions in the panel discussion. I thought we'll give you a sense of the journey of Tamrodaya. And you know, maybe I think some of my Tamrodaya core team members are here. Maybe if you can just stand up once. I would like to see Kaushik, yeah, Akhilesh. So they have been part of the core team who have been driving this effort. So would like to appreciate them on the support they've driven. Thanks.
Thank you, Rohit, for very insightful transformational journey and impact of this cultural transformation on the business outcome. I think you have just seen it. So I think few reflections which I am just having it, as we were saying it, failure should not be punished basically, because then that's what is he has brought in his cultural transformation, that on the shop floor, failure should be the learning stories, not the punishable item. Collaboration, agile, strong engagement, inclusivity, and ownership. These are the 5 important pillars for this cultural transformation, which he has just in his address emphasized on those part. I think very insightful. Thank you, Rohit. Just to start the question, before taking any question from the audience, one question from both of you from my side is, in today's world, in the industry, we are seeing it, there is a lot of attrition. Every industry is facing the attrition between 15 to 25%. And in this attrition time, when the new people are coming, sustaining the, either it's a safety culture or it's a quality culture or it's a culture related to the people, sustenance is definitely an important part. So what is your views on that? How, with this kind of the attrition in the industry we are having it, how to sustain that culture which is started, which is established at the shop floor or in the workforce?
Yeah. Hello? Yeah. So I think from my point of view, attrition is something which is here to stay. And that is something which we have to also have for a continued energy in an organization. But it has to be at the right levels, and it has to be at the right levers. When I say the right levers, which means that we want right people to leave at the right time. So with kind of transformation, in my experience, whenever you do transformation across sites, the capability starts getting built, and that's where you see the larger level of attrition. So that's something which is very, very natural when it comes to the positive side of the story. Or if you have low levels of engagement, then you definitely see higher levels of attrition. So it's on both positive as well as negative side. One thing which, which I always ask my HR colleagues is, we should not think, why a person left, but we should start thinking why a person did not stay. I think if you shift our mindset from thinking why a person did not stay, is something which we will start channelizing our thoughts in a much positive way. That's one. Second is, I always believe a person never leaves when he resigns. A person has left when he starts thinking that he wants to leave. So I think the journey of a person moving out starts much earlier, probably 2 to 3 months down the line, depending on the competency. Some people find job in one day, but depending on the competency of people, people will have a minus 2 to 3 months kind of schedule. And that is where I think as organizations, we need to capitalize and identify and track and retain them. I think those are the actions. But I think more importantly, it's also about building a culture. You saw yesterday, my boss, Raj Tiwari, was talking about how do we build a culture? And a culture cannot be built on people coming only from outside. A culture is something which can be built from people staying outside, inside the company, and bringing those people. So at UPL, we value a lot of inward talent growth, which is what we call as 60% of our jobs get insourced, which is, advertising within the company and getting it to the next level. We make sure that people are relieved of their own responsibilities within 2 months, as if they have resigned and they have to go, which creates a lot of impetus in the whole organization, because it is very important that you might lose a person within a company rather than losing him outside, right? And last but not the least, all of you are from Gujarat, so I know there is a circular economy, what we practice here, right? For changing of jobs for people, it is just they have to catch a different bus from a different boarding place, right? So that's how it is. So it's very important for us as leaders to bring in that value, and how do we drive that in a structured way, so that, we create a mass momentum. And then, of course, there are plethora of retention practices which we can talk about. But I think all those are textbook things. From my experience, this is something which we work deliberately on.
So, I'll sort of say two things to this. One is, attrition to some extent is good, as long as it is the company shedding people whom you think are not probably right fit or who need to go. Right? But unfortunately, attrition happens the other way around, where your good people whom you want to keep go, and people who are not able to find something else outside or not as good stay on, and you struggle to take them out. Right? So that's, I think, more an attrition. But I think, to me, the culture that you create has a big role to play in attrition. For the last 3 years, our attrition has been well below 10%. Of that 10%, probably half of it has not really been attrition. It has been more of people leaving for roles within the group as ABG. We have a very strong internal IRS system where we go. So a lot of people have gone there. To competition, and as you know, we have a, one of our Gujarati friends setting up a new copper plant, just starting, so we were the prime target of talent for them. And, I think in the last 3 years, we have lost probably less than 3% people to them, including the front line, right till me. Right? So I think that, to me, is the real hallmark. So I think if you can create a culture where people can contribute, where people are valued, and they feel they're doing something meaningful, people will stay. And, I think, to me, a leader is not someone who creates a great team, but a leader is someone who is able to take what he gets and convert that into a great team.
Good. So I think it's a coming it out that the culture where people are coming with some purpose, and they are finding some meaning in their job. It's not only the job which they are doing it. That's very important to retain the people. I think next question is basically because I think everyone here will agree with me that middle management, the middle order in the workforce, that's a basically key to retain the people, because in the manufacturing industry, the core mass is the shop floor workforce. And that's what is the core mass which we need to take care, because if that mass is not there and that mass is not skillful, we can't run the industry. And between the higher leadership and the core mass, middle management order is a very important part in communicating the things the way we are just, what we are thinking it. So how this middle management order, we need to keep it motivated and having the effective communication so that whatever we are thinking it's going to the down the level people. So that's what is the next question to both of you.
So look, I think very right, Pradeep. The middle management is the core or the binder that keeps the organization together and translates, what's happening across the levels. Having said that, I think we should not over-engineer, and this whole lot of organizations, and I would say even we too struggle a little bit of trying to say, oh, middle management is a bottleneck. They are not letting the youngsters come up, or they are. I think that is a wrong way to go. I think the answer lies in how are you empowering the middle management to do better, right? And a lot of people say, oh, I have delegated, they are not taking a decision. But delegation is not how people take decisions. You have to empower them, which means you have to train them. You have to transmit your knowledge onto the team so they understand the business the way you understand the business. So, for example, if I look at myself today, hardly any decision, whether it's I have not, in my 4 years, not even looked at a sales agreement we have done or a purchase agreement we have done. The team does it. I focus my effort on, does my team understand what is it that we're looking for at a business level? Once they understand that and you have trained them well, they will take the right decision. Most likely they will take a better decision than what you would have taken, right? And hence, if you can create this culture, the middle management will feel empowered and will feel that they are the owners of the business and not you. So that dynamic you have to shift. Don't try to manage the middle management.
That's because your thoughts on this?
No, I agree. I think one of the things as leaders we have to also think is, how effortlessly we are able to transition people from the ground floor to the top floor, right? So when I say from the ground level of the management of the operating people to the top floor or the shop floor executives, that is very important. And if we have targets, like that I'm going to bring 5% people up every year, 2% up people every year, and if we make that transparent in an organization to a certain extent with boundaries, we will be able to also create opportunities which are more open, transparent, and then people know, and also showcase some of them that we are also implementing it. It's not about just talking, but it's also about walking the talk. So as you more and more create people from the systems, right, it really brings a lot of recognition in the minds of people. And if people see that there is someone in my team who has grown to this level, then they start realizing that I can do it too. So it brings in a shared responsibility, and it also brings in a commitment, which is more about demonstration in my view.
Thank you, Vikas and Rohit, for these questions. Now I invite some questions, because there is a time, so I will take 1 or 2 questions, not more than that. Yes, please.
Yeah, good morning. I have a question to Rohit, and I was happy to see your empowerment journey. So I have a question here, is that looking at the future generation, maybe in the current scenario it looks fine, but the way technology is being used, be it shop floor automation and all, what kind of, because empowerment is given then, because people on the ground are empowered once they have a technology. So how do you feel the structure will look like going forward?
See, I feel I have a little contrarian view to this. And it's a very fine line as a society we are moving towards. We have to be clear, is the technology going to use you or you're going to use technology? Okay. The way it's being portrayed is, and the way it may play out is technology may start playing you, right? Versus you using technology. So I think at least the approach we are following is, look, technology, data, access is something which is important and it should be available at the front line, right? So we are creating all the digital dashboards, we are giving tabs to the frontline workers. So, yesterday I was at the plant and, some of the areas we have now started where the data entry is happening on tabs, they can see the analytics right there, not in the control room. So that we are doing. But we are keeping the focus that people don't forget the basics. One of the things, like we run a process plant, right? And copper is a very complex plant. We have workers who will look at the flame color and say, this is what is happening in the reaction. And we don't want to lose that knowledge. So even as we are digitalizing, we are saying, how do we keep this knowledge alive and how do we use this as an opportunity to give importance and recognition to that shop floor worker who could visualize and say, okay, now you help design the system and train people regularly on this. Because what I don't want happening is 5 years down the line, 10 years down the line, people not knowing what's happening, they're just looking at, oh, control room, control panel में ये आया, red alert आया और उसने बोला ये stop करो. मैंने stop कर दिया, but क्यों किया मेरे को पता नहीं, right? So that knowledge, I don't want it outsourced to the digital network, right? And we are trying to create a mechanism by which we can, we refresh all the coding and programming we are doing. We are trying to ensure that the logic behind that is refreshed with people from time to time so that that knowledge stays.
Thank you. So I will not take the questions now. I will request audience to, after the session, they can have the interaction with Mr. Rohit and Vikas. Okay, because Vikas need to leave to catch the train to go somewhere else. So yeah, please go ahead.
I am Deepak Garg. I am from Superform. Since yesterday we are listening the failures, rewarding of the failures. Actually, the problem is that we have already taught to our children, to everybody, nothing succeeds like success. We have not taught that nothing succeeds like failure. Problem is we have not taught our children, they are not ready to accept the failures. Everybody is only going for a success. And Mr. Pradeep told about the younger generation aspirations. When they come to the plant, when they fail, they are not accepting it. The problem is everybody wants success, nobody wants failure. So how to handle that challenge? That is actually, my question is how we are going to handle that challenge of failure. And we are not teaching them also how to tackle the failure also.
No, so I think very good point. And look, all we have to do is go back to Bhagavad Gita. I mean, there is no better knowledge than that. That look, don't over-glorify success. When success happens, don't say it happened because of you. Right? Because that's normally how the mind works. If success happens, oh, I did this right. Right? Similarly, when failure happens, don't punish yourself to say, look, it was because of me. Things go wrong. Right? So I think that is the learning we have to ensure that our children learn, and as well as at workplace we are able to imbibe. So, we work in the metal industry. A lot of performance also, especially in aluminium, where we get the full LME benefit. A lot of the performance depends on how the LME is moved for aluminium. If LME goes up, you'll do great. So, Satish, who's our MD, always says, look, don't get too excited if you have delivered great results because it's because of LME, not because of what you have done, right? Similarly, if LME goes down and the profit goes down, don't beat yourself up. Just focus on, have you done things to the best of your ability? If you've done that, it's fine. Results are not in your control always. And Bhagavad Gita will give you the answer.
I think just to give you the answer on that, number of times in the failure, we start focusing on the person and the result. We don't focus it how that failure result is achieved. And that's where the moment you are targeting the person, person is going in the non-listening mode. And that's very important in case of any failure. The communication has to be effective and focused on the how he has achieved that failure results. In our childhood, if you see that, our mothers, if we are falling it on the ground, our mothers were tapping it, oh, isne galti kiya. They are not saying that ki children has done the some mistake. So I think somewhere, because in Indian, the way we have just grown up, we have seen it result focused, whether it's a success, whether it's a failure. While it's important that we all should be focusing on whether it's a success or the failure, the process by which the result is achieved. I think the moment shift is there from the result to the process, I think problem will be getting solved. Good. So I think I am just coming to my closing remark on that. I think we all agree that it was a very insightful session on the cultural transformation part. We have just heard from the leaders who have not only witnessed the change, but have shaped its body, consistency with the heart. That's very important, basically. From reimagining shop floor engagement to embedding empathy in the leadership, today's discussion proved that work culture is not just a soft agenda, it's a differentiator, which I think you have just seen it in the journey of Hindalco Industries. It has created the differentiation. So, last point is that cultural transformation is start from the trust in the leadership, and that's very important part. Unless until you create the trust, this transformation will not happen. With this, I will close my this session. I would like to thanks to my panel, Mr. Rohit and Mr. Vikas, and audience also to thank for patient listening. And I hope whatever the insight and the learnings are there, you all will be taking it to your shop floor, to your boardroom, to your industries, and definitely you will be using it, behaving it accordingly, and getting the results, positive results out of that. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, speakers. We would like to invite Mr. Bhavesh Rami, Head of EHS Deccan Fine Chemicals, to please present a memento to our speaker, Mr. Vikas Garg. Thank you so much for your time and your insights today. Please give them a huge round of applause. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Parag Shah, Site Head and Senior VP, Deccan Fine Chemicals, India, to please present a memento to Rohit Patak. And finally, I would like to invite Mr. Nirmal Singh Yadav to please present a memento to our session chair for moderating this session so efficiently, Mr. Pradeep Kumar Jain. Understanding people behavior is highly dynamic and a never-ending topic. I'm sure all of you still have a lot of questions. We request you to please take the questions out after the next session is over during lunch. We'll immediately move on to our second session today due to lack of time. And request you all to stay in the hall, please. We request you all to please stay in the hall as there is no break between the session before lunch. Reaping the benefits of AI, our next session is going to start immediately. May we request you all to please take your seats.
We can take a comfort break for 5 minutes. So please gather over here after 5 minutes. It's already 11:25, so it's the time to start our fifth session. Please gather
The world
quickly.
will look very different by 2030. In a new report, Tech in 2030, Global Data looks at the future of manufacturing and finds, in 2030, Industry 4.0 technology.
Our next session 5 is also going to be an interesting one, as we are at the pivotal moment in the manufacturing industry where artificial intelligence is transforming factories into smart, interconnected, and highly adaptable environment. I would like to invite a session chair who is really a multitasker, as she is also a guest speaker,
The world
Ms.
will look very
Nitika Nathani. I invite Mr. Bimal Puri sir, Mr. Abhijit Tambat, and Mr. Ankur Pancholi to please come upon the dais. I would like to introduce our session coordinator, Mr. Sanjeev Verma. With over 26 years in environment, health, safety and sustainability, Mr. Sanjeev Verma has significantly contributed to organizations like DCM, Shriram, Godrej, Grasim Industries Limited in Bharuch, Gujarat. As a chairman of the EHS Forum at the Bharuch District Management Association, he has organized over 100 national and international events. He is also a certified fire safety officer specialist and an empaneled faculty member at Gujarat Institute of Disaster Management. I request Mr. Sanjeev Verma to introduce our session chair.
Yeah, thank you very much for this brief introduction. Good morning, everybody, and all the respected guests, our colleagues, seniors, and the dignitaries on the dais, ladies and gentlemen. This is really a great opportunity, and I'll just, can you please call all the persons here to get benefit out of this session. So, from yesterday itself, we started with a great punchline on a great topic, Trump trade and tariff. Then the business process innovation, green energy technologies. While going through all the sessions, it was very difficult to see which was better. So ultimately, we are one by one witnessing the best sessions here, organized in a very, very systematic manner. And in fact, today also, the transformation and the culture. So culture is a great thing where people start thinking in a very, very constructive manner. In this series of the events and the series of the topics, good topics, this is really one of the most powerful topics we are going to have in this session. And this is reaping the benefits of AI for smart manufacturing. In fact, this is really very, very important topic. And in safety, while interacting, and we seen from the first thing itself, from the first topic itself, we've seen that all our CEOs are very much committed towards the safety, then productivity, quality, and then the productivity. But safety is, of course, in their prime, in their mind. And this session, the artificial intelligence is going to support a lot towards achieving a best process safety management, means minimizing the human error. So this is the agenda, and this is the benefit of this session. I would request all of the participants here to please focus and concentrate and get all the benefits out of this. And I am just reflecting on the first session, Trump, tariff, and trade, where Mr. Richard, he said that AI is, of course, a tool, while he was mentioning which is the better leader. And Elon Musk, Steve Jobs, and Bill Gates. And the answer came from the AI. And then he mentioned that ethically and integrity, he is the best, Steve Jobs. Then he calibrated the AI systems and then started this thing. So it is in the passion and in the journey of the maturity also, but it says that people who have the experience is a very, very powerful thing which can collaborate with AI to support, to build a good AI system over here. So we are very, very privileged to have great speakers here and the session chair. I would like to introduce our session chair, Ms. Nitika Nathani. Nitika is a partner with the Bangalore office of McKinsey and leads India's agriculture practices. She has more than 8 years of experience with McKinsey and more than 4 years of industrial experience prior to McKinsey. She has served clients across agri-value chains in India, including input companies like agrochemicals, fertilizers, as well as downstreaming agricultural processing companies. Ms. Nitika, over the past few years, has acquired wide experience through her involvement in wide varied sectors. She had led sales acceleration program for an India agriculture client, helping them achieve sales growth of 25 plus CAGR in an 25% plus. You can just imagine in a industry growing at less than 10%. So less than 10% with her thought and vision and the strategy and system-based approach, she helped the companies to achieve 25% plus this CAGR. Ms. Nitika has implemented a wide set of levers, including the micro market excellence to identify hotspots with disproportionate growth potential, marketing and product strategy, including branding and pricing, GTM strategy to improve reach and depth with channel partners, next-gen technology solutions to improve sales force productivity, robust performance management system using automated dashboards and standardized KPIs. Apart from a large plethora of projects that she handles, Ms. Nitika convenes annual Agri CXOs Roundtable in India. This is one of the big platforms. She has published several knowledge publications on agriculture in India. Lot to say about Nitika. Now I would just hand over this very, very important AI-based smart manufacturing session to chair this session to Nitika. Over to you, ma'am. Thank you.
You can fix this, that will be helpful. Good morning, everyone, and that was a very long and warm welcome, Sanjeev ji. So the topic of the session today, right, is the benefits of AI for smart manufacturing, right? And before I begin, I would love to just have a quick, show of hands. How many of you in this room believe that your organization is using some or the other form of digital analytics, AI, in the organization today? Just a quick show of hand. Almost everybody. Now, my next question is, how many of you believe that you've been able to really scale the use of data and analytics and reap the benefits, reap the ROI at scale in your organization? Again, a show of hands. Very few, less than 10%. And, if I can have the clicker, please. Sorry. Can somebody navigate the slides as I speak, or can I get a clicker? So the two questions that I just asked, right? That story is not just the story of this room. That story is true not just in India, but actually globally, right? And what you see on this survey, I mean, McKinsey loves doing various forms of surveys, right? So 99% of the organization believes that they have incorporated some or the other elements of digital and analytics in their organization, but less than 30% believe that they have been able to scale it up meaningfully, right? And this is the topic that we will deliberate upon today on the why and the how of it, yeah? I think before we move on, right, what has led to this, right? In the last decade, there are three things which have happened, which has led to wide-scale adoption of data analytics in various parts of the businesses. Number one, the cost of data and the cost of storage of data has significantly reduced, right? Almost by 95%, which means now you can store a large volume of data, a lot of historical data across multiple parameters, you know, which can enable various forms of complex analytics on top of it, which was not true earlier, right? The computing power of computers have increased almost 274 times in the last decade, which means, you know, earlier, if you remember, you know, the computer scientists would leave analysis and they would go off for like days, right? And they will come back to see the results. Now, the same computing takes less than a minute, sometimes seconds, nanoseconds, right? So the computing power has really increased to allow very complex analysis to happen very quickly. And finally, the cost of connectivity has significantly reduced. I mean, we are all using sort of 5Gs here, right? So these three things have put together allowed the use of data and analytics at scale across various parts of the businesses and functions. Yeah. One more thing before we dwell in, right? I think we end up using a lot of terminology very interchangeably, but it's important we understand that. You know, there are three different types of technology that is typically talked about, right? There's digital, then there's analytics, AI, advanced analytics, and then there's generative AI, which is the latest, right? So digital is basically, you know, dashboards, you know, visual dashboards, mobile platforms, you know, which essentially allows business users to do their task more effectively. Analytics is when you're conducting advanced analytics algorithm on a lot of data to enable decision making. So for example, when you're making optimizer or when you're predicting something, right, that's analytics. And Gen AI, you know, which is the new ChatGPT, I mean, you all have probably used it, right, is basically algorithms which can actually create new content, right, at par with human. So, for example, in manufacturing context, generative AI can actually write an SOP probably better than a human would, right? So, these are the three different technologies, and we should understand what these are to be able to, like, really drive, right? Best-in-class manufacturing companies, you know, are achieving a lot of financial benefit and sustainability impact when this is done at scale, right? So your EBITDA can be improved by almost 15-20%. Throughput can be unlocked by 10, 15, 20%, right? Carbon emissions can be reduced by 50%, and I'll share some of the examples of companies, you know, here in India, in Gujarat, who've done this. By unlocking and tapping into data sources which were previously inaccessible or were very, very costly to store, and by, you know, enhancing the organization capabilities, right? Retraining the workforce towards understanding analytics, you know, creating the center of excellence towards digital analytics in their organizations. How many of you here have heard about World Economic Forum, WEF, lighthouses? Again, show of hands. A few of you, right, which is great. So World Economic Forum started, you know, to certify a few sites, manufacturing sites, who are using, you know, who are successfully implementing Industry 4.0 use cases at scale. And this is a very premium club. I mean, not everybody gets it. Thousands of applications come every year, but only a few handful get certified. And these are companies who really adopted digital analytics practices at scale and have created business impact, right? So they see three things when they're certifying. Number one, there has to be a significant financial impact, and operating matrices have moved significantly, right? Somebody before this session was asking the question on ROI. This is the first thing that they see, that has there been a real improvement in the business, which can be measured in form of financial matrices, right? Not just something in the air, right? The second thing they see is integration of use cases. Again, you know, 99% of you raised hands that you're using digital analytics in some form or shape. Pilots, many of you are doing. But that's not enough. You have to be able to use pilots and scale it and integrate various use cases to really drive transformation scale. And once you do that, then you get this certification, right? So this is really the gold star in a way, right? That if you achieve this, then you've probably done something significantly right, yeah? There are 17 sites in India who have got World Economic Lighthouse certification in the last couple of years. And there are some in Gujarat as well. Right? And the point that I want to make here is that India can really leapfrog on this journey. India has the most number of data scientists and data engineers in the world. Right? Our education system, our workforce, the talent that we have is huge. Right? So India can leapfrog, and we can probably aspire to have the most number of WF sites in the world. We don't have to get inspired by the West here. We can be the inspiration for the world here, in my view. Right? So these are some of the sites which are the right-hand side, are the sites which have gotten certified in India. Tata Steel has 2. CEAT is a new entrant. I thought, is there anybody from CEAT here in this room? Okay, no. I thought I'll take that example because that's a very recent one and is also Gujarat. This is a little bit of a snapshot of the kind of impact that they achieved, right? And they've worked on it over a couple of years now. Right? This journey doesn't happen overnight. You have to really commit and transform and drive the organization towards it. So they've improved almost 20% improvement in their OEEs, right? So you've almost increased your volumes 20% without putting any capex or like some very small capex. They've reduced their scrap by about 40-50%, which again is extremely value accreting thing. Energy, right? Tire manufacturing is a very energy-intensive process. They've been able to reduce their carbon footprint by almost 25% through this journey, and many other impact across, productivity, quality, etc. Right? I'll just play a small video. Let's hear from them how they went about this journey and what their learnings were. If I can request you all to play the video.
CEAT's manufacturing facility in Halol, Gujarat has been designated
Can we
as
see
an
the video
advanced
also?
fourth industrial revolution lighthouse by the World Economic Forum.
If it's going to take time, it's okay. We can skip it. Okay, it's come. Perfect.
CEAT's manufacturing facility in Halol, Gujarat has been designated as an advanced fourth industrial revolution lighthouse by the World Economic Forum. This remarkable achievement makes CEAT the first tire company globally and also the first auto ancillary company in India to receive this recognition, propelling them into the esteemed global lighthouse network.
What does it mean for the business now?
Yeah, there are two aspects of it. One is the internal aspect of how it's good for the business, efficiencies, quality, cost, everything. And I think it's a very good brand to have to peg our communication on, especially in global market. Big results already coming in, but as I said, these are just the initial part. For example, water consumption has come down by over 30%. Energy consumption, which is a big thing for us, has come down by about 15%. Our wastages and scrap, which is a complete waste in terms of money also, doesn't create any value, has come down by about 40% plus, right? Cycle times, which Anand spoke about, were elongating. We have brought it down by 20%. So a lot of business benefits and a lot of good things for the people on the shop floor, on the ease of working, right? People are much happier for that, and they're contributing in a big way to the success of the plant.
Welcome to the fascinating world of CEAT at their Halol plant in Gujarat, where innovation and efficiency converge.
We started our journey of smart factory in 2012, okay, and it started with the implementation of barcode and the manufacturing execution system, what we call as MES. So that time our purpose was to implement mistake proofing as well as implement traceability for the tire. So initially 3-4 years, all our use cases were point solutions and with no scalable options. The accelerated development deployment of 4IR use case started 2.5-3 years back, and this has been starting point of our lighthouse journey or the big digital transformation.
So like you heard, right? This is not just some fancy technology, right? what the CEO talked about, right? This is real business impact, right, which these kind of transformations drive. And it takes time, right? It doesn't happen overnight. It takes years, right? They've been at it, I think they spent almost 2 years in a very structured way, but the journey started long before the 2 years, right? If we can go back to the presentation, please. Right, so that's the See It story, right? And overall, I mean, they've become the lowest conversion cost plant in the world, right? I'll take quickly one or two more examples, right? And these are some sort of very, commonly used unit operations in most plants, right? Boilers, many of the plants sort of uses, right? Especially if you're doing your own energy. This is one example on how you can use analytics to really improve boiler efficiency. Typically, there's no real-time monitoring of efficiency that you will do. There'll be some maintenance which will happen once in a while, right? This is an example which again got implemented actually in a plant in Bharuch itself, yeah, where the data scientists studied 30,000 data points, and built, what you see in the middle, right? This is called SHAP plot. This is the first output which comes when you're building an advanced analytics model to say on a real time, right? What are the parameters which are impacting my boiler efficiency, and how do I set my set points, taking multiple variations into account so that I'm operating at the best efficiency, right? Typically, there would be a variation in the efficiency of the boiler, whenever you're operating, depending on, what the temperature conditions are, the furnace temperature, the H2 flow, and so on and so forth, right? So this is an example, and this does not take like years to build this, right? Like something like this, if you're storing the data properly, it's probably a couple of weeks of effort by a data scientist to build this, and then the trials happen, and then the final model happens. Again, another example, maintenance, right? Maintenance typically is a very, very experience-oriented function, right? I mean, you're always sort of relying on that one guy who has a lot of years of experience to really find the root cause of your critical equipment breakdown. A lot of Gen AI solutions are now really simplifying maintenance as a function, so you can almost sort of, put in all of your OEM manuals, maintenance log, service history, live operations data, and almost build like a ChatGPT equivalent for maintenance functions. So maintenance engineer can ask, like if there's a breakdown, what may have happened in the last 4 weeks which would have caused this breakdown, right? What are the likely fixes, right? And once you identify a fix, where am I going to find the likely replacement equipment, right? So use of Gen AI and maintenance has started to almost reduce the troubleshoot time by almost like 70%, right, in the companies which have adopted this. So these are a few examples. I know we're also short on time, so I'll just take 2 minutes, right, and I'll talk about what does this journey look like? And going back to the first question that I asked in the room, how do I scale, right? What drives successful transformation? Given not many organizations still believe that they have been able to reap the entire benefit out of AI. So we did this, after doing a lot of transformations using digital analytics, we also sort of wrote a book about it as McKinsey. And this is a 6-part framework, right? You have to start with business problem first. Don't start technology forward. Oh, this is this cool technology which has come, which I want to try. No. Start with what is your business problem? What are the operating metric that you want to solve, right? And what is the aspiration, hence in terms of real EBITDA number, rupee crore number that you want to drive towards? Because unless it's just driven by business impact, it's going to be a science project, right? Then there are 4 sets of capabilities, and we'll discuss this more in the discussion slot as well. Talent, operating model, technology, and data. How are you storing your data? What's your technology architecture? How are you reskilling your people to really drive this transformation? But last but not the least, right, adoption and scaling, right, which is how do you really drive adoption at the shop floor, right? How do you make the operators understand what this is, how this is helping them, right? That's when the real magic happens. Happy to go more into the details of this in the discussion time, but I would pause here, and thank you so much. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Bimal Puri to come and speak. I would also like to introduce him before calling him here. So Mr. Bimal Puri is a Senior Vice President and Chief Information Officer at SRF Limited. He's a renowned expert in leveraging technology to drive organization growth and innovation. He's also received Chairman Award for out-of-box thinking. That's really wonderful, Mr. Puri.
He has over 3 decades of experience working with Japanese Fortune 300 MNCs, Indian MNCs, multiple diverse industries including automobile, technical, textiles, chemicals. He has excelled in navigating complex business landscapes and spearheading impactful digital and plant automation initiatives, establishing himself as a leading figure in the industry forums and IT technology circles. So over to you, Mr. Puri.
Still good morning, everyone. Thank you, Nitika, for the introduction and setting the context. So I was happy to see the C8 journey of the lighthouse because I can relate to it because I was part of that journey. Because as SRF as a supplier to C8, and we were the first supplier who has integrated our digital data with their digital data directly. It's through entire EDI. So that I also visited the same plant, Halol, and we have seen this journey going forward, how it moved. So it was wonderful to see this journey there. So I'm going to set up a context in a little different way. Like we all, Dr. Montek Singh also talked about yesterday about AI, but my perspective is that how I link it to the business. So as a country, we have a vision to reach to a certain level, say the third largest economy. So question is that can we do it with the current state? Or we have to take a new orbit to reach to that state? So that's a dilemma which we need to cross. So I'll just share the context how we can move forward in this journey. So I just want to share a mega trends which are coming in the industries that we have IoTs there, we have robotics which is coming, because not only digital twins or AI will work on the shop floor, because AI works at all level, be it video-based intelligent quality checking, we need an AI. We need to do a surveillance or a safety in the plant using video, so we need an AI. We need to do production using robots, we need an AI. Because automation is the key going forward, so AI is everywhere. So I just want to share a video which will talk about how a manufacturing will look like in 2030, because generation is also changing. So we should be ready for what level. So I request if we can play a video. This is an issue of synchronization. Audio is coming.
By 2030. In a new report, Tech in 2030, Global Data looks at the future of manufacturing and finds, in 2030, Industry 4.0 technologies will enable widespread digital factories and smart supply chains. Converged Industry 4.0 technologies will provide predictive and agile production with scalability and flexibility. The ability to respond quickly to or predict production changes will become essential to respond to the global macro outlook, energy consumption, and complex connected supply chains. The metaverse will be a $600 billion+ opportunity by 2030. Enterprises in the manufacturing sector will invest in metaverse-enabling technologies like digital twins, augmented reality, and virtual reality. Automakers such as Bentley and BMW are already using NVIDIA's Omniverse to create digital twins of their vehicle manufacturing facilities. Boeing is reportedly working with Microsoft to use the metaverse to design aircraft, improve aircraft engineering, and prevent manufacturing issues. Tech will drive environmental, social, and governance improvements in 2030, but it will also create challenges. Technologies like 3D and 4D printing and synthetic biology will drive reshoring, shortening supply chains. However, Industry 4.0 technologies use and produce a huge amount of data, which are stored and processed in data centers. Data centers use a lot of energy and produce heat and emissions, contributing to climate change. In 2030, the world and its people won't be the same.
So I will show the next video. If these technologies are there on the shop floor, which are all AI enabled, how my shop floor organization will look like. Because my shop floor organization skill set has to be, so maybe if we just execute the feature of work, 2030 video. So just focus on the skill set. What kind of a skill set we will be requiring if we move forward.
The world will look very different by 2030. In a new report, Tech in 2030, Global Data looks at the future of work and finds disruptive technologies and social movements will transform the future of work. By 2030, the 4-day work week will be widespread but not ubiquitous. Calls for a 4-day work week have strengthened in the last 2 years. This shift will be led by companies rather than governments as they compete for talent. Automation will support but not displace jobs. Artificial intelligence and robotics are the technologies that will drive automation. The trend is clear. In the next few years, even the most senior roles will employ technological augmentation. By 2030, few jobs will have been fully displaced by technology, but a new class of jobs will have emerged, those required to manage and oversee automation technology. Potential job titles include robot handler or AI director. Offices will move into the metaverse. AR, VR, digital twins, AI, 5G, collaboration tools, and wearable tech will drive the shift. Metaverse workspaces will allow socialization with colleagues, project collaboration, and gamified learning activities while working from home. In 2030, the world and its people won't be the same.
So if we see these two videos, if we want to get into a global competition and wanted to be at a level where we are aspiring to be, so we need to change our factories, our plants into a different level. It may need investment, it'll take some time, but end of the day, if we want to reach there, we have to be there. Like people talked about China yesterday a lot and US. So why they are there? Because of these things. People who have visited China have seen their plants. So you'll find most of the plants are automatic. That's why they are able to scale up and deliver to the global market. So, I mean, this is one is on the people side or a skill side or a technology side. But I want to make a point here is that AI is there in all these tools and technologies. So they are all AI enabled tools. So when we come back to a topic that what is smart manufacturing. So smart manufacturing, if you see, we talk about intelligent plant so that people are empowered to do their job and take their decisions at their level rather than referring somebody as a consultant and go back and take decisions. They should be efficient, they should be responsive to all the scenarios, and the entire decision making is data driven. So to optimize this, the entire process or the production, you need to have a smart tools where you will have underlying layer of IoT or big data, or all technical terms, and AI as a tool. So we need to take that journey because AI is already there. Like few months back when I was interacting with Mr. Satya Nadella, so Microsoft has started deploying agents in India. So we have done some tie with Microsoft, and we are implementing a lot of agents into our organization, for not only in manufacturing, also in non-manufacturing, because where you do a high level of decision making in terms of business intelligence. So if we see the elements, what we have is that, what are the elements of smart manufacturing? If we see technically, we need to have a digital twins in place. We need to have web-based HMI diagnostics, open connectivity, because cybersecurity is another important subject which we need to take care while designing our networks and our enterprise architecture. IoT for brownfield and greenfield projects, edge architecture, predictive maintenance, and the mass customization, because there is a very important thing which we need to see, like whatever we talk about the generic models we have on AI today are all based on LLMs. So like I was just interacting with one of the largest company who is into pharma, based out in US, and they have already started creating 40 agents. 40 agents means that they are looking for an alternative agent for a CEO also. Do we need a CEO? Can we create the skill set in the agent, and then the works happens at that level? So they're investing in 40 agents. Another important area they're investing is on the R&D. So instead of large language models, they are investing heavily on small language model, that is, we call it as SLM, where the domain expertise plays a larger role. And can we do a molecule design faster than, so if world is moving towards those direction, so we also have to move as a country to that direction. If we don't do, maybe those countries who are consuming our services in any form will create using it AI, and then as a country in many ways we will become irrelevant. So that is also a threat side of it which we need to keep. So we have to catch up using such thing. So benefits, I think there was a question coming that what are the benefits we can derive out of implementing AI in the smart manufacturing if we see. So I'll share some live example of this, what we did it in SRF. So we can improve efficiencies, there's no doubt about it. Safety and compliance will be far better because AI and IoT is going to play a big role in the ESG journey also. So there are a lot of things happening in this space. Competitive advantage definitely is there. Data-driven decision making, it's given. Customization, personalization, because like yesterday people talk about Punjabi English and Gujarati English when Dr. Montek was mentioning. So there are already models which are there multilingual. So it's working at a country level through Bhashini, and then further we are integrating those technologies with other tools and technologies. So that journey is on. So enhance product quality, definitely. Like if you use AI or you do automatic production automation, so quality will definitely go up. And supply chain optimization is another important area which we need to focus, because the kind of disruptions we are having in the supply chain is very, very important to be noticed, and how we are going to be only focusing on anomalies. So like, though I have not covered, in a supply chain, we have created a supply chain control tower for our supply chain team. So at every level, they just come that look at the probable anomalies and just take action on it, rather than scanning all data analytics and trying to take action. So efficiency has gone up and the productivity has improved a lot. Then definitely cost reduction, because that is only thing we have, because to maximize the profit, price is in the hand of competition, and then the market is in the hand of the market itself, the volumes are in the hand of market. So only thing in our hand is the cost. So that is what we can do it, especially in the manufacturing. So the area which, where we can use Gen AI, as Nitika also mentioned, is it's a very good journey which organization have started taking. And like we are using the Gen AI models for our MIs using Microsoft tools, and we are building Gen AI models on our digital twin now, so that, like as she has given an example on getting into maintenance and trying to find answers there and then by just typing your questions. So that those models are getting generated. So if we see machine and automation and optimization is the area which I feel that gets the least priority in any organization. So we must prioritize this as an agenda, and then rest of the things will fall in line. So if we see challenges, what we face, I think you all might be facing certain challenges when you're implementing these tools and technologies that hard to replace because you will find old DCS system, no support available. So that is another challenge which you will face. Then, as I explained, cyber attacks is another area which we need to focus. We have to have a strong OT security strategy in place while doing these projects. Then overloaded IT, so we need to have a proper structures in place. Change management is critical. Then lack of visibility is from a perspective basically that you need to have systems in place to even run these system and processes while implementation, because sometimes we just focus only on operation or execution side of it. Then interoperability, diverse IT landscape we have. But the important aspect here is that what is the feature of AI in manufacturing looking at the current? So we need to have an AI-powered supply chain. We need to have an AI-driven sustainability projects around. We need to have an edge and AI for real-time insights and AI for the human augmentation. So these are the key drivers or say agendas we need to immediately drive forward in our organization. So let me take a journey at SRF. What we did is that we started this journey a couple of years back where we didn't only talk about AI or a digital data-driven analytics. We talked about end-to-end digitalization, because many a times we miss end-to-end. Then when it comes to getting a final result, we miss certain aspects. So we have created digital twin in the plants. We did entire digitalization. Logbooks are no more neither manually captured, neither data entered using a tablet. They are all coming from the machines directly, the data is coming. So workflow automation is there. Like for example, give you an example, if there is a breakdown, so machine gives a signal. So whom to allocate a work? So that happens on its own, because there is an entire skill matrix which is mapped into the digital twin. So it happens and it goes as an alert, as a mail to the person, and then the feedback comes back and he attend that. Then the next stage is on the process analytics. We did process analysis, we did production analytics, we did quality, all IM, HR, CP, everything is being done real time. Breakdown analytics is there. Vibration, like we have a lot of rotary equipments which are there, so you need a dedicated attention to it. So the entire vibration analysis is running in a predictive mode there. And then we have started working last year very heavily on anomaly detection, quality deviations, utility consumptions, and process parameter at the predictive level. So I should get what can be a predictive outcome of whatever data is driving inside. So I just wanted to share, like we did entire digital process standard documentation, what Nitika just mentioned about it, that now all my data sheets, everything is there in my repository. So people don't see the other side of it. It's a very important succession planning tool. When a key person leaves in the process or disappears, so the entire information goes away. So it is there. Another advantage is that why a person who joins need 10 years to learn everything. If everything is analytical driven, everything is data driven, a 2 years guy can work at a level of a 10 years experienced person. So it is important to onboard the new generation faster so that our productivity goes up. So this is another aspect generally we work on. So like I just take an example, you see the real trend on moisture for a particular process. So you get all the data here. Now let us come to the AI, the predicted part of it. So you see this example, this I have taken in for a different process here, polymerization, where there is a 80% plus accuracy of the model. Okay, now important is not what I am predicting. What I'm doing with this is more important because that will give me the ROI of what I do. So the question here is that what is the impact? So lecture moisture percentage is variation. So if it is varying, that model used, it's a technical stuff. I've just captured that what are models we use to predict. Then what are the problem action? So if prediction of moisture is high or low, DM water flow to be optimized accordingly. So that means there is a clear action which is coming to be taken in advance rather than in a reactive mode. So people have actually reduced the DM water consumption and improvement in polymer quality. So this straightway result into the numbers that we save. So the ROI comes very faster in these areas. So there is another model where we talked about reduction in steam consumption. So when we do, we have a pretty high accuracy level of this model. And I mean, you see the probable action. So you need to create a map so that you lead to a result, which is a business benefit of doing it. So ROIs are pretty high and faster. So I think I've just coupled, because of the paucity of time, I've given you a glimpse, but yes, it is important for every organization to take this journey forward. And don't shy away from this journey and one important message I just want to give is that don't ask ROI immediately. ROI is there. And the idea of this project is not to know the unknowns. The idea of these projects is to know the unknowns. So what you know, you already know. So you need not to spend on technology to know again. So these technologies helps in knowing the unknowns. And we are very confident about these technologies because in SRF we have been into this journey from past 10 years. And we know what are the benefits of it. And trust me, the ROI is within 6 months. So don't shy away from this and focus on automation and AI heavily in all areas, be it video, be it, and Lighthouse, what Nitika said is the way forward. We'll get acknowledged. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Bimal. That was a very insightful presentation. And thank you for also sharing the journey that you've had at SRF. I would now like to invite Mr. Abhijit Tambat. He's the head of chemicals, glass, and solar energy vertical for Siemens Limited. He's responsible for the process automation business in this vertical, which includes a wide range of product system solutions for industrial communication, process automation, and digitization. He's also a strong advocate of innovation, digital, and how do you use that to drive a larger goal of safety, security, sustainability in the manufacturing sector. So with this, over to you, Mr. Abhijit.
Am I audible? So good afternoon to the esteemed audience, and I'm very, very happy to be here in this August session. And this I consider as a very, very important session. I think this is one of the few technical sessions that we are having in this particular forum. And it is focusing on usage of technology for scaling up the manufacturing and making the manufacturing smart. The topic itself, if you read the topic carefully, it says reaping the benefits of AI for smart manufacturing. So there are a lot of assumptions in the topic title itself, yeah? So it says reaping the benefits, which essentially means that it is assumed that the technology is established and we are able to make the use of technology. Let's see whether these assumptions are right. I have also added digitalization to this particular title. If you look at artificial intelligence and digitalization, I think there is a thin line between both of them, but they are also going together. They are also, let's say, better? Thank you. They are also, let's say, two sides of the same coin. So let's see what we can make out of it. If you look at the mega trends which are affecting the industry and all of us which are sitting here today, digitalization is impacting, or the availability of the data is impacting the manufacturing landscape to a large extent. We are already transitioning from Industry 3.0 to Industry 4.0. What it essentially means as far as availability of the data is concerned, if you look at the systems, the way they were structured in Industry 3.0, the data available was limited. The data could flow only either horizontally in a layer or only vertically in a layer, yeah? So that prevented usage of the data to a large extent. If we look at Industry 4.0, today we have systems which are not necessarily layered. Today we have systems which are generating a lot of data, and one could imagine those systems as a mesh, yeah? They are interconnected to each other, which essentially means you are able to access the data across the systems independent of the layers, yeah? So this is a very, very important aspect as far as usage of digitalization and artificial intelligence is concerned. Sustainability is one of the important aspects, and there are two sides. We can make the data work for sustainability, but data also makes us work more for sustainability. We saw in the previous presentations, when you have large data, you also have data centers. Data centers consume a lot of power. They are also not good for environment. So we have to look at it in a very, very cautious manner. Skills, again, two sides of two stories, yeah? On one side, the AI and digitalization will make the situation in a manner that you will need lesser skills to operate. But then you also need higher skills to make use or to implement those applications. So these are, again, two sides. Yesterday, I think in one of the presentations, someone made a very, very important statement. Today, we are not looking at qualification. Today, we are looking at skills, yeah? You might have different qualification, but you need to have the right skill for that job. So qualification really does not matter in today's situation. I think the lesser I speak about geopolitical situation, the better. A lot of things have already been spoken about. The way it is impacting manufacturing scenario today, we need to be extremely flexible as far as the manufacturing, let's say, operation is concerned. We need to be flexible about our capacity. We need to be flexible as far as the usage of raw materials is concerned. And we need to be very open to substitute them from different sources and so on and so forth because of the changing geopolitical situations. So how does technology come into picture, and in what way technology can help make things better? If one has to imagine a situation, or if one has to aim what we would like to achieve with the help of technology, and when I say technology, generally I'm meaning here digitalization and artificial intelligence, yeah? So the ultimate aim one can imagine is to have autonomous operation, yeah? Ultimately, we need to look at how are we able to achieve autonomous operation, which will help us to counterbalance all the challenges that we have. Autonomous operation, I think the word itself doesn't require much of an explanation, but just once again to highlight a couple of points. Essentially here the thought process is the logistics as well as production should run more or less independently without human intervention, or as much as less human intervention. So this is all the autonomous operation means, and our objective should be to make use of the technology so that we are able to reach autonomous operation via digital transformation. So if one looks at the manufacturing landscape, which important aspects the autonomous operation should focus on. Yeah, there are some key aspects. Of course, the logistics, the production, compliance to the regulation, maintenance, process optimization. These are the aspects of manufacturing. These one needs to focus on to reach towards the goal of autonomous operation. Automation is the basis, it's a necessity, it's the foundation. Digitalization comes on top of that. And finally, when you put AI on top of automation and digitalization, that should lead to the autonomous operation. Because finally, digitalization is nothing but application of digital technologies, whereas AI is putting, let's say, the predictive and cognitive skills into those digital applications, which will really make the automation or the operation autonomous. There are various applications already existing today. I mean, if this session was 3 years ago, we could have spoken about different applications of AI, and we could have really debated whether that is really possible. Today, that's not the case. Today, I think all of us know in which areas AI can be applied. The applications are already proven. I would still like to go through some of those examples which are done globally, maybe also in India. We saw in the presentation of Mr. Bimal Puri, I think many of them are already being done in India as well. But let's have a look at a couple of typical applications of digitalization and AI. Yeah? If we talk about chemical industry, and within that, let's say the fine and specialty chemical industry, it is a purely batch-driven process. So obviously, when you implement automation, it is mandatory for you to have the batch automation also. That's a very basic thing. That is given. Yeah? Nobody is talking about that now, or nobody is even debating whether you need an automation or whether you need batch and so on and so forth. I think the level beyond that is integrating that batch operation into the logistics by implementing MES systems, by integrating it with ERP. That I would call, we would have done digitalization. If you want to again have artificial intelligence on top of that, one could then analyze, let's say, the batch performance over multiple batches, using batch analytical tools, compare those batches, find out a golden batch, find out the root causes, using analytical tool why a particular operation gets delayed and so on and so forth. So if one applies the intelligence on top of that, then that would be AI on top of that. So AI and digitalization, I think batch processes is a very, very typical application for that. Digital twin. I think we heard that word a few times in the earlier presentations also, and we have been hearing this word for quite some time now. Digital twin essentially means creating a digital image, or let's say transforming the data or making it available in a digital form for specific usage. Yeah? So let's say if you talk about process, one of the process operations, you can have a process digital twin. Or you can imagine that the entire manufacturing process itself, you can create a digital twin. This would be digitalization. But again, when you are able to make that digital twin respond to the changes in the process and drive it towards optimization, that would be the application of AI for digital twin. So you can have digital twin for process, you can have digital twin for assets and so on and so forth. So again, digital twins is a very, very typical application for digitalization as well as artificial intelligence, and there are umpteen number of examples. This is just the one which I am showing on the screen. Usage of AI for predictive maintenance, I think this is again a very, very routine and a very good application example for AI. So for this particular case which you see, this was done in one of the refineries in China, Sinopec, where it was seen that a large compressor suddenly fails. There is a pressure drop at the output, and then it suddenly stops working. So AI was put to use, the data was gathered, it was analyzed, and a model was created. The model could predict at least a day or two in advance that the situations are leading towards failure. And then the corrective actions could be taken so that the compressor shutdown was avoided. Yeah? So these are also real life examples of AI where it is proven beyond doubt the way AI can be used for predictive maintenance. We heard about cybersecurity. Yeah? I mean, I saw a very wonderful statement in one of the gyms if you don't want to pay for wellness, then try illness. With so much of digitalization, so much of automation, and with data, privacy as well as security both being very, very important for all the organizations, it is essential that we have cyber security in place at the IT level as well as at the OT level. Then only we will be able to kind of secure the digital transformation that we are doing. Now, having seen those examples, are we still there? Are we still ready? Are we talking about a complete digital transformation? What the reality is. Nitika also conducted a survey when we started this session. I think this is more or less a reflection of that. Let's say 40% of us think that the AI is not yet ready for industry. I think it is not a bad percentage. I mean, the other way, 60% think that it is ready for industry, yeah? But are we really able to apply the same? Because let's say the skills which are really required to apply AI for the industrial applications, I think there seems to be a huge gap. And maybe as a combination of these two and even other factors, I think the success rate is only 16%. That means, let's say only 16% feel that it has been able to live up to the expectations. It has been able to live up to the hype that has been created. Yeah. So, sorry. I think the source is written. It is not India. It seems to be a global survey, but the source is written. So, where do we lack? I mean, we have the technology, we have the data, we have the applications which are proven. So, what's the point? I mean, why we are not able to scale up? Or what we should be doing if we really want to scale up? I think it is very, very essential for us to follow a very, very systematic approach. We cannot look at only sample applications for AI and digitalization. We need to extensively study where do we stand today. We need to have the analysis of our current situation, where do we stand in terms of data maturity, in terms of cyber security, in terms of automation, in terms of integrating the data together. Maturity assessment is a very, very important step in that particular direction. Yeah? So there are professional consultants available. Manufacturers themselves are very, very experienced with their own operation, but they can join hands with such consultancies. I think maturity assessment of the current situation is the most important step. Now, once you have done the maturity assessment, obviously you would like to move towards autonomous operation, yeah? But then you need to define your goal first. You need to define your goal. Maybe AI can be applied in various aspects, but you need to focus on your key business drivers, right? For example, quality could be your topmost business driver, or sustainability could be your topmost business driver, or continuous operation could be your topmost business driver. So you need to focus on the key business drivers that you have, and then chalk out the roadmap that you would like to take for implementation of digitalization and AI, essentially your digital transformation. And then, of course, you need to create the actions, you need to implement that roadmap very, very systematically. So one cannot really look at the digital transformation from a single point of view or in bits and pieces. It has to be looked at very, very holistically in view of your key business performance parameters. Yeah? So if we want to achieve autonomous operation, I think this is a very, very significant statement by one of the experts, industry experts from BASF. The path to fully automated system requires foresight and commitment from decision makers. I think these are very, very important statements. Foresight and commitment from decision makers. As long as this is there, the results would be seen. So the most important part is you need to have a purposeful and coordinated implementation of technology if you want to achieve autonomous operation. So purposeful, it has to serve the purpose of your business. It has to be in line with your business goals, and coordinated means it has to be synchronized at all levels. So essentially, if you really want to make use of the technology, then we need to have purposeful and coordinated uses of the technology. The technology is there. Yeah. So with this, I would like to, let's say, end my presentation. Thank you for your attention, and I'm there to help you out with the answer. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Abhijit. That was a really wonderful and insightful presentation. And thank you for sharing so many inspiring stories across different organizations in your presentation as well. With this, now I would like to invite Mr. Ankur Pancholi. He's a business manager, software and control at Rockwell Automation, a dynamic leader with over 25 years in automation and manufacturing. He specializes in chemicals, pharmaceuticals, discrete and process automation. He's very passionate about technology for profitability, with a lot of work dedicated towards driving innovation and business growth in dynamic environment. So over to you, Mr. Ankur.
So I would like to thank the esteemed panelists who have set up the context on how AI and other technology are shaping the future of manufacturing. So let me ask you a question. What happens if the smartest worker in your factory floor is no more a human? And that's not a science fiction. That's something which is, I think we've seen in a lot of presentation and discussion today, that exists today, right now, right here. And when I say it's not a science fiction, it is the technology which is lively running in your plant, and those technology doesn't have any desire, they doesn't have any ego, they doesn't have any expectation. They perform and act with precision, with endurance, and with efficiency. However, there is some twist. The twist is that those technology doesn't make choices, they doesn't have any feeling. They reflect the code, the data, and the intent what we have, right? So while we discuss AI into manufacturing, it is important that we also discuss about what we want AI to do for us, right? Because in this new industrial age, wisdom and domain expertise still create more impact than any intelligence, right? With this, I like to take it forward. It looks like it's not, animation is not going on. Yeah, it's full of animation. Animation and videos are there, sir. No, not PDF, it was PPT. Yeah, I guess it's not working. Sorry? Oh, then whole thing will go off. I don't have any text. Everything is on animation. Yeah, I do have. No, it was a presentation only. If you have it, or I can continue this. Yeah. So, by the time we fix. Yeah. Sorry? Yeah. You want more another thing? Okay, I can. Okay, so let it be. So,
if you want, Ankur, we can take a few questions from the audience in the meanwhile, if you really want to.
presentation is ready. Maybe you can start with the question and then let's 2 minutes we can
Yeah, we
wait.
can maybe wait 1 or 2
Yeah,
minutes.
sure, sure.
So I think while the presentation for Mr. Ankur is getting fixed, if the audience has any questions, we can take one or two. I see one hand here and one over there.
Yeah, hi, good morning. So my question is, recently there was an Air India accident, so it's similar to AI. So, and now after this accident, there's a string of accusations that this may be the reason of this accident, that Boeing was using the downgraded parts in manufacturing this just to save their overall amount of manufacturing. So can we, like in medical world, we can predict illness or any kind of thing as per the genetics. So I think AI is also working on it, and it's we are in the advanced stage. So is it possible in this industrial scenario that we can predict the machine operations or this performance based on its raw material? Likewise in this part, so we can prevent such kind of accidents or incidents in future. Thank you.
Great question, and I think Abhijit's presentation also touched upon on this, right? I think I'll just take a quick, and then if all of you want to add, right? I think prediction, right, gets used in many ways in manufacturing, right? And one of them is what you're saying, right, which is predicting failure of equipments before the failure actually happens, right? Is one of the use cases. I think the journey again depends on like what are the data which are available, right, for this kind of a prediction to happen, and you need long enough history that this kind of failure has also hopefully happened in the past, right? But I think that's one of the use cases which is getting very popular, which is predicting failures, predicting, you know, events, predicting safety events, for example, right? I don't know, Abhijit or Bimal, if you want to add something.
So I think the Air India incident was a very, very tragic incident, and I would like to keep that aside, but I take the essence of your question. I would divide your question in three parts. One, I mean, your question was based on the quality, whether the failure can be predicted, yeah? So analytics is a very, very proven technology in case of maintenance as well as in case of quality inspection, yeah? So first part is, obviously, AI can be used to assess the quality or the quality correctness when the manufacturing takes place of those components, for sure. I also presented a use case where, let's say, based on the overall behavior, whether we can predict the failure, yeah? The failure of the compressor, again, was based on analytics of the overall behavior. The third part, based on the quality of the components used, whether the failure can be predicted. That would be the digital twin, right? So that would then be the creating the digital twin of the overall environment or overall machine based on the components that have gone in, and then predicting the failure or behavior. So I think technology can help on all these three aspects.
I am B.D. Dalwadi. I just want to answer one to his thing, is that, like as he mentioned, like when we are doing digital twin, so when I talked about end-to-end, that means that only, because it takes care of the raw material also in the process, and it can predict the quality of the product, not only the failures of machine, you know, because it impacts. So now people are also using not only just a raw material as such when it goes, but you have certain physical appearances also which can predict. So it will be a combination of video as well as the parameters which has gone into while processing that raw material. So all those things can be part of the AI model, and it can predict that.
I am B.D. Dalwadi. Whatever the presentations Puri and maybe Mr. Puri and Vijit has given, all the data for this majority of these engineering companies, you have given the data, whatever the presentation you have given. But my colleagues present over here are from chemical engineering, and majority of this are having batch processes. So whatever the success or you have mentioned, that is for the automation, whatever the successful results you have got, that is automation. But AI, artificial intelligence, has to take the decision. So during the process, what is the successability of this decision taken, because majority, the decision taken is more important in process. Otherwise, it will be unsafe, or the quality, whatever the quality you are saying, the quality will fail. So decision making, artificial intelligence and automation both are different. Automation, majority of the having the automation, that the result they may have getting. But artificial intelligence is used for the taking the decision. So what is the successibility of the decision making in the process of these batch processes? That's what I'm asking you. Thank you.
Yeah, I just, a very good question. It is getting recorded somewhere.
putting Edge AI on top of it, which runs very close to those devices without any latency, without dependency of cloud or any other network. And it gives you a lot of analytics at the edge level, which user or operator can take action at that time, at that itself, without waiting any report to come at the end of a day or looking at another dashboard and articulate and interpret his own way. It gives them direct action, what correction has to be done, right? And then when you combine those with GPT-powered maintenance management solution, it gives you a different, it's open up different kind of applications for you and advantage for you. So look at some of the insight what we had opened up by combining the asset optimization, Edge AI, as well as GPT at the maintenance management level. You will transform your maintenance system like anything. Right? You can get insight on your work order, insight on your forecast, on your risk predictor, everything. Right? This is a simple example that you use the chatbot kind of generative AI, put your questions, put your detail, it will give you that if you keep on running your machine like this, after 6 months it is going to give a maintenance kind of problem, you can schedule the maintenance right away. Or you can forecast the orders, right? Forecast the parts if there is something which is going to fail in some point of time. Right? So this is how it moves. And finally, on software-defined automation, I'm sure many of you have heard about this. This is not only a soft control system. This is something which the industry is changing, and it's not only specific to one. Everyone is moving towards software-defined automation. The reason is today you are tied up with your control system with specific application. If you want to do high-speed application, you are tied up with the motion. You want to do batch, you are tied up with the batch application. And when you are designing your autonomous operation plan, you will have a lot of other complexity to handle, and you still worry about how my automation system will perform, because automation system is the key to run all of those autonomous operations. So to simplify this and to get more out of the current technology available, you will have a flexibility to choose what kind of system, what kind of control you want to run on your control platform. So you can choose your own number of cores of your controller. You can define where you want to run your controller, whether on your panel, in cloud, on your edge, on your data server, wherever you want. Right? You can collaborate multiple controller all together using all of your simplistic solutions available with us. Not only controller, you will have a flexibility to select the type of I/O you want to configure. AI can become DI, DI can become AO, AO can become DO. That's the flexibility you will have. You will not worry about what operating system I need to buy to run particular operator workstation. You will have an option to select any operating system based on your choice. And the operator workstation or engineering workstation will keep on running on your Linux, Windows, or hypervisor anywhere you want. Right? And similar with the network, right? So this is how the complete automation system is transforming when we want to move to the autonomous operation. So finally, this is the traditional way of you are looking at your automation system, where your devices, your control system, and your data and visualization lies on the server. While if you are moving towards the next generation of plant operation, the system will get changed. Your compute will come more closer to your controller. So wherever you are looking at AI, which need to give a performance like onto the PID loop, it will come closer. Your universal applications will move far to the cloud, where you can utilize at multiple plant, multiple site, and multiple location. Right? So this is how the complete automation system as well as your autonomous operation platform will transform. I'll take a question afterward. This is what I had to share. Thanks. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ankur. Thank you. That was a really insightful presentation again. Thank you, Ankur. Now with this, we've come towards the end of the session, but probably one last question from the audience, and I think that hand was up for a long time, so probably we'll take that one.
Thank you. I am Ashok Jadhav, Managing Director, Excellent Infrastructure. And this session was about smart manufacturing. I say not for smart manufacturing, just smart world, future smart world. And world is talking about Society 5.0. So we are talking about Society 5.0, if I'm not wrong. I have written a book about this all technology we are discussing. And my question to all panelists, already discussed that there is a gap between skill sets and transformation required. So can we use this platform as BDMA platform for making a smart world and technocrats, because इस hall में 2 यूनिवर्सिटी और कॉलेज के लोग अवेलेबल हैं, तो आपकी कंसेप्ट के हिसाब से अभी कभी आपने इस इंडस्ट्री एकेडमी कोलैबोरेशन के बारे में सोचा है क्या? मे बी नॉट फॉर यूज इन फ्यूचर, बट किसी इंडस्ट्री में तो काम में आएंगे ये बच्चे, बिकॉज यू गेट 4 years. Thank you.
This question probably is best sort of answered by the BDMA colleagues here. So I would park this question maybe to be answered in the lunch break. But any last question? I see Praveen's hand up. Okay, maybe we can take 2, but these 2, maybe both of you ask your questions and then we'll just collectively answer.
Thank you. So, sir and madam, my question is through this AI and digitalizations. In next 5 years or 10 years, are we going to optimize manpower or cut short manpower? And what will be the plan? What will be the action plan? Because we have 140 crores of people. So that point should be considered.
So, your question is valid, but I would say that if you look at what I started with, right, the wisdom and domain expertise are still relevant and will be relevant, whether it is today, tomorrow, or after 5 years, right? So I don't see any manpower is going to go away. If you recall, in the age of year of 90s, we were very new to Internet Explorer, correct? And we all are learning today, and it is now part of our life. Similar way, AI is going to be a part of our life, and it's not going to reduce anything. It's going to build the productivity. So all of the people what we have will have a relevant job, and a lot of things they will able to do. Maybe more, I would say they will able to more productively than rather than what we are doing today.
I just want to answer your question with a live example, what we experienced. When I did the first process automation in one of our plant, so there was a lot of apprehensions like this. So people said 60 people or 100 people will not be required to do that job. And trust me, after implementing that, we could extend our capacity from say 800 ton to 1800 ton. Instead of reducing 100 people, we have added 200 people. So because we need to get into a next scale if we want to take the country to the next level. So we need a lot of capacities. It will add jobs. Trust me, automation will add jobs.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, if we talk about Indian industry, still we believe that sometimes the organization feels that the fear of missing out. So the race to adopt the automation, to go for the digitization, maybe because of my peers industries are doing, so let me put my shoes on the same circle. So based on your experience, how is the maturity is now evolving? Should you get that that is the purpose of the organizations, they are coming with the right purpose, they are coming with the full preparations and the convention, or still you need to create that purpose, to you convince them to adopt the digitization or automations? How you rate the industry in last few months of the few year of the journey while moving towards the 5.0 and towards the digitization?
I'm happy to take that, but if you have any thoughts, Abhijit, you go first.
I think a very, very relevant question and thought which must be in everybody's mind. And we must accept that everybody is different. That means, let's say, all the organizations could be at a different level at this point of time. So therefore, the maturity assessment of our existing system or situation is very, very important. So we must first assess where we are. We could be different at a different level than our peer, than our competitor. But I think the journey must start based on our current assessment. So I would say that the situation is going to be different for everyone, and it must start with acceptance and a future goal in mind.
I think just adding to that, as McKinsey, we've been part of many transformations, and I lead our chemicals practice in India, and I've been working with many chemicals player around this belt, but also more broadly in India. I think the conviction has really increased, Praveen, to your question. I think the conviction of top management that this is not just some pilots, this is not an option. This is a real transformation, this is going to drive real business impact, right? I think that conviction has increased, but I think the maturity does vary, right? Some people are still in that zone that, let's see how it progresses, let's do a few pilots and then we will drive, and then we will see. I think some have gone really all in to say that this is the topmost priority for, me as a CEO, right? And unless this is the top, one of the top 3 priorities for the topmost leadership of the organization, I would say it's still okay, it will go somewhere, right? But the kind of story that you heard about See It, that won't happen. Yeah. I think we're really running out of time. So if it is okay, we will take more questions, I think, in the lunch break. There's a lot.
Yeah. See, Bharuch district is full of, MSME industries. You find most of them, quite a few, MSME industries are here in Bharuch, and all of them are in the chemical industry. Do you think the mindset generally is that, whether digitalization, AI can be implemented in MSME industries? Or do you think it takes, you have more time because the return on investment may not be there, for the MSME industries? So what is your, throw on this here?
So for MSMEs, one of the challenge what we have is the investment, first investment, which is the infrastructure and the people who can drive this, right? So there are solutions available which can be deployed through cloud. And if they are open for cloud, there are a lot of solutions available where they don't need initial investment, a large investment which large industries can do, like in terms of data servers and people and all of those things, right? So they can start with that, which can give them I would say 90-95% of their achievement will be, goals can be achieved through that. And once they find their solution, right, using for them, they can continue with those subscriptions. So it's a kind of a subscription, so they don't have to pay much at the one end as well. And if they don't like, they can move to the other platform as they want, right? So that's where they can go. Yeah. Come down, yeah.
So with this, I think we are coming to a close of this session. Thank you so much. This is a really interactive and interesting discussion. And thank you to all the esteemed panel members for sharing, for bringing a lot of rich stories from their work, right, to this forum. I hope you all took away something which will help you drive and scale the digital-led transformations in your respective organization. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. To felicitate her, I would like to request Mr. Jayanti Parmar, Vice President of HR DCM Shriram, to present a memento and book. Now I invite Mr. Sanjeev Verma to please present memento and books to all our guest speakers here. Mr. Bimal Puri. Let's give him a huge round of applause. Now to Mr. Abhijit Tambat. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for your insightful words. And to Mr. Ankur Pancholi. We are all aware of how integral AI has become, but today we learned with examples how to implement AI technology for business efficiency. Thank you for your stories today. We may conclude the session.
So it was a wonderful presentation, and thank you very much, this chairman who conducted, and so ultimately this is one achieving operational excellence through operational discipline. This is a tagline for process safety management to prevent any kind of industrial disaster or incident. This is the core ultimately, and we can achieve operational discipline, operational excellence through compliance of all parameters, through predictive preventive maintenance, through AI. So this was one of the wonderful presentation. Thank you very much. A big round of applause. Sir.
We may now proceed for lunch and request you to please come back in 30 minutes as we are already running late. Thank you all.
Hello. I hope we all are refreshed for the post-lunch session. Now we move forward to our session 6, Startups that Redefine Industries, Lessons from the Best. As our country is already witnessing the startup wave, so here we move forward to our session. For the same, I would like to invite our session chair, Mr. Sanat Kumarji, our guest speakers, Mr. Mihir Joshi and Dr. Vivek Maddappa on the dais, please. Let's give a huge round of applause for all the speakers. Now I would like to invite our session coordinator, Amarjit Sahani sir, who is currently Honorable Secretary of BDMA and is a chemical engineer by profession. He is retired from GNFC, a state PSU SGM, in 2019. He served as Chairman, Institute of Chemical Engineers, Ankleshwar, during the chapter 2017-19. I request you to please introduce our session chair.
Thank you. खाना खाया सबने? झोंके आ रहे हैं क्या? थोड़े अलर्ट हो जाओ क्योंकि यहाँ पैसे कमाने की बात होने वाली है ना. How many of you are entrepreneurs? Oh, काफी good numbers. And how many of you are students? गुड गुड. स्टूडेंट्स के लिए तो बहुत ही अच्छा है. आजकल आईआईटी और आईएम पर 4000 years nobody worked. Everybody had business, you know. हमारा कंट्री एंटरप्राइज सेक्टर में ही था. So everybody was entrepreneur. Britishers told us to work for others. अभी वो स्टेज में से धीरे धीरे बाहर निकल रहे हम और इसलिए स्टार्टअप का सिग्निफिकेंस बहुत है. See, there are some good startups which succeed, there are some bad startups which don't succeed. Like, you know, in education industry, there is an investment of $225 billion right now. And two companies came almost together. One was Physics Wala and second was Byju's. Byju's failed miserably and Physics Wala is, succeeding like anything. What was the difference? I am not, purely qualified to give the difference, but if you see the quality of the product, focus on education and simplification, and focus on Byju's on marketing, salesmanship, aggressive marketing, So Byju's, although Mr. Byju's was more intelligent than Mr. Physics Wala, Byju's failed, We have the industry stalwart, Mr. Sanat Kumar sir with us. He is BTech from SV University Tirupati, and at present he is heading the operations and projects of GFL, Gujarat Fluorochemicals Limited. His experience of about 40 years in petrochemical and chemical industries, manufacturing projects, strategic planning and commissioning. His core competencies include implementation of various safety initiatives, optimizing engineering solutions, overall management of large petrochemical plants, extensive experience of greenfield projects. Before joining GFL, he was head of Haldia Petrochemical and Reliance Vadodara plant. He has been awarded Excellent Trainer Award by RIL. Presented many national and international papers on various esteemed journals. One was like Indian Polyfill Industry Opportunity and Technological Excellence. Another was Advance in Polymer Applications with focus on flexible packagings, Master of Polymer. I put to you the industry stalwart, Sanat Kumar sir.
So before you start, we would request Mr. Shahani to welcome our... Sorry.
Yeah, okay, good. Good afternoon to all of you. It's a post-lunch session. We are going to, but there are a lot of interesting topics ahead for us. First of all, thank you very much, Mr. Sani Saab, for the good introduction, and BDMA for giving me this opportunity and for this conference. I welcome all of you for this session on startups that redefine industries. I'm honored to be here moderating this session. Today, we're going to focus on critical sectors that touches every individual, yet often remains underserved and under-innovated. One is healthcare, one of them. And more specifically, we shine light on how technology and entrepreneurship and strategic investment are working together to solve some of India's most persistent healthcare. And he's also just conversing that into certain hospitality. He will explain more better. So I will keep it as a suspense, let him till he explains that subject. So we have one entrepreneur and an investment venture capitalist. Both of them are with us. So as you know, especially in the healthcare system, is undergoing a significant transformation from telemedicine to mental health platforms and AI-powered diagnostics and personalized wellness. I think there's a lot of potential for this to keep growing. Probably we hear more and understand from them. One of the areas which has been overlooked was the oral and healthcare. And we have Mr. Vivek Marappa, who is going to be speaking on that, who has been he's been a founder of a groundbreaking dental health startup that is using technology to modernize and democratize dental care across India. We are also joined by our first speaker, Mr. Mihir Joshi, a seasoned venture capitalist whose investment experience spans healthcare, fintech, agri-tech, and beyond that, and beyond. Mihir brings a unique cross-sector lens, helping us understand not just the how of investing in healthcare or any other field, but why and how capital, when deployed thoughtfully, can drive both innovation and inclusive growth. So I would go ahead with the introduction of Mr. Mihir Joshi, who is going to be our first speaker. Mihir Joshi is the Managing Director of GVFL Limited with 25 years of venture capital investment experience across diverse sectors. He holds a professional qualification, ICWA and CS, and has completed advanced management training at IIM Ahmedabad and venture capital training at IAPEI Hong Kong. He is one of the few venture capitalists in India to have navigated full fund life cycle multiple times, from fundraising to investment to successful exits, gaining deep expertise in venture investing. So he has not been just an Abhimanyu, he was the Arjun. Okay, he knew to come out of the Padma Vihus also. So over the course of his career, Mr. Joshi has invested 150 startups, successfully exiting from 80 investments. He has served on board for 30 plus companies, actively guiding them through strategic growth and scaling. His investment portfolio spans multiple sectors, including deep tech, SaaS, consumer travel tech, logitech, fund tech, ed tech, renewable energy, space, biotech, agri-tech, and medtech. I don't think any field is left out. Mr. Mihir is a chartered member of TIE and has been active member of various industry associations. I encourage all of you to fully engage, draw connections, and think broadly. And we have a saying, Dhairya Sahase Lakshmi. And that is how both Dhairya and Sahasa are different. One is coming from the mental ability, Dhairya. Sahasa is the valor, the ability to physical wealth. And for you all you know, his card has got Sahase Shri Pratibhasti. This is what his card says. So when I saw the card, it just struck to me that this is how the, right. I welcome Mr. Mihir to give us the address.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the introduction. Thank you very much, Bharuch District Management Association or office bearer, for organizing this great event. So very interesting topic. So let me congratulate the association for selecting this topic, startup lessons from the best. So I hope everybody in the whole is aware of what the startup is, right? Raise hands. So awareness of startup is always understood, but most of the time the problem is not with the awareness, the problem is with the perception, because the perception is something which keeps on changing. Yesterday only I was talking with some person that I need to take a topic on startup lessons from the best. Then he said कि उसमें क्या बोलने का, startup तो पैसा डुबाता है, ठीक है? So the point is sometimes we generalize so much. We forget what is the essence. So it is the lessons from the best. Startup for last few years, India has seen a great number of startup in last 6-7 years. So between 2015 and 2020, every year $15 to $20 billion came into India for investment, and 80% of their money were from the global sources. So many of the global investors kept coming, chasing Indian entrepreneurs for investing. And that is how the startup become a buzzword. Then we saw year 2021, not $20 billion, but $40 billion received in a single year. And we could see hundreds of unicorns in just a single year. 2021 was such a great year that many of the legacy businesses, real estate businesses, anybody who has made money from their legacy businesses, created a wealth, started investing in the startups. So, बहुत सारे लोग हमको भी मिल जाते हैं, कुछ स्टार्टअप को तो बताओ हमको इन्वेस्टमेंट करना है. And because it was like a bull market in startup. जो स्टॉक मार्केट में अच्छा बुल रन चलता रहता है तो everything you look and perceive is great, right? You perceive economy is great, the stock market is great, the people are great, everything is great. And the most important thing, there is illusionary belief that what you are doing is great. And that is how many of the investors, including us, started believing it, that India is a great bull run, and why can't we put more and more money into the startup? And as the story goes, because I have been running this venture capital investment for quite some time, I have seen number of cycles wherein out of 8 startups, 5 or 6 or 7 will fail. So maybe few will be there who will be a successful. And like there is a bull run, there will be a bear phase, there would be a funding winter, and many of the startups collapsed as well in between. So these were the learning. But as story goes, the perception is something which shapes the individual thinking, behavior, even if it is backed by inaccurate or incomplete information. Like for example, there is the air crash, which recently unfortunately happened. So we started building up the perception. Half of the people believe that the Boeing is a problem. Half of the people believe that the aircraft is, Airbus is, Indian Airlines is a problem. So the point is, we don't have a complete information, but we start forming the perception. And when we are loaded with the perception, most of the time, whether it's a positive perception or negative perception, our decision in understanding and approaching the concept is altogether different. So we will make it simple. We will keep what the learning from the best. And I will summarize because there are many things, but we will limit it to because there is a diverse audience available. So I will limit with very, very simple stuff. So the excellent what has happened to India is in last 10 years, there is a technology disruption. So high computing power, the internet, India is the lowest cost of the internet, and internet has penetrated every part of the India. So which has democratized everything. So now there is not a difference between educated person, uneducated person, because the education access is available to everybody. You don't need a fancy degree, you don't need a rich background, you don't need a distribution channel or anything. You have access to everything. Many of the incubation centers are there, angel investors are there, venture capitalists are there. One can have access to a newer technology, and the technology helps in building some of the things. So what technology disruption has brought into is a disintermediation. New age business model, so wherein all market inefficiencies, and when we think of India is a, so what startup generally does? A startup solves some pain point. So they discover some pain point, some inefficiencies, correct it, have a solution to it, and create a proof of concept and make it repeatable and scalable. So when India, if we think there are several pain points, we are full of problems, we are full of inefficiency in the market, so that's where the idea comes. So the biggest things is because when there is inefficiencies, and these are all market-led inefficiencies because of the legacy business model which used to be there in the market. So the first thing is disintermediation, and it happened throughout the world. So who are important? Important in any business is who create the things, whether there are manufacturer, creator or builder, right? And who consumes. So these are only two players who are important in any market. But unfortunately, there were manufacturer or creator, and the consumer was sitting somewhere else, and the costs were inflated in between. So there was hardly any value added by many of the participants in between. So the most important thing, disintermediation started happening everywhere. So in your business, whatever you are running, if there is no disintermediation has happened, or you are a part of the intermediation, then believe me, it is subject to some disruption sooner or later. So like for example, retail, everybody knows. Now the platform available, a manufacturer can directly sell to the consumer. Even OTT, gone are the days wherein the big stars were controlling the market. Now anybody can create a content, entertainment content can be consumed by the consumer, even book publishing. So you name anything, if you have ability to create, it's a democratized market. Then there is a birth of collaborative business model. So I will explain it with the later slide. So collaborative business model is what? So now anything which a startup thinks is of a global scale. So there is nothing like I can be good in Bharuch or I can be good in Gujarat. Either you can be good and think of a scaling and making it big in pan-India or global level, or you can be subject to disruption by some other players. It could be a product company or great business model. The great, today, whatever the great may not necessarily sustain the greatness. And hence, there is a collaborative business model has started coming in. Like for example, I will give you some of the examples, self-understood, not I will get into a detailing part. Like YouTube is a great collaborative business model. In 2010, there was a startup called Shopify, started in USA. They said, okay, I create a e-commerce store, but then there would be hundred thousands of the entrepreneur would require e-commerce store or e-commerce website. So let me templatize it. Let me create like a platform. So if I create a platform, then globally everybody will just start working on top of it. So it is a collaborative business model. So people need to focus on the moat or USP. So if NVIDIA is good at making a chips, they will continue to prosper and making the newer and newer chips rather than getting into the periphery about anything else. So collaborative business model, like for example, there is, if somebody has a great healthcare business idea, right? So one way of doing a healthcare business idea is, okay, I will go to the end consumer myself, no matter what kind of money it requires and spending it requires. The other way of doing business is, okay, let me collaborate with the hospitals, let me collaborate with the insurance company, let me collaborate with the pharmacies, let me collaborate with the pathology laboratories. So the point is, now today, there is a clear-cut demarcation. What is your USP? What is your moat? Can you build a business model around your USP or moat? If you can do it, you can scale faster. So then there is a terminology called pizza-based business model. This is what I coined. And most of the successful business model, if you look at, it is more of a pizza base. So this is a very easy to understand. So like for example, in every geography, you don't know the taste of the people, what they will like the pizza, right? The base will remain the same. So a company, if you make a good pizza base, it is important that you sell not only in the local market, you market it globally, because the pizza base will remain same. You need to leave it to the end business owner to do the end application, depending on the use case, depending on the taste of the local audience. Like Bharuch, if people would like to have a spicy pizza, the Bharuch business guy will make a spicy pizza. But he is not required to reinvent the wheel because the pizza base is readily available. And I will give you some example, easy to relate. So everybody in this room would be aware of certain business model like Motorola, Nokia, BlackBerry. Have you heard of these companies? In between 2002 and 2009, it was understood that this company will continue to rule for hundreds of years because mobile will continue to explode. And this company, because they have invested heavily in terms of R&D and everything, and great team, great patents and everything, they will continue to rule the world. But the technology were in closed environment because they put technology close to themselves. Because if they open up a technology, then probably they can't rule the world. Then Google created Android platform. So Android operating system, while they created, they did not know what to do with that because they did not have any intention to get into the mobile business. So they just open sourced it. The moment they open sourced it, everybody around the world started picking operating software because what you need is operating system. Otherwise, all hardware in a mobile, if you think of, whether it is battery, accelerometer, gyroscope, camera is Sony, screen is Samsung, then GPS, whatever you want, everything is, even processor, you pick up the Qualcomm or MediaTek processor. So the point is hardware were available at relevant point of time. Only the thing is missing part was the operating system which makes the mobile work. The moment Google put the operating system in open source, there were thousands and thousands of mobile company within a year created, and it bombarded the market. And so Google did not have any intention of doing any business in mobile, but it created army of companies, the competitors against BlackBerry, Nokia, and Motorola. And within 3 years, all these three giants were collapsed. And what Google achieved out of it, it created a pizza base. It created a platform product. And this platform is, and that is how you can see the hundreds, thousands of the Android developer. It has created an ecosystem. So the point is, if Google would have thought of let me be another Motorola or another BlackBerry, they could have done that. But they could not have captured the market. So this is the power of the collaborative business model. This is the power of the platform model. Then further, over a period of 15 years, the same model is repeated in every part of the businesses, every part of the world. So, like Google created a map and tracking API in 2012. The moment they open up a map and tracking API, within 3 years, there was Uber, there was Ola, there were hyper logistic market, because now you are not required to develop the map and tracking capability, because they are already there. You don't have, so over a period of time, Google would have launched maybe hundreds of API. And then there was a birth of the API model. API model means that I will build a technology stack and I will open it up globally. So the way you want to exploit the technology stack, it is up to you. I want hundreds and thousands of developers globally collaborate with me. They do the end development, they do the end use case, whatever you use for, I will thrive on the top of it. When TensorFlow and computer vision were launched in the market, it was very clear where we are heading. Last 5-6 years, and you can see the application from automation to robotics and everything. So ChatGPT was opened up now, but we were looking at this coming because the transformation model is there for last 10 years. So the things were quite visible that where we are going. It is only a matter of time the OpenAI came and ChatGPT. So what ChatGPT again did, they put up, so they could have created an end application. They did not do. They just went by a pizza base. So here is a ChatGPT. It's a pizza base. It is available globally for all developers, all entrepreneurs. You think of a pain point, you think of a use case, you train my model, and you exploit, you make money, whatever you want to do. So this is the power of the collaborative business model. This is the power of the pizza-based business model, and which disrupt everything. So I will give one example. 50 years back when the transistor came into a commercial application, nobody could have thought what transistor can do, right? But fast forward, if we see in every product there is a transistor. Who would have thought of that the hundreds of tons aircraft can have a maneuver or turn just by a button because there is a transistor involved? Or who would have thought that missile can be fired because there is a transistor involved? So the point is that any disruption will have a far-reaching application. So it is easy to tell that we live in a globalized world. So anywhere any bigger capacity develops, we get disturbed. It is true because at the end of the day, it is a function of the demand and supply. But it is not only globalization. It is the convergence of all business sector. So if AI comes, it will disrupt every sector. AI will disrupt automation, robotics, the automobile industry, even biotechnology. The new research, which used to take maybe 20 years, now with AI, it is hardly a matter of few months. So the point is, any technology intervention will have a far-reaching application in all sector, all possible sectors. This is very important. If we have any legacy business or even and you can repeat it at a scale if you have automated most of the important component. Like for example, if we are running a small scale industries, naturally everything is dependent on the owner to decide. So most of the business functions are centralized, decision making is centralized, and there are so many discretions are involved in taking every decision. So which is not make it scalable. Scalable is something if you do it at a smaller scale and clearly with confidence can tell that okay, I can make it repeatable. So whatever I does with 100 transactions, I can do the same stuff for 1,000 transactions, lakhs transactions, million transactions. Then it is repeatable, and whatever is repeatable is scalable. And so which requires automation. Automation in every part of the things. And the good part is now all technology stacks are available for everybody is in the form of the building blocks. You are not required to create any technology stack from ground up. They are available. You just need to configure in your business processes. Scalable business model. This is what the technology enables. And scale, if anything which startup teaches is a scale. So we will not get into some of the misdeed or unfortunate case burn model because that is required. I will not get into detailed part of it, but the scale is what the startup teach. So whenever we meet a startup, sometimes people may have laugh on it, make a fun of it, because the startup in their slides put that this many $1 billion is the Indian market, this many multi-billion, hundreds of $1 billion global market. So sometimes you feel that why a kid is making a hundreds of $1 billion market talk, because पहले अपना 100, 200, 500 तो बेच के दिखाओ. What is the point of talking about the market size? It's very, very important. If the market size is large, and if you believe you are solving a pain point which has some innovation or disruptive business model, then you need to think global. You need to think and aspire to be a big globally enough. Believe me, if whosoever the startup has tried, over a period of time they got and fortunate to have more and more investors. आज के दिन में पैसे का problem नहीं है, investors are there. Only the thing is anybody who need to think is a big, and that what the startup teaches. और सबसे बढ़िया बात ये है कि स्टार्टअप फाउंडर जो ये सोचता है ना, उसके पास वो 1 भी रुपया नहीं होता खुद का. ठीक है, तो अगर किसी के पास 1 भी रुपया नहीं है, जिसके पास कोई भी रिसोर्स नहीं है, अगर वो ये सोचता है, और मैं there could be failures, but whosoever has created billions of dollar business, he would have come from a humble background. He would have, without any resources, he had a daring to think of solving a bigger pain point, though he would have demonstrated at a small scale, but if he could have done only because he would have thought it big. Decision making with technology, anyway, I will not get into it. This is a most important, Peter Drucker, it's not my statement, and which we try to see in any of the startups. So any business has only 2 important functions. One is innovation and marketing. So without innovation and marketing, so this is what it creates value. Rest everything is cost. So any business who happen to create a value, it's only innovation and marketing. Rest all is cost means that anything you do, if it is not innovation, at the end of the day, it is demand and supply. It is because of some regional protection. It is still waiting a time for a bigger capacity to be created. Everything, in my opinion, is cost plus 10% or cost plus 20%. If one enjoys a margin, it is a matter of time waiting for a bigger capacity to come up, or else one can imagine their own capacity create a problem for others. So any commodity, so rest all is cost means rest all business model are commoditized business model. So I will maybe last 5 minutes, because when I talk innovation, many times the only feeling and feedback from the audience I get is कि innovation India में है ही कहाँ. So because we don't happen to see day in, day out, and that is why we sometimes put that thought process, we carry that perception. Some stories closer to my heart, not in knowledge of public domain. So in 2021, I was reading a report of Ministry of Animal Husbandry. अब आप सोचोगे कि ऐसा रिपोर्ट कौन पढ़ता है? So that report says that India has, this is a 2019 report, I was reading in 2021. The report says that India has 19 crores cows and their male part. 19 crores, 19. India has a buffalo, 11 crores, so which makes 30 crores. And poultry census is 8.5 crores. So 38.5 crores is the total number of these 3 species. All majority of the protein requirement is dependent on this, or dairy requirement is dependent on this. India used to consume 100 gram per capita, maybe some years back was a 400 gram per capita as on date of this report. And that report further state that in next 20 to 30 years, because of the requirement or the consumption which are likely to go up, India will have to create so many cows, poultry and other stuff. And then there were further pain points. The way as a VC investor we look at the pain point, and the report says that it would put a pressure on the resources. So before reading I report, मुझे ऐसा था कि 140 करोड़ पॉपुलेशन है, वही कंस्ट्रेंट है इंडिया में, बिकॉज यू एक्सप्लॉइट सो मच रिसोर्सेज, राइट. I never thought that this census is also creating a constraint on the resources. So it create a constraint on resources, and on the top of it, it create a problem for the environment. So then I started Googling that what could be the solution to it. So in USA, many of the startup in last 2 or 3 years started getting funding and become a $1 billion company without the product in the market. And they were doing the alternative meat, alternative protein. तो मैंने कहा कि यार ये तो ज़बरदस्त है. If you do alternative, you can manufacture in laboratory, you can manufacture in plants, right? And if you do it, it is scalable. You are not required to have the cow, poultry and everything sitting on. Then I said, okay, it can be possible in USA, India में कहाँ होगा? Within 3 months, I was approached by 2 founders. एक ग्लास की बोतल थी जिसमें 50 ग्राम वाइट पाउडर था, एंड देन फ्यू सर्टिफिकेट्स एंड टेस्टिमोनियल, एंड देन दे सेड कि सर वी हैव इन लेबोरेटरी वी डेवलप्ड अल्टरनेटिव प्रोटीन. सो आई सेड कि हाउ डिड यू डू इट? सो ही सेड कि गिर काउ वी टूक अ जीन्स, वी मैनिपुलेटेड विद द माइक्रो ऑर्गेनिज्म, पुट इन टू अ बायोरिएक्टर, and then whatever the culture was formed, we synthesized and it was a protein. We put it the test laboratory, and then the certificates are in front of you. And we filed, the good part is what he said, and which created a confidence on me, that he had all patent papers available with him. So he said, not only filed Indian patent but global PCT. So because I read the report, right, animal husbandry, so I said, okay, it's great, interesting. USA, many of the startup are getting funded, but I don't know because I don't have any understanding how to evaluate it. So I started talking to few experts, and then got to know that globally Singapore is the developed market. From a regulatory point of view, they have sorted many of the things, and they enable all global technologies to warehouse there to experiment. So I said, okay, let me, some guys in Singapore, I got connected with somebody who guided me and then said, interesting. So he got me touch with me, a multi-billion-dollar company in Spain. So we got into a Zoom call. They got excited about it. They said, send us the literature, the protein and everything. So we did it. Within 1 month time, those people again got into a Zoom call, and then they said that anybody in India, if they have cracked A2 beta casein protein, it is unheard of. Globally, for several years, people tried, but nobody could do it. Can we invest in? So we said, okay, we were about to invest 10 crores. Why can't we take investment from you? So he was the second investor. Then by the time the documentation was there on table, one investor from Singapore, one investor from Australia, one investor, another fund called Pi Venture Fund from Bangalore, everybody jumped at it that we also wanted to invest. So they have just put up a facility in this Surat. They are Gujarati guys. I concluded this investment. Within 3 months, 2 co-founders approached to me. One was PhD in biochemistry, the another one was PhD in biotechnology. So both came and told me, sir, you know there is a problem that the cows are subjected to multiple pregnancies. तो मैंने कहा पता है, अभी मैंने एक इन्वेस्टमेंट किया है कि भाई because of milking purpose you need to have a multiple pregnancy. बोलते हैं नहीं sir. That is the main purpose, but there is a second purpose which is not common in India. In other part of the world, some of the cows which are in middle of pregnancies are killed. And the dead fetus is taken out, and that fetus, if one draws a blood, that blood is a maximum growth factor. This is called fetus bovine serum, which goes into pharmaceutical, stem cell, tissue culture, everywhere. Wherever you need to have a growth within a limited period of time, you need to have a serum, which is fetal bovine serum. So I said, okay, it looks interesting because we were not aware of. So we calculated market size and everything. It's a multi-billion-dollar market. Even India import, means many of the Surrey sitting here, means even Zydus, we got to know that they are also importing. So then we said, okay, how do we evaluate and how do we test? So he had created alternative fetal bovine serum, fetus bovine serum. So it is not dependent on the cow and killing. So then the next test was, does it work in the same way or not? So we listed down many of the people who were importing. One of them was IIT Gandhinagar. We requested the research people that can you experiment with this? So they experimented with that product, and came back to us that it is exactly the working the same way what otherwise that imported culture was working. So it created a confidence in us. मैंने पूछा भाई आप import कितना करते हो? They suggested a quantity and it was 85,000 rupees per ml. हमने founder को पूछा भाई तुम कितने में बनाओगे? तो बोलता सर मैं तो लीटर में बनाता हूँ. So imagine a situation, because it is alternative, it is not dependent on killing cows. So then we spoke to IIT Mumbai, then Institute of Chemical Technology, ICT, they were importing, so we supplied material there. But this time we were confident, हमने कहा check करो देखो एक काम करता है. So they came up with the same result, it's working. Now we also got to know where did it work. So that was a third startup we encountered. A 24-year boy, for last 2 years, he was working on developing a chicken within the laboratory. So he was using growth factor, the chicken cell, he was experimenting with this. And when you manufacture chicken cells at a growth, at a scale, you put into 3D bioprinter and makes the chicken and heart shape. I guess heart shape. I am vegetarian guy. But I took some of my non-vegetarian colleagues and said, taste it. So everybody said it's great. Taste is same, texture is same, and on the top of it there was a certificate which was suggesting the nutritional content of that product. And believe me, it is a disease-free, no antibiotic, no residue, nothing. So we said, can we demonstrate at a scale? So he put some event wherein 100 chefs from Mumbai were invited, some of the celebrity chefs were invited, and everybody ate those chicken developed in the laboratory, and everybody goes gung-ho about it. So that was the third startup I invested in. Within 2 months of that investment, one PhD who did his research in cell re-engineering in Johns Hopkins University, he came to me, he's based out of Ahmedabad. So he said, sir, you know that human blood has a growth factor. So I said, yeah, if a cow or fetus has a growth factor, naturally human blood should have. This is how a layman analogy. So he said, man, what do you do with this growth factor? So he said that I am working on diabetic food. So in diabetic food, there is a compulsory amputation, because in diabetic food, the wound will not heal. There is a neuropathy. There is no nerve sensation. So if there is a wound, the healing will not, because there is no proliferation, or a cell will not get regenerated. And hence, the doctor will advise foot amputation. In India, 2 lakh patients every year undergo foot amputation. So what this person did, that he draws a patient's blood, then out of that blood, take out the growth factor, do a cells re-engineering, convert into a gel form, and transport back to the hospital, wherein just one need to put the gel and do the dressing. So the next question and validation was, okay, did you test it? So he said, I am yet to undergo clinical trials. I went 1 year back to the civil hospital in trauma center, civil hospital wherein the foot amputation and everything come, orthopedic ward. So we went to meet the doctor. So doctor said that in absence of clinical trial, we did a principal investigative study. We applied to 23 patients who were admitted for foot amputation. If any patient undergo foot amputation, which is cutting a leg, government of Gujarat pays 50,000 rupees. So anyway, patients were admitted for a foot amputation as a part of principal investigative study. We just applied gels on all 23 patients. Within 3 weeks, those dressings were opened, and in next 6 months, without any application further, any care or anything, all 23 patients healed. No leg foot amputation. So the point is, then we said, okay, now we can market. Then he said, no, you need to mandatorily go clinical trials. So we said, okay, where do we do? So we talked to very large clinical trials company. They have pan-India operations. They do clinical trials for many of the global clients. I happened to knew the founder and CEO of that company. I went and met him. I said, this is a principal investigative study. These are the reports. This is what, in our opinion, and as advised by the doctor, we are need to undergo in a clinical trials. Do you find any challenge? He said no challenge. There could be a 300 patient as a part of study, 500 pass, but if you happen to have all 23 application, patient saved, there won't be any challenge. It is a matter of time, maybe couple of crores expenses we will undertake. Means company is required to undertake, then you will be in the market. Globally, nobody has cracked it. This person has filed global patents. Then after this our talk, this CRO company, which is a very large CRO company, he said, can I invest in this company? Which is very big validation for us. So along with us, they are invested. So what I'm saying, this all four startups, all are PhD guys, except one who is 24 years boy. He said, I don't want to get into. Two entrepreneurs from Surat, one from Baroda, one from Ahmedabad. In front of us, I would have missed all of them if I would not have read that Ministry of Animal Husbandry report. So what I'm saying that, and we don't know, these are all multi-billion-dollar market. We don't know whether they are successful or not. Only the thing is, these are far-reaching technologies which nobody in the world has tried it out. They are the first guys. Even if there is a chance any of these successful. So what I'm saying, the innovation is everywhere. Incidentally, we are not in a position to come across. Most of the time we come across about the stories and narrative of the startup who would have lost the money, which happens in any part of the business, because they would have genuinely think something, tried something, some of the investors have thought of it something, but may not necessarily work. So let us, so if we harness this kind of innovation technology, and believe me, earlier we used to have innovation in the IT or technology, which has a short lifespan. Now the innovation is across the spectrum. I will not take much time. I have already taken more time, so I will just conclude here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vivek Joshi. I was so absorbed in the talk that I forgot that I had to get up and then call now Mr. Vivek. Mr. Vivek Madappa is the co-founder and CEO of the Mobident Hummingbird Digital Private Limited. His mission is to provide an ecosystem to deliver affordable dental care at home. Having spent the first 15 years in corporate sector, building award-winning brands across FMCG, OTC, commodities, and internet. So Vivek has learned an expertise in product launches and brand turnaround. And he embarked on, in 2005, he embarked on a journey to build world-class companies leveraging technology. He has nurtured 4 disruptively innovative, profitable startups in the travel tech, digital dentistry, stock analysis using AI, that is Sherpa, and product engineering space, that is Octoban. Along the way, so Vivek also has raised venture funding, $4 million, and exited couple as well. An avid wildlife photographer as well, believes in collaborative entrepreneurships to create economic value. And Mr. Vivek has done his MBA from Jamnalal Bajaj. He's an engineer. And we are happy that, I mean, he said, I'm not a doctorate, but we said, you are a doctorate in entrepreneurship. At least take this from the BDMA. So I said, great. That's, so we are thrilled to have Mr. Madappa, Vivek Madappa here, and we'll listen to him and then see more interesting stories as shared by the earlier speaker. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm from Bangalore. So it was interesting to notice that quite a few of you are entrepreneurs here, some of you are students. What I will attempt to do is I will share with you my experience. But before I start, I wish to thank the BDMA for inviting me. I'll have to give you a small story. A week back, Dr. Sunil Parekh called me up and said, you know, I'm inviting you to come to Bharuch to share your experience. And I was wondering, what do I have to come and speak to people from Gujarat? According to me, they're the most intelligent people, the most smartest business people, the biggest industrialist, and perhaps the most wealthiest people. So what do I have to share with you? But you know what? The interesting part is it's nice to collaborate, nice to share experiences. So I will give you a different perspective that I've been through. Large part of it is in technology. And if you think it's useful, then you can take it forward. Okay, you know, when I want to start this presentation, I was just thinking, you know, why is it that India does not create disruptive innovation? We tend to be a country where we tend to replicate what is done abroad. So I'm challenging the group out here, hopefully by the next year, we'll see some of the biggest innovation from your district. Why do I say that? This is what Bharuch is, one of the wealthiest districts. You have more than 16,000 registered units, a very large MSME, okay, it's some of the biggest companies you have in Bharuch. You have the money, you have the resource, and most importantly, you have the talent. So why is that not being harnessed is something that I'm challenging all of you. Hopefully the next year we'll see some amazing ideas coming from here. So Sanat had shared with you that, you know, I've set up 4 startups. So briefly about my journey, I spent 15 years in the corporates. Can you hear me? Okay. I spent about 15 years in the corporate sector building mega brands. If you heard of Saffola, Iodex, Wipro, internet business, and my last assignment was I was general manager for Tetley in India. My expertise is new product launches and brand turnarounds. So having spent 15 years, I decided that, okay, enough of building brands, let me attempt to build companies. So I've spent the last 20 years building more than 5 companies. I've exited a couple of them. But what I will share with you is 2 interesting ideas. Hopefully they'll be interesting to you. So this is a company. How many of you have heard of Make My Trip, Yatra, Clear Trip? I guess everybody's heard, right? They're B2C companies. So now how would a startup attempt to compete in that space? So my company here is about roughly about 18 to 20 years old. You will see that I've spent a significant part of my time, 15 years, with more than 250 people, building it to 45 crores. Post the COVID, everything crashed. The business crashed from 45, 50 crores right down to 5 crores. At that point of time, I pivoted the business into technology. And what you will see here is today, with just 35 people, the revenues have gone from 5 crores to 250 crores. This year, we're likely to be hitting close to 500. What I'm trying to share with you is what is important today with technology available. You can build business 10 times the size at 1/10 the number of people. And I will share some of those thoughts along the way. We work with quite a few companies like Abbott, Cipla, all based here. So any large enterprise which wants to manage the business travel, we manage it for them on a tech platform. Now let me tell you, I come from a generation where we didn't even have laptops. And today we're talking about AI. So all the young people out here, do not get intimidated by AI. Do not worry about your degree and qualification. All it requires is just a little bit of hard work for 6 months and you can master it. And if you don't learn AI, let me tell you, the risk of being redundant is very important. For the beauty of this, there used to be a time when if you're not qualified enough, you don't get the job. But today, I think if you don't have the skill, you cannot make a difference. So it does not matter which college you come from, just make a little bit of effort, spend an hour or 2 studying, and you can master the subject. And I've done this, so at my age, I'm hitting close to 60 by this year. If I can learn AI, there's no reason why you guys can't learn AI. Okay? Okay, so the topic here is how do you build companies or ideas that can redefine the industry, okay? Now this is extremely aggressive. So this is something which I attempted. You know, I've shared with you that I built brands, then I built companies. About 6-7 years back, I said, look, let me do something crazy. Let me try and build something which can disrupt an industry. Now you have to be really, really foolish or ridiculous to attempt something like that. So, you know, the thought I want to leave with all of you is it does not matter whether you have money, resources, talent. What you require is a mindset. Okay, so if anybody is saying, I don't have access to money, I don't have resources, my submission to you is everything is available to you on the net. Just spend a little bit of time, put your thoughts together, and things will happen. And I will just show you the example of what we did. Okay, you know, the interesting part is in India, there are more than 300 dental colleges. And there are 30,000 people graduating every year. The irony of life is 50% give up dentistry. You know why? The cost of setting up a dental clinic is more than 20 lakhs. So, you know, students who graduate find that they don't have money to set up a clinic. The other very disturbing factor is 50% of women dentists give up dentistry because they don't want to attempt the risk of starting a clinic. So that's one side of the equation. The second side of the equation, 95% of people in India cannot afford nor have access to dental care. Look at the irony of life. You have doctors on one side, but they're not able to deliver. So what we have attempted to do, so I will walk you through in a little bit detail, but you know, all of you must have used Ola, Uber. So we have done something of that nature where you can book you can book the appointment with a doctor, the doctor would come across. We've built a machine which delivers, and that is something I'll share with you. Here's the problem. India has more than 5 lakh dentists. Okay, now I have no experience in healthcare. I have no experience in medicine. What I'm sharing with you is, as long as you identify a large problem and you're willing to make some effort in studying them, you can find a solution. So you have doctors here, more than 5 lakh of them. Many of them are struggling to make ends meet because it's extremely expensive to set up a clinic and run a clinic. You have a situation where 30,000 dentists graduate every year and 50% give up dentistry. Okay, so this is something which I redefined. Everybody says healthcare, but according to me, you don't have healthcare in India. What you have here is sick care. You fall ill, and then you come to the hospital, and then I will treat you. Healthcare, according to me, is preventive. Preventive care, I think going forward, there's no reason why health cannot be delivered at home, and I'm putting a bold, aggressive move which says there will be a situation in the next 5 years that you will pay companies not to fall ill. You know, let me give you an example. If you're living in a high-rise building, you have lifts. You pay money to ensure the lifts don't collapse. So it's the same way, can you pay money to a company which ensures that you do not ever fall ill? So that's the journey we're attempting to do. What are we attempting? So this is just, let's put simple slides here for people to understand. What are we trying to do? We're trying to make dental care affordable and accessible to a lot of people, essentially to families at home. But here's the interesting part. If any of you have gone to a dentist, you will know that the cost of just a basic treatment is at least 1,500 rupees. Well, I'm trying to do it at less than $5, which is less than 300, 400 rupees. Now, this is a crazy idea, but let me tell you, entrepreneurship is about being crazy. If you do not attempt something big, wild, and crazy, it's not entrepreneurship. I also suggest, you know, it's very important for all of us to understand that the probability of success as an entrepreneur is less than 5%. And I'm sure Mail will tell me that even funded companies, only 5% succeed. So if you don't do something crazy and bold, it's almost impossible. So please attempt, be wild, be crazy, because if you don't, anyway, you'll get disrupted. What have I built? So I'll show you a picture of this product which I built. I have built the world's smallest, lightest, portable dental clinic. And I will share a few things with you which you will understand that you can do anything without having resource. And let me tell you, this company and this product is built with zero investment. So if anybody thinks entrepreneurship is all about raising money, the answer is no. Build it, make it work, be it profitable. The VCs will stand wanting to invest in you. If you go and ask VCs money, they will not give it to you because they also want to minimize risk. So this is the product we built, and I'll show you the technology we have done. So look at this. This machine is less than 15 kilograms. Okay, it's like a suitcase. It can be brought into your house. It can be taken in an auto rickshaw. It can be taken on a two-wheeler. So we have called it the Dental Intelligence Clinic. This is what we have. A sample is going for manufacturing. Okay, now this is another interesting thing which I want all of you to understand. It is a thought. Look at the brief that we've put on top, which is German engineering. Oops, my God. Okay. Italian design, Indian innovation at Indian prices. Now, it would have taken me just 1 year to go to China and get it done. But I was hell-bent on getting it done in India, and that journey has taken me more than 7 years. What I'm sharing with you is, what all of us must believe that India can do it. All of us must believe that we should do it, because it's easy to look at a cheaper option. But when entrepreneurs innovate, we create an ecosystem for others to follow, right? Now you would notice here, this unit that you see there, it is assembled for me at a German factory called Festo, which supplies parts to Merck, Audi and BMW. Now this company which supplies parts to Merck, Audi and BMW is willing to talk to a startup because of the sheer audacity of the idea. And some of the parts I've imported are coming from me, from Germany, okay? And this whole thing, cost of making this is less than 35,000 rupees. Where is 20 lakhs and where is 35,000 rupees, right? So when I'm selling it, what I'm planning to do is I'm offering it to doctors who can afford it, can pay me the money. Alternatively, I'll be giving it to them as a service at the cost of 100 rupees a day. So at less than 3,000 rupees. So when you do that, suddenly dental care can be delivered even at 100 rupees. So any town, any village, it can be offered, right? Now, this is what, the reason I'm sharing this with you is I want all of you to believe that if you decide to do something and are persistent, it will happen. I'm only giving you an example. Like I shared with you on Hummingbird, I have no technology background, I have no travel background, but I thought of an idea, believed, and it'll make it happen. It's done in 2 industries, and if you remember, I said the first company is going to hit 500 crores. We are evaluating whether we need to go IPO next year with 35 people. And this company will become a 500 crore company with 5 people. So anybody who says, I want money, resource, I'm saying, no, please, okay? There are secrets, there are some of them I'll share with you. It's not possible to share everything in 15, 20 minutes, but hopefully I'll be able to share something with you. Look at this. This is artificial intelligence. You take a mobile, take a snap of your mouth. Either you or the mother can take the photograph of the family or the child. The AI will tell you with 90% accuracy. I'm working towards 99. It's taking me time. Hopefully by this year I'll finish. But at 90% accuracy, I can tell you what your problem is without you going to the dentist. So you've saved 1,500 rupees even before going. And then I will also tell you what is the cost of treatment. So can you imagine the level of awareness? This is what AI is going to do. It will change everything. So download the app free. Take a photo. Download the app free. I'm not charging money. AI, you know the problem, you know the cost. And then the doctor will come home. So we've done this across homes, across companies. across NGOs. And NGOs, it's like 300, 400 people, like mass dentistry. All this has been done. Some of the interesting things. So when you don't chase wealth, you don't chase money, you just chase passion, you will begin to you'll attract awards. So, in 2016, there were 19,000 ideas shortlisted applied to IIM Ahmedabad. We came the top 10. And then we were invited to London and we got the first prize. This is Royal Academy of Engineering, which gave us the prize. See, what you see here is we got featured in Wharton Business School in the category of innovation. Can you imagine an Indian company getting defined in the category called innovation? See, because we Indians are called copycats. The reason I'm sharing with you is not to boast. The reason I'm sharing this with you is all of us can. We just need to believe. So I urge each one of you in Bharuch here, please think big, think wild, be okay to fail, because only with failure comes possibility. Not just that, what you see here at the bottom, Mobident idea has been selected among the 50 best ideas of the decade. Okay, again by IIM Ahmedabad. What you see on the right corner is King's Dental College is the #1 dental college in London, in the world, in London. They have featured us, right? I'm just saying, and the one in the middle which says Abundance, that was Silicon Valley, one of the top technology companies and universities have recognized. So, Indians can, okay? You all have seen what happened at the Operation Sindoor. It was Indian innovation. We don't need to copy the West. And if India has to be the top 3, top 5 in the next 10 years, it has to be India first innovation that will matter. And people like us need to believe it. Okay, so we are all familiar with, this is the philosophy that I've used to build companies. Be 10x. 10 times bigger, 10 times better, at 1/10 the cost. That is innovation. Use this formula, only then you know the chances of success are very high. 10x, because even if you fall by 5, you're still better. Don't attempt to do 10% growth, 20% growth. It does not work in today's world. All of us are familiar with Jugaad, so I just attempt to do an acronym here. So when you're doing anything with passion, it has to be with joy, because when there is passion, the team believes in the idea, that works. Okay? There is no question of working 5 hours, 10 hours. When you're passionate, you can work even 20 hours, 15 hours on an average. Always build something only which is one of its kind. Please don't copy. Copy does not work. Copy, it'll be cheap, cheaper, cheapest. That's all. When you do one of its kind, nobody can copy you. I think we as Indians lack design. So we need to work towards making design, because if you have to make a world-class product which is global, design is important. So keep that in mind. It's a non-negotiable today. Okay, I see a lot of people working on wafer-thin margins. If you cannot make upwards of 30%, don't even try. If you have to hire the best people, you have to make a lot of margins. So all I'm sharing with you is chain mindset, It's not about cheap, cheaper, cheapest. If it's very good, there are clever ways to do pricing. Things like automate and AI, there are a lot of people talking about automation, AI, digital. I'm saying just digitize first, which is simple. Then automate, AI comes last. So you don't worry about AI, just worry about getting even Excel working properly. I think you can work it. This is something which, I want you guys to keep in mind. Whichever business you are in, attempt innovation. If you layer it with technology, you can transform. So if you want to do business which redefines the industry, you cannot build anything without technology. Technology is very important. So disruptive innovation, it's a huge subject, but let me tell you this way. If you're able to disrupt something, you change the rules of the game. That's the game to be played. It's not about incremental growth. These are some, I'm a firm believer that, besides strategy, is the way you think which matters. This is something which is individual, and we can all work on this. There are ways by which you can work on this, but you know, the problem with Indians is we lack faith. We don't trust ourselves. We don't believe ourselves. We want somebody else to validate us, right? So these are things that you need to work on. You know, it's a subject which is very deep, but when you're doing something interesting, then what happens is you have fun. Okay, thank you very much.
I think it was a fantastic session that both of us we had, and post lunch everybody is really standing up and clapping for each one of them for the excellent way they have presented their ideas. So I mean, we have Mihir, the son himself, and the Vivekata, both are self-illuminating in themselves. So, and with the things, I was feeling that I'm overdressed. Okay. So what is really that, am I adding value by this? Really no. So what is adding value is the ideas that's going to take us everywhere. So it's very important that we honor these ideas and then take it further. I mean, earlier, I mean, after a long time, I'm hearing so many of these things here. A long time back, a lot of you, because from the chemical industry, you know, Professor Sharma, M.M. Sharma, who has been a doyen of, and I mean, I was a student of him in 1985. So he used to really, I mean, speak about several ideas in a 1 hour lecture. I don't know, he will speak about 10 ideas. And I don't think any entrepreneur can catch up with whatever he was speaking, but still, everybody in India, a lot of Bombay and across, including the IPCL demo cracker that we have built. He was an independent director in IPCL at that point of time. That was his idea that we built a demo cracker in India, and which was supposed to design big petrochemical cracking furnaces. So I'm just saying how these ideas have come in the chemical industry and how these things have summed up and brought us to this level. I don't think I need to give any kind of a closing remarks on this, because I think, and rather me interacting and giving questions, I would like to leave the forum to all of you. I think you might have a lot of questions to him. I think we have some more time. You can, I think, few more questions for the people. Yes, you can give the mics. Any, yeah.
So again, as you mentioned that in terms of the believing ourselves to create the new innovations and start up the business, the patience is important. And what your message that how we can continue on the patience and how can we continue on our confidence level to end up the startup, because in the Indian traditionality, taking the risk again, failure is the not taking as a positive way, but failure is considered as a negative way. And we have some different culture in terms of considering failure is the negative way, and we are encouraging to take more risk so that we can become a more entrepreneur. So that is a dilemma between the how we should go in terms of believe ourselves in terms of putting our passions forward.
Okay, you can hear me? Okay, so you know, even in the previous conversation, somebody asked a question, with AI coming into picture, what happens? Are we going to lose our jobs? You know, and the panelists said, no, the more jobs are created. I think it's a very tricky answer, okay? With AI coming in, 90% of the people will lose their jobs. Now that's a very scary thought. So how do you keep your job? You have no choice but to adapt. You have no choice but to learn. The only difference between organizations is earlier they created a safety net for you to work. But tomorrow the organization will be something which says, if you're good, I will hire you. If you're not good, I'm sorry, I'm not here to protect you. So then how do you get hired? You have no choice but to learn. You have no choice but to risk. So the thing is, so here's something which I will share with you because I come from Bangalore and Bangalore has a lot of tech. We worry about next 6 months. But in some of the industry that you're talking about, you have the luxury for at least a few years. So all of you, my suggestion is spend time, acquire the knowledge. You have at least 3 to 5 years to learn something new. Because after 3 to 5 years, if you don't adapt, you don't learn. Because I think the industry is not about big, it's not about fast, it's not about cheap. The one who survives is the one who can adapt, the one who can learn. Now, the only way you can adapt and learn is you have to take a little bit of risk. So let me give you some examples of things that I do, for instance. And I'll not tell you the wild things that I do, but simple things. All of us get up, it's like going and having a bath to shave to jumping into your car or bike. You follow the same route. Your brain is dead. Just change your journey. Try route number 1 today, route number 5, route number 3. Something will happen. Go and try 10 different foods. The body and mind has to learn to be uncomfortable. If you're not uncomfortable, then you're not learning. The hard part of life is we want familiarity, we want certainty, we want predictability. And trust me, it gets boring. You have to make life exciting. You have to learn. So you try baby steps. It's okay to fail. And then when you have the guts, then do something as crazy that I did. I walked the Himalayas 100 kilometers in 8 days with no exercise done. And you'll be surprised that you can do it. So, get comfortable with uncomfortable things and slowly expand yourself into something which is much more bold and daring. You can't do it on day one, not possible. And it's okay to fail, who cares? Anyway, we're dead and gone in the next few years. So who's going to judge you anyway?
Yeah. I have a question for Mihir Bhai. How many startups, means there are a number of startups, it's always a story that, okay, startup is there for failure, right? And as you are financing a lot of startup, what are the reasons of the failures and how as a venture capitalist you put your effort to make them successful? And what is the success rate?
So, for last 25 years, means first 10 or 12 years of my venture capital journey, we were not exposed to what the venture capital is all about, though we were practicing. But not many startups were around, not many entrepreneurs, and not many VCs around. So you invest in a startup, then the startup would be stuck at it because there is no more capital. So, but the ratio which we understood at that point of time, theoretically, and then we started seeing ourselves in successive fund. Out of 10 startups, 2 will make, other will collapse somewhere in between. Most of the time, the data and statistics says that 75% of the startup fails because of the product market fit. So most of the time, it's very subjective to understand that what is considered as a product market fit. Since your 100 customers are buying, does it mean it's a product market fit? The moment you get into a product channel fit or a scalable business model, the same pricing, same economics may not necessarily work, and hence you start failing in. And many of the investors also make a mistake in that. So 75% is product market fit, wherein it's not working, or economics may not work, or at a scale may not work, or maybe 100 customers you have tried probably are in your known circle. Probably the moment you go to the unknown territory, it may not be working. So other than that, probably the next thing is the funding, because by nature, you need to scale much faster. Many of the business model requires repetitive funding, and if that is not available, then also one gets into a problem. So these are some of the reasons. Otherwise, we would have come across multiple reasons. In fact, in my journey, 7 startups, out of many startups I would have invested, 7 startups have collapsed only because the founders were started fighting among themselves, which nobody can do anything or anticipate at the point of putting in money. So the reasons could be anything, and these startups all are geared up and start scaling it, unfortunately. before putting up the right system, processes, technology and everything. So everything is in work in progress. On one hand, you are developing technology, penetrating the market. On the other hand, you are recruiting people who have not dealt with this stuff. And on the top of it, if you have access to the funding, which is good, nowadays the funding is easier. And most of the time, the funding is a function of story and narratives. Though the moment the story and narrative set and so somebody get impressed with that, they put in money. And because he has put in money, it brings more money from other investors. So we ran a data in 2022. So close to 20,000 investors in India. And we started, because every investor would have, like for example, if I put into a database your name, it will figure out, okay, 3 startups you would have invested. Somebody would have invested in 30 startups. So we started observing the pattern, and one of the analytics was that 80% of the startup investor end up investing in a sector which they don't understand. Like for example, agar koi founder hai, bahut acha story narrative bata diya ki this is what it solves the cancer, I have done great, this therapy will do this, that and other stuff, right? Now, a founder ने story narrative किया, अभी किसी investor का because of he would have seen certain cancer patient within the family, तो उनको लगेगा नहीं ये तो करने लायक है, ठीक है? So he bought into a story and narrative, he ended up investing in, और 4-5 investor ने angel, तो ये this all set the orchestra playing in. पहले founder story narrative करता था, अब you have another 7-8 investors who put in money, so they will also playing the story narratives in front of many people, and some more investors join the bandwagon. अब पॉइंट ये है कि अगर ये फाउंडर को पूछे, इन्वेस्टर को पूछे कि भाई तुम क्या करते हो, तो बोलते हैं कि सर ये कैंसर की कंपनी है, बहुत अच्छी है, आप कर लो. आप क्या करते हो, तो बोलेगा मैं तो आईटी कंपनी चला रहा हूँ. सो द पॉइंट इज 80% ऑफ द इन्वेस्टर एंड अप इन्वेस्टिंग इन अ सेक्टर विच दे डोंट अंडरस्टैंड. अब मैं किसी को ये बात बता रहा था, दिस आर ऑल डेटा बेस्ड. तो बोला नहीं ऐसा नहीं हो सकता. मैंने कहा कि भाई थेरानोस की वैल्यूएशन है $9 billion तक गई थी यूएसए में, राइट? सो इट डज नॉट हैपन इन इंडिया, मीन इट हैपन्स इन यूएस एज वेल. $9 billion valuation, if you look at all investor, none of that had any understanding about what the blood testing technology was all about. So this happens, but the point is, in the process, some of the startups who are doing genuine work, if they do well, they execute well, today those support system is available, which was not the case earlier.
Related supplementary question or guidance. We have around say 150-200 people. Anybody would like to, they have excellent ideas and they would like to become an entrepreneur. They intend to come, they intend to start their startup. Before reaching to you, that you fund us, what is your advice, what preparation they should do?
The good part in last 6-7 years, there are many incubation center which is set up. So in Ahmedabad only there would be many of them. So that's how in Gujarat or in any part of India, the incubation centers are there. So they provide the fixed infrastructure. On the top of it, it is not necessarily one get incubated at one facility. There are many private incubators, even government incubators gives the virtual incubation facilities. So the point is, as a startup end up getting incubated maybe in 2 or 3 places. So that is number one. There are global players as well, incubators, who also provide that. So incubators comes up with the funding support, initial seed money support. The incubators have a network with many of the angel investors. So they also start attending you. But before they attend you as an investor, the incubators help in mentoring and putting up your right, the presentation, storytelling, helping in doing prototype, helping in accessing the market, perfecting the business model. So those things are once taken care of, the startup is now clearly is aware of, okay, would I require the funding, what kind of funding requirement would be there, what could be the pitching and other things required, which kind of investor I need to crack. So nowadays, all support systems, so there are many angel network platforms are available. A startup, once a part of incubation center would register in angel investors ecosystem, and then the VCs like us are also a part of the investors. So the point is, once a startup gets into the ecosystem, all stakeholders are there to take care of him.
So one thing that I would like to request BDMA to do. And this is to both of you and all those members like Sani and Srivats, that you should start an incubation center in BDMA. The first step that these people can, where they will be comfortable in developing their idea, is BDMA. And all that it will require is a small space. Equipment will come from industry, mentoring will come from industry, funding will come from Government of Gujarat. Every startup is entitled to get 30 lakhs as a grant. So please start this incubation center, get it registered. There are 3 things that are required. You should have a committee that evaluates this, which is independent. Government has agreed to give this money on the basis of the recommendation of the committee. Then they will not interfere in analyzing कि આ પ્રોડક્ટ સારી છે, આ માર્કેટ સારું છે, because એ લોકોને ગતાગમન નથી. So it is very important that BDMA plays that midwife role in order to screen, develop and all that and get them ready and eligible to go into the system. Once the angel funding has taken place, then subsequently the prototype development, market and then VC funding. So that is one suggestion. Second suggestion here is Mir Bhai, Harish Bhai talked about the failures of startups. Let's also give them the example where we as GVFL also failed when Ola came to us. And I would also like to ask Vivek, open the box. Now you have shown the outside of the box. 15 kilograms means it can go as hand baggage upstairs in a flight also. So you can actually carry it. By the way, on a lighter note, Harish has been suffering from a toothache from 20 days. वो रोज painkiller खा रहा है. I said, why didn't you go to the doctor? He said he was traveling all the time. So I said, Moby Dent इधर बैठा है और सफर तू कर रहा है. तो मैंने कहा उसको सुला के यहाँ पे कर दे. लेकिन बॉक्स में क्या क्या रखा है यार? 35,000 में क्या क्या देता है तू? कुछ तो बता यार, इतना सीक्रेट क्यों करता है?
Okay, so sometimes the problem looks very big. If you go to a dental clinic, you will see this huge chair. If you ask a question how the chair works, it uses pneumatic, high pressure. Now you ask what really is the job of the chair, and this is where the Germans have pulled a big lie. You use pneumatics just to make it go 160 degrees. It's nothing to do with the teeth, and I'll tell you why. So I have designed a chair where if you just lift the handle, it goes 160 degrees. You don't require all the drama. Next, the amount of air pressure required for the teeth is 2 bar, which a 1 HP motor can do. So if you ask the right questions, you will be able to solve a problem. So if you want 2 bar pressure, it's only the speed at which the those drills and things work. That can be done with a 1 HP motor, which costs 5,000 rupees. So what I'm trying to share with you is some of the things they look very big from outside. When you ask the right question, it's a very simple answer. But I think we as Indians must learn to ask questions. Our problem with Indians is we just accept everything that is being told to us, and we think we are dumb, we are foolish, anything which is told by the West is right. Now, unless we change our thinking, we don't have hope. In fact, I would even go to the extent of saying, the college academia must change. The teacher is not encouraging the students to ask questions. No, asking questions is very important. So I told you, that's simple as that. Yeah.
No, Sunil sir is right because he is a mentor of our all whatever startup investment we do, he mentors us. So we also lose many of the opportunities because when it is a start stage, we don't know whether it will work or not. If somebody says कि भाई मैं ऐसे करके टैक्सी सर्विस चला लूँगा और बहुत बड़ी हो जाएगी, तो you don't believe on the first day, right? और somebody says कि fintech में मैं Paytm से भी आगे निकल जाऊँगा, तो you can't believe on day one, and those companies become a multi-billion-dollar company, but we could not participate. So there are many examples, not with us. every venture capital fund would have. और वैसे भी मैंने ये बताया कि ये 4 स्टार्टअप मैंने अभी ये recent startup investment, we don't know where will it go, but certainly I would not have been part of it if I would not have the knowledge or understanding about it. So we generally any startup which we meet, we invest or we don't invest, but at the end of the day, it is a learning exercise for us. It's a continuous learning. At the end of the day, we gain something out of it.
Which I think is a good decision. If you see the way the stocks have crashed.
So Vivek, I am motivated as a teacher to ask a question. So I am a university professor, and I think we provide the raw materials for the starters because we deal with youth in the colleges. So, and what we have seen that most of our youth are more oriented towards Lakshmi than Saraswati nowadays. So I think startups will play a major role in that. So I would like to get your suggestion, what should we tell to our students that either learn or earn, or learn while earning or earn while learning? So what should be your suggestion? Thank you.
So, you know, everything in life has paradoxes. There's no either or, why not both? Okay? A typical Gujarat mindset is make money, which is very good. For people who don't know how to make money, money is important. Now, if you can add knowledge along with it, you make wealth, not money. Wealth is for generations. Money is only your lifetime.
So I will just add to it. Incidentally, what happens in our education system, many of the places, it's more of degrees, placement, and that is how the orientation by most of the parents, students, and the universities as well. So the placement figures are more of marketed and highlighted, and that brings more student, more fees and everything. So I will just give one example. A person called Peter Thiel. He runs a Thiel Fellowship, very successful entrepreneur in USA. So his fellowship is that after 12th, he their foundation enroll certain students globally. So what he believes that after 12th, a person need to explore everything for a year, and then if he goes back to academics, he will be in a position to appreciate the academic. So the point is, you in our student age till 22, 23, 24, sometimes 25, we don't appreciate the education. It is more of exam to exam. After the degree is over, the knowledge vanishes. Sometimes we don't appreciate why we are, and it is for good marks and CGPA. So I will give that example that out of that Thiel Fellowship, the most successful case is OYO, right? So that founder at the age of 17, he got into fellowship, he got some money plus learning for a year, and then though a Thiel Fellowship says that you need to go into academics, but he realized that there is no point of getting into it. So that is why in early days of the young student, if a proper engineering or wiring is done, then if he get into academics, probably the appreciation is much more.
As we talk today about a lot about the AI coming in the picture, so we have developed a technology where we just by so when we have talked so
Take this.
For the employee testing, this technology can be used, but the adoption is very low. In the healthcare, the sensitivity is very high. Like people, adoption is a very critical challenge. So how do we resolve that?
After this AI came in, every month I come across one startup who claims, because AI enables, to create a mobile application and then you just show a face, it will tell you all vitals, which are possibly you can detect with AI. So the point is, anything with the AI, if one develops, believe me, it's likely to get commoditized much faster. Coming back to these things, as far as the spending is concerned by the corporate, it goes into, because for so many years they have the employee health checkup program. So one way or other way, annual health checkup program, there would be some the pathology laboratory or other, there would always be a tie-up, right?
Yeah,
So this kind of testing procedure is not something which is well accepted. So it is good. Means anyway, that heart rate monitoring, this other stuff, BP, those things, devices, as everybody at home, right? So it could be one more thing, but other than that, to be able to monetize is nowadays a question mark, because these technologies are commoditized.
Yes, that is the major challenge which we are facing as of right now, because we have been already doing corporate testing for multiple corporates as of right now. Even we are associated with JNPT Port, UP Police, but when we have developed this technology in-house, but still the adoption is comparatively very low. The adoption is...
So let me share something with you. So, I mean, one thing you need to understand in an entrepreneurship journey is having the right team. It's just not the idea. It's also having complementary skill sets with people who can commercialize that for you. So one of the challenges that you will have, if the technology is actually working, you'll have to find a way to make it show that it can make money. Idea without money is illusion. So spend some time to figure out how to make money. Because if you're going to make money, there'll be enough people standing in queue to. And one more thing you have to be slightly careful about is health. In health tech, it's very hard because there's so much of fear. It can fail. So for the entrepreneur, it's harder to push the idea through. So you spend time, have people who can work with you, who've taken a tech company or taken a technology company forward, they'll be able to advise you.
So one question, sir.
I think it's now 3:30. Sorry, we had quite a lot of discussion. Thank you very much to BDMA and then the excellent team we had, Mr. Vivek and here. This program became a self-sustaining program. I didn't have to do any moderation.
Hello.
Because the excellent speaker, they were doing it, and then the excellent audience that was sitting here. Thanks a lot. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Now Mr. A.K. Savani will present mementos to our guest speaker and session chair. Mr. Mihir Joshi, ladies and gentlemen. Give a huge round of applause. Dr. Vivek Maddappa, sir, thank you for sharing your valuable insights and new ideas. Mr. Sanat Kumar ji. Thank you for taking this session so smoothly, sir.
Thank you very much for this eventful and inspiring session. Moving forward, let me begin with a simple but a thought-provoking question. If your company disappears tomorrow, what would the world really miss? This question cuts to the heart of what we are here to explore today. Purpose beyond profit. I would request all of us to listen with both our head and our heart, challenge the assumptions, and leave with at least one action that we can own personally. With this, I take the opportunity to invite on stage Major General Dr. Rajesh Chhabha, Dr. Farooq Patel, and Dr. Sunil Bhatt as the moderator of the session. I would now like to introduce our session chair, Dr. Sunil Bhatt. Dr. Bhatt is the head regional human resources at Gujarat Fluorochemicals Limited. He is also the vice president of the Bharuch District Management Association and also the president of Dahej Industries Association. Having a vast professional experience of more than 3 decades, he has authored a book on leadership titled Transformational Leadership and Governance. With this, I request Dr. Sunil Bhatt to share introduction of our speakers.
Good afternoon, everyone. We have Dr. Farooq G. Patel, who is the founder, chairman, and MD of KP Group. Dr. Farooq Patel, as I know, belong to Bharuch district. So, apna Bharuchna panota putra kevai. He is a visionary entrepreneur, dynamic leader, and philanthropist, and driving force behind KP Group. One of the India's leading players in renewable energy sector, with over more than 3 decades of transformative leadership, he has built KP Group into multi-billion-dollar empire, and from a modest 1 lakh rupees investment to rupees 133 plus billion revenue, and rupees 222 plus billion peak market cap as well. Driving India's clean energy through innovative solar, wind, hybrid, and emerging green technologies. If I am not wrong, sir, when I see the belt of Vagra, the all wind, windmills, turbines, and wind blades are of KP Group, right? I came to know that it belongs to you, and you belong to us actually from Bharuch. So that's so nice of you. Key achievements of Dr. Farooq is renewable leadership, as I said, and portfolio across solar, wind, hybrid technologies with a clear roadmap to scale up to 10 gigawatt in coming years. He has a flagship projects, led the creation of Gujarat's largest private solar park, pioneered wind energy adoption in South Gujarat. If you see on the road to South Gujarat, overcoming complex terrain and technical hurdles through sustained R&D that is in place. Innovative in infrastructure. She championed the execution of large-scale projects, at the same time pioneered projects now actively expanding into green hydrogen, green ammonia, BSS, floating solar, and offshore wind segments. Very interesting to know, sir, because we are into, PCPIR, Dahej. So when you speak about all these, I also find an opportunity being a president of Dahej Association, that why don't we have some investment at our place from your side. Thank you. The corporate growth successfully scaled up 3 group companies, KPI Green Energy, KP Energy, and KP Green Engineering. Public listing with the group receiving accolades such as the best brand, the most promising brand, and is selected as a great place to work as well. Industrial expansion nearing the launch of Asia's largest galvanizing facility under KP Green Engineering in Bharuch. Further reinforcing the group's leadership in green infrastructure manufacturing. This was all about the business that was in place. Now the social impact and philanthropy that he's carrying, he's coming from a humble background and always believed in giving back to society. Deep-rooted commitment to inclusive development is reflected in many philanthropic initiatives that he leads in areas of education, healthcare, and community development. He has a strong personal inclination towards education through the group's CSR arm, KP Human Development Foundation. The following initiatives have been undertaken: association with 30 plus educational institutions, 12 plus libraries, computer labs, Anganwadis, adoption of 8 institutes including 5 government schools, 2 private schools, 1 college from differently abled. He delivered guest lectures at IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Mumbai, nominated faculty at IIM Ahmedabad as well. Honors and recognition he is carrying is Mahatma Award and Rotary Lamhe Award for Philanthropy. He is an honorary doctor from American East Coast University, USA. Shri Gopal Charan Mudra Award and Legend of Surat, the Leader Award. Featured in the Harun India Rich list among India's wealthiest entrepreneurs. With sharp business intellect and passion for clean energy, Dr. Faruk Patel continues to drive KP Group's mission of powering a sustainable future, making a lasting impact on industry and society at large. Welcome, Dr. Faruk. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. I'm really glad that I'm here on my own land today. कुछ करे बिना ही जय जयकार नहीं होती, कोशिश करने वाले की कभी हार नहीं होती, कुछ करना पड़ता है तभी जाके सबसे पहले अपने आप को पहचानना शुरू करते हैं. I really thanks to the Thakur Sahib, Joshi Sahib and all the organizer and the people. And the special thanks to you who have given my this much thanks. आज इतनी सारी चीज़ें इन्होंने बताई मेरे लिए, उसमें से बहुत सारी चीज़ें मुझे ही नहीं पता थी जो इन्होंने रिसर्च करके निकाल के बताई. Thank you very much भाई. And thanks to मेजर साहब, आप लोगों ने ये स्टेज दिया, कुछ कहने के लिए बताया. और सब्जेक्ट जो दिया है वो रियली बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग सब्जेक्ट है कि व्हाट इज़ बियॉन्ड द प्रॉफिट, प्रॉफिट के ऊपर में क्या है। मैं एक ही वाक्य कहूँगा इसमें कि सबसे खसारे वाला यानी सबसे नुकसान वाला बिजनेस वो है कि जिसमें सिर्फ पैसा है। खाली पैसा कमाने के लिए कोई भी बिजनेस होता है तो वो सबसे नुकसानदायक बिजनेस है। पैसा कमाना इसलिए है कि उस पैसे के ज़रिए से हम लोग ह्यूमन को, दुनिया में रहने वाले बसने वाले हर इंसान को किस तरह से फ़ायदा पहुंचाए। जब मैं यहाँ पर आया तो मैंने देखा कि डॉक्टर साहब दांत के बारे में बता रहे थे। वो इंसान को एक फ़ायदा पहुंचाने की कोशिश हो रही है। अब जब हर इंसान को फ़ायदा पहुंचाने की कोशिश हम लोग करेंगे तभी जाके वो प्रॉफिट जो है वो काम का है। इसका मतलब ये कभी भी नहीं है कि प्रॉफिट नहीं करना चाहिए, क्योंकि प्रॉफिट एक फ्यूल है हमारे एम्बिशन तक पहुंचने के लिए। और मैं अपनी लाइफ के बारे में बताऊं तो मैं यहाँ के एक छोटे से गांव में पैदा हुआ, वागरा में सलादरा करके गांव है। वहाँ से मेरे मम्मी वहाँ के हैं और मेरे पापा जो है कोठी गांव के। यहाँ पर मेरा अभी भी मकान है। और फादर यहाँ से 1974 में चले गए थे साहब सूरत। वहाँ पर वो बस कंडक्टर थे इन सूरत एसटी बस डेपो में। और आज की तारीख में ईश्वर की मेहरबानी से मेहनत और बहुत सारे लोगों की दुआएं, बहुत सारे लोगों का जुड़ाव, बहुत सारी टीम जो है उनकी मेहनत, वो सब मिला के आज मैं ये गर्व के साथ कह सकता हूँ कि केपी ग्रुप 3 कंपनी लिस्टेड है अभी और एक लिस्टेड होने वाली है। और पीकेस जो था वो 22,000 करोड़ के ऊपर में पहुंच गई है। आज आप देख रहे हो भरूच के अंदर में जितने भी सोलर के फार्म दिख रहे हैं अबाउट 68, उसमें सबसे बड़ा सोलर का फार्म है सूड़ी के पास में, वहाँ 120 मेगावाट का है। और जितनी भी विंड मिल देख रहे हो आप वो सारी की सारी केपी ग्रुप के द्वारा ही इंस्टॉल की गई है और सारी के सारी केपी ग्रुप की ही है, फॉर योर नॉलेज। अभी एक बड़ा सा प्रोजेक्ट यहाँ लगने वाला है, शुरू हो चुका है 370 मेगावाट का, दूसरा एक 250 मेगावाट का, 370 हाइब्रिड का प्रोजेक्ट लग रहा है और 250 सोलर का लग रहा है। इसी तरह से खावड़ा यानी कच्छ के अंदर में, पोरबंदर में है, महुआ में है और महाराष्ट्र में भी प्रोजेक्ट चालू है, राजस्थान में, उड़ीसा में। ये सारी के सारी चीज़ें मैं इसलिए बता रहा हूँ कि हमने जो सिलेक्शन किया प्रोडक्ट का, वो आप जो कह रहे थे साहब, विवेक साहब मेरे ख्याल से आप ही कह रहे थे कि जब शुरुआत होती है तो उस वक्त जो स्टार्टअप के अंदर में पैसा डालना रहता है तो उसमें बहुत ही महत्व की चीज़ जो दिखाई गई कि भाई ऐसी चीज़ में डाला जाए कि जिसमें पीपल का नॉलेज हो और जुड़ने वाले सारे नॉलेजेबल हो, तभी जाके वो जो ऑर्केस्ट्रा बजता है वो ऑर्केस्ट्रा का आवाज़ सही सुनाई देगा और आप उसमें मेकिंग मनी कर सकोगे। जैसे हमारी कंपनी में 2016 में मुझे अभी एक ये याद आ गया, एक मनीष भाई तुरकिया करके थे, उन्होंने 5.25 करोड़ रुपया डाला था। आज वो 1250 करोड़ के मालिक है इसी से। यानी अगर प्रोडक्ट सही पकड़ी है या प्रोडक्ट इंसान को फ़ायदा पहुंचाने वाली है तो उस प्रोडक्ट के ऊपर से प्रॉफिट तो मिलेगा ही मिलेगा। अब हमारा काम ये है कि प्रॉफिट के ऊपर हम क्या करें। प्रॉफिट पैसा एक लिमिट तक या एक हद तक आपको फ़ायदा पहुंचाएगा, उसमें कोई दो राय नहीं है। लेकिन उस फ़ायदे से आदमी, सिर्फ पैसे से आदमी खुश नहीं हो पाएगा, उसको चाहिए कि उसकी खुशी का मार क्या है। इसीलिए कहते हैं ना कि हम प्रॉफिट को या पैसे को एक फ्यूल की तरह इस्तेमाल करें, लेकिन हमारा मिशन जो है वो इंसानियत वाला मिशन हो। मैं अभी आया में अहमदाबाद का मेरा एक लेक्चर है, आप शायद मौका मिले तो सुन लेना, कि मैंने वहाँ पर एक चीज़ कही जो यहाँ भी दोहराऊँगा कि दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा जो सत्य है या सच है वो है मौत। उससे कोई भी इंसान इनकार नहीं कर सकता कि मौत नहीं आनी है। मौत ये आनी ही तय है, लेकिन मैं यूं कहूं कि उस मौत को भी इंसान मात दे सकता है तो कैसा लगेगा? और ये ट्रू है कि मौत को इंसान मात दे सकता है। जिस तरह से भगवान कृष्णा ने दिया ना मात, भगवान श्री राम ने दिया ना मात, मोहम्मद पैगंबर ने दिया ना मात, गांधी जी ने दिया ना मात, सुभाष चंद्र बोस ने दिया ना मात। उन्होंने प्रॉफिट को नहीं सोचा था, उन्होंने इंसानियत के फायदे को सोचा था। अगर हमको भी वही राह पे चलना है, हम इस फ्यूल को, प्रॉफिट को, बिजनेस को, प्रॉफिट को इस्तेमाल करेंगे इंसानियत के फायदे में, यकीन मानिएगा कि वो मौत को हम मात दे पाएंगे। हजारों साल, लाखों साल तक लोग आपको याद करेंगे। इसका मतलब हो गया आपकी मौत नहीं हुई है। फारूक पटेल इज अ वर्चुअल, लेकिन मुझे अभी आने से पहले इसमें से बहुत सारे लोग नहीं पहचानते थे, लेकिन मेरा नाम जानते थे कहीं ना कहीं से, या मैं मेजर साहब का नहीं जानता था चेहरे से, लेकिन नाम जानता था कहीं ना कहीं से। तो ये चीजें इसलिए है क्योंकि आपने प्रॉफिट के ऊपर जाके एक काम किया। अब वो काम क्या करना है वो बहुत महत्व की चीज है। भाई काम क्या करें? वो काम करें कि जिससे इंसानियत को फायदा हो। क्यों? उसकी भी वजह है कि ईश्वर ने एक सबसे बेहतरीन चीज बनाई है दुनिया पैदा करके, और वो है इंसान। उससे बेहतर कोई नहीं है। चाहे कितने भी एआई आ जाएंगे, कुछ भी हो जाएगा, लेकिन इंसान से बेहतर कोई चीज नहीं है। अब उस इंसान को फायदा पहुंचाने के लिए अगर हम कोई कार्य कर देंगे तो एक तो ईश्वर तो सपोर्ट करेगा ही, लेकिन सारे इंसान मिलके हमको फायदा पहुंचाने की कोशिश करेंगे। और ये पक्का है मेरा कि यही फिलॉसफी चलेगी, इसी के ऊपर में पूरी दुनिया टिकी हुई है। और ना मायूसी कभी इख्तियार नहीं करनी है, मायूसी कभी इख्तियार नहीं करनी। हम मायूस नहीं होंगे। चाहे, इसलिए मोहम्मद पैगंबर ने एक जगह पर कहा कि अगर कयामत दिख जाती है, यानी सूरज सवा नेजे पर आ जाता है, फिर भी हमको अगर कोई कहे कि इस झाड़ को बोना है तो मेहरबानी करके वो बो दीजिएगा। यानी मायूसी नहीं, एनी टाइम एनीथिंग, तो मायूसी हम इख्तियार नहीं करेंगे। प्रॉफिट धंधा करेंगे, उस धंधे से जो प्रॉफिट बनाएंगे वो प्रॉफिट हमारा डेस्टिनेशन नहीं होगा, हमारा डेस्टिनेशन कहीं और होगा, और वो होगा इंसान को फायदा पहुंचाना। दैट इज अ कंपल्सन। अगर वो नीयत होगी तो इस नीयत के जरिए से हम आगे बढ़ सकते हैं, बहुत सारी कुछ चीज़ें कर सकते हैं। हमने पास्ट में भी देखा है इस चीज़ को। डॉक्टर कुरियन को देख लो, उन्होंने सोचा कि हर आदमी को जो खेडूत है, जिसके पास में गाय भैंसे हैं, उनके दूध की कीमत सही मिल जाए, इस वजह से उन्होंने व्हाइट रिवॉल्यूशन, अमूल की स्थापना की, वगैरह वगैरह बहुत सारा किया। और हमको पता चला और हम लोगों ने देखा, अपनी आंखों से देखा है कि वो व्हाइट रिवॉल्यूशन से क्या हुआ। सारे के सारे लोगों को फायदा पहुंचा। और आज अमूल का नाम कहां पर है? डॉक्टर कुरियन नहीं है, अमूल का नाम है ना। अजीम प्रेमजी को पकड़ लो, 66% उनका प्रॉफिट का पैसा वो दे रहे हैं। तो उसी राह को अगर हम पकड़ेंगे, शायद सब्जेक्ट भी यही दिया गया है मुझे, कि सब्जेक्ट भी यही दिया गया है कि भाई व्हाट इज बियॉन्ड द प्रॉफिट। तो बियॉन्ड द प्रॉफिट इज ह्यूमन के लिए, मैनकाइंड के लिए कुछ ऐसी चीजें करना। और हमारी कंपनी सीएसआर के द्वारा, सर सीएसआर इज द कंपल्सन फॉर अस, 2% सीएसआर। हमारी कंपनी 10% कर रही है आज की तारीख में। और ये एक बात बता दूं मैं आपको कि दिस इज नॉट दी ऑब्लिगेशन, इट्स अ पैशनेट। इसी धरती में पैदा हुआ, भरूच में पैदा हुआ, तो मेरा फर्ज भी बनता है ना। हम लोग यहाँ पर एक वृद्धाश्रम बना रहे हैं, वर्ल्ड का पहला वृद्धाश्रम, जो सिर्फ डिसेबल लोगों के लिए, झगड़िया में 9.5 बीघा जमीन के ऊपर में मुख्यमंत्री श्री ने उद्घाटन किया उसका। वो 20 करोड़ का वो यहाँ पर बन रहा है झगड़िया के अंदर में। इसी तरह से बहुत सारी स्कूल्स, कॉलेजेस, लाइब्रेरीज वगैरह के अंदर हम लोग अपना अपना योगदान देते हैं और उसको आगे चलाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। देखो, छोटा होना या मैं हमेशा कहता हूँ कि छोटे घर में या गरीब घर में पैदा होना वो हमारे बस की बात नहीं है, लेकिन इसके साथ में ये याद रखना कि गरीब मरना तो हमारे बस की बात है, यानी गरीब नहीं मर जाएंगे। हम हमेशा इज्जत के साथ, कुछ मुनाफे के साथ, कुछ लोगों के अंदर रिकग्निशन, फिर हमको दुनिया में बड़ा होने की जरूरत नहीं है, दुनिया के लिए कुछ बड़ा करने की जरूरत है। आप समझे? बड़ा सोचना भी वही है, और सोच भी वो होनी चाहिए, इतनी बड़ी होनी चाहिए कि जिसको लोग पागलपन तक कह दे। जब मैंने स्टार्ट किया ये सोलर 2008 में शुरू किया, 2011 के अंदर पहला चारण का वगैरह में प्रोजेक्ट नरेंद्र मोदी साहब थे यहाँ पर उस समय पे बनाया। देन व्हेन आई केम हियर, तो लोगों ने मुझे लिटरली दे टोल्ड मी एज अ मैड और द फ्रॉड मैन, यहाँ तक का मुझे लक़ब मिल चुके थे। मैं जानता था मेरे दिल को, मेरे दिमाग को, सब कुछ। मैं भी इंजीनियर हूँ, मुझे भी पता है क्या कर रहा हूँ मैं। आज जो लोग पागल कहते थे वो लोगों के लिए मैं साइंटिस्ट हूँ। कभी, हाँ सही में, उनके लिए मैं साइंटिस्ट हो गया अभी। और कभी भी किसी ने सोचा नहीं था कि भरूच के अंदर में विंड मिल लग सकती है। नॉट इवन अथॉरिटी, नॉट इवन गवर्नमेंट, किसी ने भी सोचा नहीं था। एवरीवन वाज सेइंग दैट इज इन सौराष्ट्र। हवा बोले सौराष्ट्र में ही है। अरे मैंने क्या, जिंदे रहे यहां पर लोग? ऐसे कैसे हवा खाली सौराष्ट्र में? उसी चीज को यहां पर रिसर्च किया, बाकायदा रिसर्च हुआ उसका पूरा। कोई बापूगिरी या बाबागिरी नहीं थी ये, लेकिन इस पे रिसर्च हुआ। इस पे, क्योंकि मैं जानता था कि इस पे रिसर्च क्या करना है। इन लोगों ने जो रिसर्च के लिए कैलिब्रेशन मशीन पकड़े थे वही गलत थे। दैट आई हैव फाउंड इट, ये गलत मशीन पकड़े हैं। देन आई हैव पुट द 120 मीटर टावर वाले मशीन रखे, उसके ऊपर से रिसर्च हुआ, नासा में रिपोर्ट भेजा, हमारे इंटरनल WRA टीम है, उन्होंने देखा। दे सेड कि यार यहाँ पर तो फारूक भाई 36% PLF बोल रहा है। तो मैंने कहा बोलेगा ही ना। अगर सामने के छेड़ा भावनगर है, तो वहां पर मेरे 3 प्रोजेक्ट लगे थे, वहां पर चल रही थी विंड मिले, तो इधर में क्यों नहीं लग सकता? तो हमारा सबसे पहला प्रोजेक्ट लगा कावी में कोरा गांव है, वहां पर पहले 7 विंड मिल लगाई। छोटा इन्वेस्टमेंट नहीं है ये, बिलीव मी। एक विंड मिल 22-25 करोड़ की विंड मिल है, और 7 लगाना यानी आप समझ सकते हो 150 करोड़ का बिजनेस, 150 करोड़ का इन्वेस्टमेंट है। कौन लगाएगा? मेरी जुबान पे कौन लगाएगा? तो एक मैंने लगाई, दूसरी 6 जो है मेरे दोस्त लोगों की लगाई। आज वो भी खुश, मैं भी खुश, और साथ साथ में उसके साथ में अभी जो आगरा में लग रहा है वो 4000 करोड़ का प्रोजेक्ट लग रहा है आपका, 4000 करोड़। सो व्हेन यू पैशनेट कि आप जो बिजनेस भी कर रहे हो यानी जो चीज कर रहे हो उससे दुनिया को 100% फायदा होने वाला है, फिर ईश्वर की मदद भी आपके साथ में हो जाएगी, क्योंकि लोग जुड़ जाएंगे। पॉजिटिव थिंग्स अगर आ गई तो ईश्वर भी मदद करना शुरू कर देगा आपको। अभी सब लोग सोच रहे हैं कि यार अभी यहाँ पर इवैक्यूएशन नहीं है, क्योंकि पावर बना के पावर डालना भी तो है। क्यों नहीं है? क्योंकि केपी ने सारे के सारे जितने भी सबस्टेशन थे सब पूरे एंगेज कर लिए थे पहले से 2 साल से। नाउ पीपल आर थिंकिंग, अभी बहुत सारी बड़ी कंपनीज वगैरह वहां पर आने की कोशिश कर रही है। खैर, तो ये हुआ इस वजह से कि मैंने सिर्फ और सिर्फ प्रॉफिट को नहीं देखा, मैंने मिशन ये बनाया कि इससे जो जनरेशन हो रहा है या इससे जो ये पैदा हो रहा है पावर, एक तो क्लीन है, इंसान को एक फ़ायदा पहुंच रहा है। सबसे पहली चीज़ ये है कि मैं कोई ऐसा बिजनेस तो नहीं कर रहा हूं कि जिसकी वजह से इंसान को कोई नुकसान पहुंच जाए। दूसरा ये था कि मेरी जो धरती है उस धरती को मुझे कहीं ना कहीं कुछ दे के जाना है, मेरी लाइफ में कुछ दे के जाना है। दैट वॉज माई थिंकिंग। शुरुआत जब होती है ना तो इसी तरह से होती है कि भाई आपको ये करना है, फिर वो गोल बढ़ता रहता है, बड़ा होता रहता है। कोई मुझे रियल में पूछेगा कि फारूक भाई क्या आपने सोचा था कभी कि आप 15,000 करोड़ के मालिक होंगे? मैं सच बता रहा हूं कि मैंने नहीं सोचा था। आई एम रियली सेइंग आई एम नॉट। इतना जरूर सोचा था कि मैं जिस परिस्थिति में हूँ उस परिस्थिति से बहुत अच्छी परिस्थितियां हो सकती है। लेट मी स्टार्ट, मेहनत करने दो मुझे, वहाँ पर पहुँचने दो। लेकिन एक चीज़ हमेशा मैंने कॉम्प्रोमाइज़ नहीं की मेरी लाइफ में, शायद इससे ये रिलेवेंट है कि मैं कभी भी किसी भी इंसान को कभी भी नुकसान नहीं पहुँचाऊँगा। और हमको याद रखना चाहिए कि गीता के अंदर 13.9 टू बी स्पेसिफाइड करके कह रहा हूं, जहां पर कृष्ण ने कहा है नेकी कर, रिजल्ट की चिंता करे बगैर। मतलब यह है कि तेरा जो रिजल्ट है वो बार बार तुझे चेक करते रहना है। रिजल्ट की चिंता नहीं करने का मतलब तुझे पहुंचना कहीं है, लेकिन उसको चेक तो करते रहना है। बॉम्बे पहुंचना है, लेकिन देखना है सूरत आया, नवसारी आया, वलसाड आया, देन यू गो टूवर्ड्स, और आप ऑटोमेटिक आप पहुंच जाओगे। लेकिन वो जो रिजल्ट की चिंता नहीं करने का मतलब कि वो वाला मत देख, तू पहले वाला नजदीक वाला देख। तो वही हमने देखा पहले कि नजदीक वाला ये है, आगे बढ़ते रहे बढ़ते रहे बढ़ते रहे। आज की तारीख में आपको कह दूं, मैं अपने उदाहरण इसलिए दे रहा हूं कि मैं इसी जमीन का पैदावार हूं, और आप लोगों को शायद पता नहीं कितने लोग यहाँ के हैं। इन लोगों के लिए गर्व की बात नहीं, एक मोटिवेशन के लिए कि मेरा एग्जाम्पल अगर आपके पास में होगा तो कोई भी आदमी उससे इनकार नहीं कर सकेगा, क्योंकि आप फोन करोगे, मैं 1.5 घंटे में आप उसके सामने हाजिर हो जाऊंगा। 1.5 घंटे में आई विल बी हियर। 2.2 गीगावाट का एनर्जाइज कर चुके हम लोग। उसमें से कंपनी का खुद का 568 मेगावाट खुद का है, 10,000 एकड़ लैंड है। ये सारी चीजें ऐसे ही नहीं बन गई। हाँ, लेकिन ये जरूर हुआ कि शुरुआत तो तकलीफ दे हुई, लेकिन सोचा कभी भी ये नहीं, जब उस दिन से लेके आज तक कभी भी 2% CSR की तरफ ध्यान नहीं दिया। जितना हो सका, जहां पर भी हो सका। अभी मैं परसों था तणछा गांव, आप जानते होंगे। तणछा गांव का जो मंदिर बना वो फारूक के पैसे से बना, और फारूक ने वहां जाके ओपनिंग किया। अभी परसों की बात कर रहा हूं। यानी वो भी कभी भी बाउंड्री, कहना चाहता हूं कि वहां पर भी बाउंड्री नहीं रखी है। इंसान के अलावा कहीं पर भी बाउंड्री नहीं। अभी पीपी सवानी के साथ में हम लोगों ने एक स्कॉलरशिप प्रोग्राम शुरू किया। वहां पर महेश भाई सवानी के साथ में साफ लफ्जों में कह दिया कि यहां पर कोई जाति न्याति नहीं, बल्कि काला गोरा भी चलेगा नहीं। 8 करोड़ रुपए का स्कॉलरशिप, कोई भी वर्ल्ड के कोई भी कोने में से रिन्यूएबल पढ़ने के लिए कोई आ रहा है तो वी आर प्रोवाइडिंग देम स्कॉलरशिप। रीजन, अगर खाली हम ये सोचते रहेंगे मेरा क्या या मेरे लोगों का क्या, तो पूरी दुनिया को आप कवर नहीं कर पाओगे। इम्पॉसिबल। और कोई हमारी जिंदगी 200-500 साल की तो है नहीं, वो तो सच है। लेकिन अगर 2000-5000 साल की बनानी है तो कुछ तो प्रॉफिट के ऊपर में जाना पड़ेगा। एवरी टाइम इफ यू आर अर्निंग और खाली पैसे को देखते रहेंगे या वेल्थ को देखते रहेंगे और दूसरे लोगों को उसको आगे नहीं चलाएंगे तो सोसाइटी नहीं बनेगा। और यकीन मानिएगा कि सोसाइटी अगर नहीं बना और गैप बढ़ता रहा तो आपके पास जो कुछ भी है वो सेफ नहीं है, वो सेफ नहीं है। 5-15 लोग, 50 लोग, 500 लोग अगर हो गए और बाकी के लोग रह गए तो क्या हम यूं समझेंगे कि हमारे पास ये रहेगा? माल नहीं, आप भी नहीं रहेंगे। ये सच कह रहा हूं मैं। सो इट इज वेरी कंपल्सन फॉर अस टू मेक द प्रॉफिट विद द डिजायर कि हमारी सोसाइटी, हमारे लोग, हमारी कम्युनिटी, हमारा देश कैसे इससे फायदा हमारे प्रॉफिट से हो। और मैं जैसे कोशिश किया, मुझे बहुत शौक था साहब कि मैं कुछ करूं दुनिया के लिए, कुछ लोगों को दूं, कुछ पैसा कुछ किसी को दूं या किसी को मदद करूं। जैसे मेरे मदर फादर ऑलवेज दे वर गिविंग मी दिस ओनली। एक ही लड़का हूं मैं, फिर भी वो यही सिखाते थे कि किसी की मदद करना है, किसी का कुछ करना है। तो वो ऑलवेज 1:30 बजे आते थे, उसके बाद वो निकल जाते थे। लेकिन मुझे एक ही चीज़ थी कि वो जो कुछ भी करूँ ना, उसका पैसा मैं मांगने किसी के पास नहीं जाऊँगा, मुझे ही देना है। अब मुझे ही देना है तो मुझे तो कमाना तो पड़ेगा ना। तो फिर ये चीज़ें शुरू हुई। सो देयर इज मोटिव, देयर इज थिंग्स। हाँ, ये जरूर देना है कि आप जहाँ पर भी दो या जहाँ पर भी मदद करो, ऐसे काम के लिए कि उससे भी इंसान को ही फ़ायदा हो। ऐसी जगह पे न दे देना कि जिस जगह से इंसानियत को नुकसान हो, या ऐसी कोई संस्था न पकड़ ले। बहुत सारी दुनिया में ऐसी संस्था भी है, हमको नाम नहीं लेना है, बहुत सारी ऐसी संस्था है कि जो आजकल करती है और उससे वो अपने आप को समझते हैं कि हम इंसान को फ़ायदा पहुंचा रहे हैं किसी मजहब के लिए या किसी के लिए, दैट्स रॉन्ग कंप्लीटली। और दूसरा, हो सके इतना एजुकेशन की तरफ लोगों को मोड़ना चाहिए। यस्टरडे में पढ़ रहा था जापान की एवरेज लाइफ, यस्टरडे की बात कर रहा हूँ, इट वॉज 84 पर एज इज एवरेज लाइफ ऑफ द जापानीज। 12 करोड़ लोग हैं उसमें से कुछ। तो मैंने देखा कि ये ऐसा क्यों हो रहा है कि वहाँ पर लोग आराम से जी रहे हैं, और 84 एवरेज इज़ अ वेरी गुड एवरेज। इसका मतलब बहुत सारे लोग 100 के ऊपर है, बहुत सारे लोग 90 के ऊपर है। तो वहाँ पर देखा कि 99% इज अ लिटरेसी, यानी जितनी एजुकेट होंगे इतना अच्छी तरह से खुद भी जिएंगे, दूसरे को भी जीने का मौका देंगे। तो ये जरूरी है हम लोगों के लिए भी, अर्न एंड देन डिस्ट्रीब्यूट योर प्रॉफिट और योर मनी और योर मेहनत और योर नॉलेज टू दोज કે जिनके पास नहीं है, यानी છેવાડાનો માણસ જે કહીએ ને ત્યાં સુધી પહોંચવાની કોશિશ કરવી જોઈએ આપણે, એન્ડ दैट शुड बी अवर આપણો મોટો હોવો જોઈએ। और देखो बहुत सारी चीज़ें ऐसी है कि इतना बिगाड़ है, मैं क्या कर पाऊंगा, दिस इज नॉर्मल। सबसे पहला हमारा नॉर्मल थॉट, अरे पूरी दुनिया बिगड़ी हुई है, क्या हम बैठे रहो ना आराम से यार, अपना करते रहो, 5-15 आदमी है, हम लोग इतने बैठे हैं, दैट्स ओके। जो तेरे से बन पावे वो कर ले। एक छोटी सी स्टोरी करके मैं मेरे इसको लेक्चर को एंड करूंगा कि एक लड़का था, वो दरिया किनारे के ऊपर में जा रहा था। बहुत सारी स्टार फिश जो है वो दरिया के मौजों के साथ में ऊपर आ गई। अब फिश जो है पानी के बगैर रह नहीं सकती, तो वो जैसे टहल रहा था उसने फिश पकड़ा और अंदर पानी में डाल दिया। ऐसा वो कर रहा था, सामने से एक सो कॉल्ड इंटेलिजेंट आदमी आया, उसने कहा कि क्या कर रहा है, तो लाखों की तादाद में ये स्टार फिश नीचे गिर गई है, अब तेरे अकेले से क्या होगा। उसने कहा कि किसी को फायदा हो ना हो, ऐसे फिर से उठाया, इसको तो होगा, एक को तो होगा, ये तो शुरू कर देना है हमको कि किसी को फायदा हो ना हो। सब लोगों को मैं पहुंच नहीं पाता हूं, लेकिन कम से कम मैं किसी ना किसी के लिए तो फायदा पहुंचाना शुरू करूं, और ये शुरू कर दे अपने यहाँ से। यकीन करिएगा कि एक दिन ऐसा आएगा कि हम बहुत सारी जगह पे पहुंच पाएंगे और बहुत सारे लोग आपको नाम से पहचानते हो जाएंगे और आपकी याद के अंदर में वो अच्छा काम करेंगे, उसका सवाब यानी उसका पुण्य भी आपको मिलेगा। कब तक? ता कयामत तक। सो बिलीव करो, मेरी अपनी जर्नी है, मैंने बियॉन्ड दी प्रॉफिट सोचा है, और यकीन करना कि आप लोगों को अगर मेरी इन चीज़ों में से कोई भी ऐसी चीज़ ऐसी लगी हो कि जिसके कारण ऐसा दिल में हो कि प्रॉफिट के ऊपर भी कोई चीज़ है, तो ये है इंसानियत का काम। और आखिरी में एक छोटा सा शेर है अल्लामा इकबाल का, मेजर साहब, यकी महकम अमल पे हम मोहब्बत फातह आलम, जिहाद जिंदगानी में यही मर्दों की शमशीर है। यानी अर्थात यकी महकम, आपका जो इरादा है वो पक्का मजबूत, अमल पे हम, और उस इरादे के ऊपर अमल कार्यरत होना। यकी महकम अमल पे हम मोहब्बत फातह आलम, और ये कार्य जो है हम प्यार से मोहब्बत से करेंगे। यकीन मानिएगा कि इस संघर्ष की दुनिया जो है उसमें सबसे बड़ा अगर कोई साधन है तो वो मोहब्बत है, मोहब्बत है और मोहब्बत है। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you so much, sir. It is good to know the wings that you have spread all over the area. And as I said, કે ભરૂચના પનોતા પુત્ર, પણ હવે તો એમ સ્પેસિફિક કહું કે વાગરાના પનોતા પુત્ર, because I also work there. Few things that you said, कि सबसे बड़ी चीज़ हमें ये जाननी चाहिए कि अंतिम जो है वो मौत है ना। तो आपके हाथ में जितना है वो आप करिए। बाबा रामदेव ने बोला है आजकल लोगों के पेट बड़े और दिल छोटा होता रहे, और यही रोग की सबसे बड़ी समस्या है। तो दिल बड़ा करो। फारूक साहब ने बोला है कि हाँ, वो जिस तरह से काम कर रहे हैं, और आज ये पर्पस बियॉन्ड प्रॉफिट का जो है और उन्होंने जो बताया, सार्थक करते हुए मैं इसका नाम ये बोलूँगा कि जीना इसी का नाम है। फारूक साहब ने शेर कहा है, मैं भी अपने अंदाज में प्रमुख साहब अगर बोलते हैं तो 2 शब्द कहूँ। रिश्ता दिल से दिल के एतबार का, रिश्ता दिल से दिल के एतबार का, जिंदा है हम ही से नाम प्यार का, कि मर के भी किसी को याद आएंगे, किसी के आंसुओं में मुस्कुराएंगे, जीना इसी का नाम है, जीना इसी का नाम है। थैंक यू सो मच सर फॉर ऑल योर इंस्पिरेशंस। ओवर टू यू।
May I now request Dr. Sunil Bhatt to introduce our valedictory speaker.
My pleasure to introduce Major General Dr. Rajesh Chhabha, Sena Medal, retired. Major General Dr. Rajesh Chhabha, Sena Medal, retired, is a distinguished military veteran with 36 years of service in Indian Army from December 1983 to November 2019. He is a graduate of National Defense Academy, Khadak Vasla. He was commissioned into the 13th Mechanized Infantry on 17 December 1983. He is also a helicopter pilot who has flown Army aviation helicopters for 6 years in Northeast Himachal Pradesh and Uttarakhand. Throughout his career, he has served in all parts of the country and participated in all major military operations, including Operation Pavan in Sri Lanka, Operation Rakshak in Kashmir, Operation Vijay in Kargil, and Operation Parakram in Rajasthan. In Sri Lankan operation against LTTE, he sustained a gunshot injury for which he was awarded the Parakram medal as well. Big clap. His command appointments, including a mechanized infantry battalion, an armored brigade, Indian Infantry Division comprising 15,000 officers and soldiers. He has also held 2 prestigious instructional appointments at the Army War College, Mihao, including one at the Higher Command Wing as the brigadier. His last appointment before retirement was as Additional Director General Operational Logistics at Army Headquarters. For his distinguished service and exceptional leadership, Major General Chhabha has been honored with Sena Medal, Chief of Army Staff Commendation Card and Northern Army Commander Commendation Card. He holds an impressive array of academic qualifications which include PhD Management, MPhil Defense and Management, and PGDHRM from DAVV, MBA Financial Management from IGNO, Master of Strategic Studies from United States Army War College, MSc Defense Studies from Madras University, BCom and BA. He has also passed UGC NET examination in 4 subjects: Management, Defense Studies, International Relations, and Adult Education as well. Following his retirement in November 2019, Major General Chhabha transitioned into the education and corporate sectors. He was the director, Soft Vision Educational Society, Indore, between 2019 to 2022, during which he oversaw 2 educational institutions, including Graduate School of Business. He thereafter transitions to corporate sector, during which he led service operations for an international IT firm based in Denmark as their service delivery manager from April 2022 to December 2024. He has now assumed the appointment of Principal, Acropolis Institute of Management, Studies and Research from 10th February 2025, contributing his vast leadership and management expertise to academia. With his exemplary leadership, vast operational experience, and strong academic background, Major General Dr. Rajesh Chaba continues to make a significant in education and management. We welcome you, sir. Would request Major Sir to share his views, please.
Am I audible? Good evening. Firstly, at the outset, I'm honored to be here. I don't know whether I'm qualified enough to be here, but it's such an honor to be here with such distinguished people. You know, आर्मी में जब मैं कश्मीर में था तो हम सबको एनालिसिस किया कि सबसे ज़्यादा मिलिटेंट के जो अटैक होते हैं वो किस समय होते हैं, और वो समय पता किया गया तो समय होता है सुबह 4 बजे से लेके सुबह 5:30 बजे तक। 4 बजे इसलिए क्योंकि ह्यूमन बीइंग की सबसे ग्रेटेस्ट थकान रात की वो सुबह 3 और 4 बजे के बीच में, और 4 से 5:30 इसलिए क्योंकि सुबह होने से पहले आप सबसे ज़्यादा कॉम्प्लेसेंट हो जाते कि सुबह हो गई, रात खत्म हो गई, सुबह होने वाली, और वही समय है जब आपके ऊपर अटैक होते हैं, क्योंकि वो जानते हैं कि यही समय आप सबसे वनरेबल हो। मैं इसलिए बता रहा हूँ क्योंकि 2 दिन के सेशन के बाद 7वें सेशन में अगर मुझे बोलने का मौका मिल रहा है तो मैं आप लोगों की मनस्थिति समझ सकता हूँ। यू नो वो रेड आई फ्लाइट बोलते हैं ना सुबह वाली, आप लोग सारे एक्सपीरियंस्ड हो। रेड आई फ्लाइट वही होती है जो सुबह 6 बजे वाली होती है, 5 बजे वाली होती है, सबकी आंख लाल होती। मैं जब मुझे सेशन के बारे में पता चला तो मुझे पता चला कि मेरे बाद फारूक साहब बोलने वाले, तो मैंने रिक्वेस्ट किया कि आप उन्हें मेरे से पहले करवाइए, क्योंकि पर्पस बियॉन्ड प्रॉफिट वो जो बोलेंगे उनसे ज़्यादा तो मैं बोल नहीं सकता। तो मैंने कहा सबसे पहले आप इनको बोलने दीजिए ताकि आप लोगों को बड़ा क्लियर हो जाए कि पर्पस विदाउट प्रॉफिट है क्या। सो मैं क्या बोलूँगा, मैं आपको ज्ञान नहीं दूंगा। ज्ञान इसलिए नहीं दूंगा क्योंकि आप सब मेरे से बहुत ज़्यादा ज्ञानी, especially in corporate world. मेरी knowledge is extremely limited on these factors. What I'll speak today is मैं अपने जो आर्मी के experiences हैं उसको मैं आपके साथ थोड़ा शेयर करूंगा ताकि जो ये पर्पस विदाउट प्रॉफिट की बात हो रही है उसको कैसे हम रिलेट कर सकते हैं। Maybe my experiences in army may benefit or may explain some of these things that will be in front of you. मैं थोड़ा और जो ये लेटेस्ट ऑप सिंदूर हुआ है उसके बारे में मैं जिक्र करना चाहूँगा क्योंकि दैट इज़ अ वेरी इट्स ए पैराडाइम शिफ्ट इन इंडियाज़ फॉरेन पॉलिसी एंड द वे इंडिया इज ऑपरेटिंग टुडे। आई विल ऑल्सो लाइक टू कवर अ बिट ऑफ जियो पॉलिटिक्स बिकॉज मैं ये समझता हूँ कि एज बिजनेस पीपल if you have to do purpose without profit, you need to understand how the world is going to behave. I don't know whether this was part of my brief or not, but अब मुझे मौका मिला है तो अब कुछ तो बोलूँगा ना, right? So let me start by showing this table. You know, ये टेबल नेशनल डिफेंस एकेडमी खड़गवासला की जो कैडेट मेस है, उसके गेट के बाहर ये टेबल रखी। और ये टेबल अगर आप देखें तो देखेंगे जो चेयर है ये, सॉरी, ये चेयर है, ये लटकी हुई है ना? उसके अनलिट कैंडल, उल्टा ग्लास, एक नींबू, थोड़ा नमक। ये टेबल एक्चुअली 1971 वॉर के बाद 54 आर्मी ऑफिसर्स हैड गॉन मिसिंग, जिनका अभी तक पता नहीं चला। और हम इतने बेवकूफ थे कि हमने 94,000 पाकिस्तानी सैनिकों को छोड़ दिया, मगर ये 54 हमने मांगे नहीं उनसे। सैड। बट ये कहता है this is for one of our own. This table set for one is small, symbolizing the frailty of one prisoner alone against his oppressors. Remember, the single red rose displayed in a vase reminds us of the families and loved ones of our comrade in arms who keep the faith awaiting the return. The red ribbon tied so prominently around the vase is reminiscent of the red ribbon worn upon the lapels and breast of thousands who bear witness to their unyielding determination to demand a proper accounting for our missing. Remember, the candle is unlit, symbolizing the upward reach of their unconquerable spirit. The slice of lemon is on the bread plate to remind us of their bitter fate. There is salt upon the bread plate, symbolic of the family's tears as they wait. The glass is inverted. They cannot toast with us this night. The chair is empty. They are not here. Purpose without profit. जब हम IMA से पास आउट होते हैं, जब कमीशन ऑफिसर्स होते हैं, तो जब वो मार्चिंग करके जाते हैं, कभी आप एनडीए या नेशनल डिफेंस एकेडमी की जब परेड होती है ना, हर साल होती है, वो आजकल टीवी में टेलीकास्ट होती है, किसी दिन देखना उसे, बड़ी अच्छी है। उसमें जो लास्ट स्टेप है उसका नाम है अंतिम पथ, अंतिम पग, द लास्ट स्टेप बिफोर यू बिकम एन ऑफिसर। एंड व्हेन यू कम इनसाइड, तो ये वाला बोर्ड सामने लगा हुआ, ये कहता है the safety, honor and welfare of your country come first, always and every time. The honor, welfare and comfort of the men you command comes next. Your own ease, comfort and safety come last, always and every time. This is what an Indian officer reads the moment he gets commissioned into the Indian Army. And this is what we are expected to follow throughout our life. And I'm proud to say that 99.9% people, 99.9% of officers, that 0.1 will always remain. They follow this code. Right? As I said, ज्ञान ज़्यादा नहीं दूंगा, थोड़ा सा दूंगा. So what is purpose? Purpose is the reason your organization exists beyond making money. It is the human problem you are there to solve. And why purpose without profit matters? It says purpose without profit doesn't mean loss making. It means making purpose the North Star, not profit. Profit becomes the outcome, not the goal. Sir, sorry, thoda sa aapki repetition. Maybe it will sink in better. Moral and strategic imperatives, you are a magnet to the talent if your company behaves the way it is supposed to. You brand trust and social license is what you generate. Operationalization of purpose किस लिए? Purposeful leadership, embedded values, decentralized ownership and long-term view. Actually ये सारा जो मैं थोड़ा सा बोल रहा हूँ, it's actually a sum of everything that has been spoken to since yesterday. We had a beautiful session in the morning today. This is actually everything that got spoken here. Right. What are the risks and realities? Purpose is not a feel-good slogan, it's hard. It means saying no to short-term profit, investing in people, planet with uncertain return, taking unpopular stands, but that is exactly why it builds trust, resilience and legacy. Purpose is not the easier path, it's the braver ones. So call to action, 3 questions that you need to answer as corporate leaders and budding corporate leaders jo piche baithe. What is the human need your business exists to serve? Would your community miss you if your company disappeared tomorrow? Are you building an organization your grandchildren will be proud of? Purpose without profit may sound idealistic, but in truth, it is the most practical, resilient and visionary way to lead in today's India. And let us be the generation of Indian business leaders who prove that doing good is not the opposite of doing well, it is the foundation of all. Okay. Fine. So that was a bit of gyan, a bit of repetition of what was actually speaking. It's been a great 2 days of learning. I've learned so much here because such wonderful speakers were there before who had huge experiences, who had huge knowledge. It was a pleasure to listen to them, and this is actually a sum of exactly what they have been talking over the last 2 days. Right, let me talk about few geopolitical realities which stare India, which stare us, which are extremely important for us to know. Before I go on to the geopolitical realities, gentlemen, national power today is determined by 4 things, not military. Military is not national power. It is the acronym they say is DIME. D stands for diplomatic, I stands for informational, M stands for military, and E stands for the economic. Military is what I handle, or I used to handle. Economy is what you all handle, and you will continue to handle. So today, if we say that due to the importance of diplomatic, informational, and economic, today, is there a lesser relevance of military? You know, in 1991, there was a book which talked about that when the Cold War ended, it was presumed that capitalism has won, and now with the Cold War having ended, there will be peace in the world. Few years it remained like this, from 1991 to let's say 2000, 2000. And that was when the famous 9/11 happened. Okay, you know, चाणक्य ने 6 नीति बनाई थी. इसके ये 6 नीति वाला जो है ना, ये नीचे वाला. He says diplomatic policies 6 तरीके की होती. It says first is Shanti, which is peace, Vigraha, which is war, Asana, which is neutrality, Samsarya, which is alliance, double dealing, and preparation for war. These were the Chanakya principles, and he says, agar hame ye karna hai, to ye 6 cheezein zaruri. We need to have a strong political leadership, we need to have sustained diplomacy, we need to have the military might to ensure that what we are saying is doable. Our economy has to be strong, our infrastructure has to be very good, and the education has to be very high, because only then can we benefit from whatever we are doing. So what are the geopolitical realities today? It's a volatile, uncertain, complex, ambiguous world. Very well known. There is a rise of critical technologies, especially AI, robotics. We have spoken enough about AI. But just see what happened. 3 instances. Op Sindoor, Op Rising Lion, which is the one which Israel has just launched against Iran. And third is the attack on Russian bomber fleet 3,000 kilometers away from the Ukrainian border, in which they claim to have destroyed 41 bombers of Soviet army, Russia. 3,000 kilometers. AI today is not only for technology, it is not applicable only for economy, it's not only applicable for industry, it is equally applicable for the armed forces. And third is ascendancy of hard power. Everyone thought that wars have nearly ended today. But last 1 year, starting from Russian-Ukraine war about 2-3 years back, it was expected to finish within 2 weeks. It has now come nearly 3 years and continuing. War seems to have come back into favor, which has got critical implications for India. And the problem with India is, there is no denying that fact that except for Israel, we have got the most complex and most troubled neighborhood. You know, the last point, 2.5/3.5 front war, that 3-front war is first is Pakistan, second is China. Earlier that 0.5 was internal issues that face India, जो बाकी countries में नहीं है. वो 3 मैंने इसलिए लिखा है because now you add Bangladesh to the equation. We have a transactional US. We have already spoken yesterday. Was a full session on Trump tariff and what the US is all about. We need to understand that today, under Trump, at least for the next 3 years, if not more, this transactional nature of US diplomacy will continue. There is no principles involved in this today. Today, suddenly, within a month, within 15 days actually, suddenly Pakistan has become a bosom friend of US. And it can be traced back to his very close venture capitalist fund visit to Pakistan and Trump Jr.'s deal with Shehbaz Sharif's son on cryptocurrency. We need to understand China is expanding, China is becoming a rising power, it is a power today, it is vying to be the bigger superpower than US in times to come. We are talking about Viksit Bharat in 2047, China is thinking about 2050 to be the foremost superpower in the world. Opportunistic Israel, it made use of the fact that world was busy. It made use of the fact that Hamas attacked it in October last year, in which they lost a lot of people. It made use of that to destroy Hamas. Similarly, it made use of the same thing to destroy Hezbollah. Making these two weak, it ensured that US takes action against the Houthis in Yemen. हुआ क्या? ये 3 प्रॉक्सीज थे ईरान के इजराइल के अराउंड. उसने इंश्योर किया ये प्रॉक्सीज को हटा दो, क्योंकि ये प्रॉक्सीज इंश्योर करते थे कि ईरान के ऊपर इजराइल अटैक ना करे. ये 3 हटे, ईरान का अम्ब्रेला खत्म हुआ, ट्रंप का अराइवल हुआ, इजराइल हैज अटैक्ड ईरान. आई विल नॉट बी वेरी सरप्राइज, अभी तो ईरान के न्यूक्लियर फैसिलिटीज के ऊपर अटैक हुआ है, उनके मिलिट्री के ऊपर अटैक हुआ है. आई वोंट बी वेरी सरप्राइज इफ देयर इकोनॉमिक एंड ऑयल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर is going to be the next target. And that is going to be the trouble for the world and for India. Because we must remember, Iran is the Shia leader of the Shia group in the Muslim world. And Saudi Arabia के जितने maximum oil producing areas हैं, they are all in a neighborhood which is Shia dominated. Russia-Ukraine war is got a likelihood of getting Europe sooner or later, the way they are behaving, for whatever reason. Europe is talking about expanding their defense expenditure to more than 3.0. They're thinking of going up to 4% of the GDP. It's going to be a hard world. Divided as Muslim world, it is divided into three, which are, remember, West is making use of this fact. Muslim world is divided between Shia, Sunnis and Turks, with Iran, Saudi Arabia and Turkey being three who wish to dominate the Muslim world. Pakistan is supporting Turkey, though it has always been a major Saudi supporter. 2.5 and 3.5 front war I've already talked about. Now, what are the pathways that India needs if you have to deal with this complex world? We need to have economic independence. It's such a sad state of affairs when one reads that our car production is going to go down, our important production lines are going to stop because we cannot make magnets. We are importing entire magnet chain from China. It's not that we don't have rare earth or rare earth minerals, but it is more easier. Yesterday one speaker said a beautiful thing. He says China will ensure that the world remains dependent on it, even by making them so cheap, by cutting costs so much, by giving them subsidy, that they ensure that they have the dominance on those things. And that is exactly what has happened. APIs, 70% of India pharma industry, aap log to yahin pe pharma is big in Gujarat. 70% of your APIs come from China. अभी उन्होंने रेयर अर्थ का टैप बंद किया है. जिस दिन वो API का टैप भी बंद कर देंगे, इंडिया की अब मेजर इकोनॉमिक सुपर पावर जो हम अपने सुपर हाउस बोलते हैं, they'll all go shut. What do we do after that? Yes, exactly. We need to spend increasing spending on defense. You know, defense actually is something like insurance. I'm sure out of all of there, यहाँ पे जितने सब बैठ, सबके पास कुछ ना कुछ इंश्योरेंस हो. इंश्योरेंस आप क्यों खर्चा करते हो? ताकि अगर आपकी डेथ हो जाए किसी कारणवश, तो आपके फैमिली को कुछ पैसा मिले. Spending on defense is like buying an insurance for your country. The bigger the insurance, the better you are to handle tough issues later in life. National interest, you know, बहुत दुख होता है जब हमारे ड्रोन्स जो हैं उसका nearly 90% again is imported from China. And ये proven fact है कि drones में there is likelihood of tampering of drones. And इसके बारे में advisory भी आई है कि जो भी drones especially defense industry को supply किए जाएंगे उसमें चाइना का part नहीं होना चाहिए. Writing में. But it's also a known fact that जितना material आता है वो आता चाइना से ही है. उसके ऊपर प्रिंटिंग होती है मेड इन मलेशिया, मेड इन इंडोनेशिया, मेड इन इंडिया ऑल्सो. और हमारे ही भारतीय चाइना में जाके दो लोग उसी के साथ आंखें नहीं मिलाएंगे एक दूसरे के साथ, खरीद रहे होंगे वही चीज और उसी इंडियन आर्मी को बेच रहे होंगे जिसको दोनों एक ही चीज को बेच रहे होंगे. We need to have purpose without profit if we are talking about defense. Research business combo is enough spoken about. We need more money, we need more research if we have to go into economic independence. जो मोदी जी की बात मैं कवर करूंगा, जो उन्होंने आप सिंदूर की बात कही थी, बहुत अच्छी बातें कही. Okay, right. Deterrence to economic heft, I maintain this, that unless your economy is stronger, your diplomatic heft will not be there. Your military is equally required. Let's understand with examples. Russia की economy तकरीबन $4 trillion. Europe की economy $31 trillion. Russia is making entire Europe afraid of itself. It's not the money that you have. Japan versus China. जापान की आज अगर नेशनल लेवल इंपॉर्टेंस की बात की जाए तो चाइना से बहुत कम आकी जाती. क्यों? Only because of the fact that it does not have the military to support its economy. And third, साउथ चाइना सी में जो चाइना कर रहा है, दादागिरी कर रहा है, वो तो आपको देखी जाती. So what are the takeaways from armed forces that industry can take? I've just talked about 7 things: discipline, people first, mission, unity of purpose, pressure handling, leadership by example, clear communication in chaos. You know, आप सब लोग ने मिलिट्री की ड्रिल्स देखी होंगी. एक अगर चलना है तो you have to start with your left leg, बायां फुट आगे, दूसरा फुट आगे. और बहुत लोग कहते होंगे क्या है ये, क्या बेवकूफ़ी है. There is a greater purpose. The first thing that you enter into, जब एनडीए में जाते हो तो सबसे पहले आपको ड्रिल सिखाई जाती है. और ड्रिल का एक मकसद होता है. ड्रिल का मकसद ये होता है कि जब आपको हुक्म दिया जाए तो आप अगर हुक्म है चल तो चल. चल इज नॉट दिस, राइट. एंड उसका मकसद सिंपल ये है कि अगर लड़ाई में आप क्वेश्चन पूछने लगे कि गोली, जब हुक्म दिया कि गोली चलाओ तो पहले पूछेगा मुड़े मैं चलाऊं कि पड़ोस वाला चलाए. या अगर अटैक करो चलो तो चलो, फिर आप सवाल नहीं पूछते कि मैं क्यों, क्योंकि अगर मैं क्यों पूछने लगोगे तो फिर कोई ऊपर जाएगा ही नहीं. डिसिप्लिन इज द ड्रिल टीचर्स यू डिसिप्लिन. दैट इज व्हाई इट बिकम्स इंपॉर्टेंट. पीपल फर्स्ट. आई मस्ट टॉक अबाउट एन एग्जाम्पल. यू नो, जब ये गन शॉट वुंड की बात हो रही थी श्रीलंका में, जो मुझे लगी थी वो लड़ाई उस समय हुई थी कि उस समय हम श्रीलंका में लैंड किए थे जब एलटीटी के खिलाफ ऑपरेशन चल रहे थे. आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट October 1987 when I am talking about. And this happened on 21st of November 1987, in which हम लोग जा रहे थे और वहाँ से कुछ लोग दौड़ते हुए दिखे. आई मीन टेलिंग इट इन शॉर्ट, दौड़ते हुए दिखे. हमने कहा कि इनके पीछे देखते हैं कहाँ जा रहे हैं. तो जब हम जाने लगे तो हम ओपन में थे और वो पेड़ के पीछे तब तक पहुंच चुके थे. उन्होंने वहां से फायरिंग शुरू की. अब जब फायरिंग शुरू हो गई तो हम जमीन के ऊपर लेट गए, पर हम ओपन में थे, खुले में थे, वहां कोई कवर ही नहीं थी. तो पीछे कुछ कवर थी. मैंने अपने जो साथ में 10 जवान थे मेरे पास टोटल, उसमें से मैंने बोला आप लोग पीछे जाओ, पीछे कवर करो, हम सब पीछे चलते हैं. बट बाय द टाइम वो तो चले गए. अनफॉर्चुनेटली उसी समय मेरे साथ जो रेडियो ऑपरेटर मेरा था उसने कहा कि साहब मुझे गोली लगी. तो मैंने कहा कहाँ लगी? कहता पाँव में लगी. तो मैंने कहा निकल चल सकता है? कहते साहब मैं तो क्रॉल भी नहीं कर सकता. वेरी ब्रेव ऑफ दैट गाय. ही टुक आउट, ही सेड कि सर मेरे पास ना मेरा एक काम कर देना आप, मेरे पास ये 5,000 रुपये मेरे पास हैं, मेरी फैमिली को 5,000 रुपये दे देना, आप पीछे चले जाओ, नहीं तो आप भी मर जाओगे. Then I told him, I said, don't be crazy. अगर तेरे को छोड़ दिया तो मैं किसको मुंह दिखाऊंगा? मुझे भी तो रहना है. And that was the time when I got hit. But then that was again the time when he said, sir, मेरे को दूसरी गोली लग गई. So you didn't have the time to get into the luxury of worrying about your own self. It was the man who was there. Yeah, cutting things short, luckily I could radio and the tanks could come, मुझे निकाल लिया गया, वो भी बच गया. थोड़ी पाँव 1 इंच उसकी छोटा हो गया, but बच गया. The fact still remains, people first, that's the motive that we are talking. Your men, your ease, comfort and safety of your men comes second after the nation. Pressure handling. The most traumatic, there are two events which were most traumatic in my life. पहला ये था जब कश्मीर में हम थे और सुबह सुबह 6 बजे 5 बजे की बात है, हमने बॉम्ब की आवाज़ सुनी, ब्लास्ट की। तो सुबह हमारी पार्टी जाती है जो रोड को क्लियर करती है, माइन वाइन तो नहीं है उसके अंदर। उसके ऊपर अटैक हुआ और उसके वहाँ बॉम्ब ब्लास्ट हुआ, कुछ लोग जख्मी हो गए। हम लोग क्लोजेस्ट थे वहाँ से, तो मैंने रिकमेंड किया एक गाड़ी मंगवाता हूँ। तो जब मैं जाने वाला था उससे थोड़ी से पहले एक कैप्टन था हमारा, वो कहता सर आप ऐसा करो, आप हेलीकॉप्टर्स को बुलाओ जो लोगों को चोट लगी है, मैं जाके देखता हूँ। एंड ही वेंट। अनफॉर्चुनेटली जहाँ पे वो बम उन्होंने लगाया हुआ था, उन्होंने वहाँ दूसरा लगा के रखा। और जब ये ऑफिसर उतरा वहाँ से और जाने के लिए गया वहाँ देखने के लिए, and that was the time when they blew off the second bomb and we lost him there. It could have been me to be there. But the fact still remains, that still haunts me. अभी भी मेरे को कभी कभी सोचता हूँ तो लगता है कि क्या हुआ उस यंग कैप्टन था, 1 महीने 2-3 महीने का बेटा था उसका, वहीं था वो जो हुआ। एंड सेकेंड वॉज व्हेन हम लोग, एक चीज होती है टैंक में, टैंक की ब्रिगेड कमांड की है, तो टैंक जो होता है वो पानी के अंदर जा सकता है, पानी के अंदर हो सकता है पूरा जैसे। एंड वो जो पानी की जो नदी का जो बॉटम होता है उसके ऊपर वो चल सकता है, बहुत दिन तक नहीं चल सकता पर चल सकता है। सो हम वो ट्रायल कर रहे थे जब टैंक की जो फोर्डिंग, उसको फोर्डिंग बोलते हैं। It was not have been done for a long time. We were taking a risk doing it. But then operational risk था, तो मैं आर्मी चीफ को उस समय वहाँ पे हमारी एक्सरसाइज देखने आए थे, विजिट करने। एंड आई वाज ब्रीफिंग हिम, आई वाज टेलिंग कि सर ये टैंक अभी नदी के अंदर गया है और ये अभी थोड़ी देर के बाद बाहर निकलेगा। तभी वहाँ जो साथ में चीफ के एक और जनरल बैठे हुए थे, इसे कि यार राजेश तेरा टैंक रुक गया। And I looked at, we had the camera there and we realized, yes, tank ruk gaya. I said, sir, I am going. And this was 7:30 in the evening. Imagine tank पानी के अंदर है, उस टैंक के अंदर 2 लोग हैं, एक कैप्टन था और एक ड्राइवर था उसका। रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी मेरी थी, मैंने उनको भेजा था वहाँ। And the tank was stuck inside the water. We had arrangement, safety arrangement थे हमारी रिकवरी व्हीकल्स थी, उसके काफ़ी कॉम्प्लेक्स प्रोसीजर था, बट था हमारा अरेंजमेंट। बट एवरीथिंग स्टार्टेड फेलिंग, एवरीथिंग स्टार्टेड फेलिंग। एंड द टैंक 7:30 जो स्टार्ट था वो रात को 10:30 बजे तक तो टैंक चलता रहा, बंद नहीं हुआ पानी के अंदर। 10:30 बजे टैंक बंद हो गया और अंदर से वो जो कैप्टन था वो उस रेडियो के साथ था हमारा, वो कहता सर टैंक के अंदर पानी भर रहा है। एंड कहता सर घुटने तक आ गया, सर पेट तक आ गया, सर छाती तक आ गया। थैंकफुली, थैंक गॉड, वन जो उसका रस्सा था कहाँ फंसा हमें भी नहीं पता, फंस गया, बाकी 2 टूट चुके थे। एंड जब हमने उसको खींचना शुरू किया तो मेरे साथ जो खड़ा था उनका सीईओ, वो कहता सर चल रहा है टैंक, निकल रहा है। धीरे 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 टैंक की गन, पहले सामने गन होती है, वो गन बाहर आई, धीरे 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 जो जहाँ पे टरेट जिसको कहते हैं, जहाँ ये गोल वाला होता, वो बाहर आया। जहाँ वो बाहर आया हमने कहा पहले इसको रोको, पहले तो दोनों लड़कों को बाहर निकालो। You know, that was the time I had thought कि अगर ये बंदे by any chance if they don't survive, then I'll resign from army. I cannot live in army with the conscience in my conscience. This is where the unity of purpose, mission and pressure handling comes. Leadership by example, I could have gone. मेरा काम नहीं था. वो directly जो commanding officer होता है उसका काम था. मैं तो brigade commander था. I was one level higher than there. But then I had to be there because ultimately it was my decision to tell them to go. Clear communication in chaos, you got to be very clear, and especially for corporate world, you have to be very clear whenever chaos happens, that is the time when your leadership qualities come into play. That is the time when your men are looking up at you to tell them what to do. This is something which interests everybody. Just play this music, please. क्लिक करो. नहीं हो रहा. You know, there were certain symbolism during Op Sindoor, जो बहुत important है. नहीं हो रहा तो छोड़ दीजिए. लीव इट, छोड़ दीजिए. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड चले जाइए. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज. ओके, सिंबॉलिज्म इसमें इस पूरे ऑपरेशन में बहुत सिंबॉलिक चीजें थी. नाम सिंदूर, क्योंकि सिंदूर ही उजड़ा था. रिस्पांस लॉन्च डेट 22 तारीख को अटैक हुआ था. 22 तारीख को मारे गए थे हमारे निहत्थे लोग. अटैक हुआ 6 और 7 की रात को. 22 के बाद अगर जिनकी डेथ हुई थी उनकी जो 13वीं जो हम गिनते हैं वो नॉर्मली जब जलाया जाता है उसके 13 दिन के बाद होता है. 13 दिन 6 और 5 तारीख की रात को खत्म होता. विमेन ऑफिसर्स अलॉन्ग विद फॉरेन सेक्रेटरी, नेवर हैपेंड. शिव तांडव स्रोतम में मैं सुनाना चाह रहा था आपको. जब डीजीएमओस की टॉक हुई थी तो ये शिव तांडव स्रोतम उस समय चलाया गया था. सिंबॉलिक, शिव का तांडव. नूर खान किराना हिल्स के ऊपर जो अटैक हुए थे, दैट वाज टू टेल पाकिस्तान वी नो वेयर योर न्यूक्लियर वेपन्स आर. बिकॉज नूर खान जो एयरपोर्ट है उनका, वहीं पे पाकिस्तान की न्यूक्लियर कमांड अथॉरिटी बेस्ड. Joint party delegations, after sending everybody after the war to tell the world that we are united, joint party delegations were sent to entire, I think if I'm not wrong, around 40 countries. And lastly, मोदी जी ने ये बोला था कि ये बुद्धा का देश. उस दिन बुद्ध पूर्णिमा थी जिस दिन उन्होंने 12 मई को किया था. और बुद्धा जो हैं वो शांति के प्रतीक हैं, मगर शांति का रास्ता पावर के थ्रू आता. आई विल नॉट ड्वेल टू मच. आप लोग सिंदूर पढ़े हैं, सिंदूर सुना है, देखा है, डेट से परिचित हैं. वाई एम मोर इंपॉर्टेंट इज दिस पार्ट. इंटरनेशनल डिप्लोमेसी, बाकी कंट्रीज ने क्या किया जो अभी करेंगे. लेट्स अंडरस्टैंड सऊदी अरेबिया के फॉरेन मिनिस्टर उस समय इंडिया में थे जिस समय ऑप सिंदूर हुआ था. उन्होंने अपने विजिट कैंसिल नहीं की. वो 6-7 की रात को 7 की सुबह पहुंचे थे. 6-7 की रात को अटैक हुआ था. नॉर्मल अगर उन्हें अपोज करना होता उन्होंने विजिट अपनी कैंसिल कर देनी थी. नहीं हुई कैंसिल. ईरान के डिप्टी फॉरेन मिनिस्टर 8 तारीख को इंडिया में थे. अफगानिस्तान ने साफ मना कर दिया जब पाकिस्तान ने बोला कि इंडिया की मिसाइल अफगानिस्तान में गिरी है. उन्होंने कहा कोई मिसाइल नहीं गिरी हमारे ऊपर. चुप भी रह सकते थे, नहीं रहे. यूएसए, उसके बारे में थोड़ा बाद में जिक्र कर लेता हूं. चाइना, अगेन चाइना ने 7 तारीख से लेके 10 तारीख तक कोई बोला नहीं, दोनों हमारे लिए बराबर है. 10 तारीख की जब सीज फायर हो गया उसके बाद शाम को 7-8 बजे उनका स्टेटमेंट आया था कि हम पाकिस्तान की सॉवरेनिटी और इंटीग्रिटी को मेंटेन करेंगे. पर उससे पहले कुछ नहीं किया। रशिया ने 7 या 8 तारीख को डिक्लेयर किया कि एक फ्रिगेट जो रशिया में बन रहा था वो इंडियन आर्मी को इंडियन नेवी को हैंडओवर कर दिया गया। सवाल यह है कि वो जो फ्रिगेट रशिया ने वहां हैंडओवर किया वो तो 1 महीने के बाद इंडिया आएगा, और अनाउंस क्यों किया? पॉइंट इज अनाउंस उसने तब किया जब ये ऑपरेशन चल रहा था, विच इंप्लाइज दैट रशिया सेड दैट वी आर विथ यू। टर्की, इनफ स्पोकन अबाउट टर्की। ये कंट्री है जिसने ओपनली पाकिस्तान का साथ दिया, वेदर इट वाज ड्यू टू द पॉलिटिक्स or whether it was due to economic, whether, as I was speaking yesterday, whether it was due to Armenia-Azerbaijan conflict, God knows. But suffer, जितना पाकिस्तान से उसे फायदा होगा उतना भारत से नुकसान होगा। बांग्लादेश, even with Mohammad Yunus in power, बांग्लादेश की तरफ से कोई स्टेटमेंट नहीं आया इस 3 दिन, उसके बाद भी नहीं आया। इजराइल के बारे में बात कर चुके, राइट। मोर इंपॉर्टेंट इज दिस पीएम की एड्रेस जो 12 मई को थी। उसने 2-3 मैसेज दिए। कुछ मैसेज उन्होंने भारत की खुद की जनता के लिए दिए, कुछ मैसेज उसने इंटरनेशनल कम्युनिटी को दिए। जो भारत की जनता को दिए उसने ये बोला कि ये जो पूरा ऑपरेशन था ये हमारे सामाजिक सौहार्द को समाप्त करने के लिए था। ये जो ऑपरेशन है, ये जो हमारी माताओं बहनों ने सिंदूर जिनका छीना गया है उसका बदला है। ये पूरी लड़ाई में सबसे जरूरी है कि हम अपनी राष्ट्र की यूनिटी को मेंटेन करके रखें। हम लड़ाई नहीं चाहते हैं, मगर अगर होगा तो हम उसके लिए हमेशा तैयार रहेंगे। लास्टली, इस लड़ाई का रास्ता जो है वो स्ट्रेंथ से होता है, मजबूती से होता है। वी नीड मॉडर्नाइजेशन, वी नीड इंडिजिनाइजेशन एंड वी नीड टॉक्स विद पाकिस्तान विल हैपन इन 2 सर्कमस्टांसेस जो आगे कवर करूंगा। मोर इंपॉर्टेंटली उसने इंटरनेशनल ऑडियंस को क्या कहा? यह कहा कि ग्लोबल टेररिज्म है, पाकिस्तान के तार जो हैं वो 9/11 हो, लंदन की ट्यूब बॉम्बिंग हो, सब में पाकिस्तान के टेररिस्ट का हाथ है। ये बोला कि ये जो पूरा डेमोन्स्ट्रेशन हुआ है, ये दुनिया ने देखा है कि हमारी रिजॉल्व क्या है, हमारी कैपेबिलिटीज क्या हैं। पाकिस्तान एक फ्रैंकेस्टाइन मॉन्स्टर कर रहा है, वो खुद उसे खा जाएगा। ये पूरा एक्शन रिएक्शन स्ट्रैटेजी था। हमने एक्शन नहीं किया, हमने सिर्फ रिएक्शन किया। सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट चीज ये बोली, जो हमारी नई डॉक्ट्रिन है, हम टेररिज्म को एक्सेप्ट नहीं करेंगे, हम न्यूक्लियर ब्लैकमेल को एक्सेप्ट नहीं करेंगे। पाकिस्तान गवर्नमेंट, पाकिस्तान आर्मी उतनी ही रिस्पॉन्सिबल है टेररिज्म के जितने टेररिस्ट खुद हैं। रेस्पॉन्सिव स्ट्रैटेजी हम जब चाहेंगे, जहां चाहेंगे वहां आके मारेंगे आपको, और उसी तरीके से मारेंगे जिस तरीके से हमें मारना चाहिए। टेरर और टॉक दोनों एक साथ नहीं हो सकते। टेरर और ट्रेड दोनों एक साथ नहीं हो सकते, और खून और पानी एक साथ नहीं बह सकते। ये पूरा जो आपकी पूरी स्ट्रैटेजी है, अभी तक भारत ने पूरी भारत की स्ट्रैटेजी को एक एड्रेस में उन्होंने यहां की बजाय इस तरफ कर दिया। ये भारत में ये एड्रेस इतना ज़्यादा नहीं पढ़ा गया है जितना ये वेस्टर्न कंट्रीज़ में पढ़ा गया, और आई एम श्योर पाकिस्तान एक एक वर्ड को देखा होगा चाइना ने और पाकिस्तान ने कि इंडिया ने क्या बोला है, क्योंकि जो बोला है वो बहुत बड़ा बोला है। उन्होंने कहा कि नया नॉर्मल की बात की है उसने, नई लकीर, नया तरीका, न्यू नॉर्मल वर्ड यूज़ किया। न्यू नॉर्मल का मतलब ये होता है कि एक सिग्निफिकेंट चेंज के बाद आपकी मेजर पॉलिसी चेंज। जिस तरीके से आप पहले काम करते थे, आप उस तरीके से काम नहीं करोगे, आप दूसरे तरीके से काम करोगे। सीज फायर पाकिस्तान के रिक्वेस्ट पे हुआ जब हमने अपने ऑब्जेक्टिव जो हमने अपने डाउन के लिए लिए थे वो हमने अचीव कर दिया है। ये सिर्फ एक टेम्परेरी रोक है, अभी सिंदूर खत्म नहीं हुआ। और हम देखेंगे कि पाकिस्तान किस तरीके से हमें कर रहा है, हम सिर्फ उसके बातों के ऊपर विश्वास नहीं करेंगे। और टॉक पाकिस्तान के साथ दो चीज़ों के ऊपर होगी, एक टेररिज्म के ऊपर और दूसरी पाकिस्तान ऑक्युपाइड कश्मीर के ऊपर। एंड लास्टली, path of peace lies through power. It is very important for us to make a developed India. I won't spend time on this. We know what has happened. The question is क्यों हुआ ये? जो ट्रंप ने 5 बजे पहले उसने अनाउंस कर दिया। Trump is Trump. He is a businessman. He is a transactional guy. He wants to take credit. रशिया यूक्रेन वॉर को उसने बोला था कि 2 दिन के अंदर समाप्त कर दूंगा जब मैं पावर में आऊंगा। अभी उसको 4 महीने तो हो चुके हैं, कोई अंत नहीं दिख रहा। क्रेडिट तो कहीं चाहिए फॉरेन पॉलिसी में। एंड जो लिंकिंग विथ ट्रेड किया था कि हम ट्रेड के कारण हम उसको वॉर को रोक दिया इंडिया और पाकिस्तान के बीच में, दैट वाज जस्ट अ फॉल्स स्टेटमेंट टू गिव। अब जो इंसान 1000 साल से इंडिया और पाकिस्तान में लड़ाई कर रहा हो और उसके बाद 1500 साल से करवा रहा हो, वो उसका जितनी जनरल नॉलेज है उसके बारे में तो जग जाहिर है। फाइनली व्हाट हैपेंस नाउ इन पाकिस्तान, आसिफ मुनीर, first ever army chief who's been made a field marshal after losing a war. शहबाज शरीफ का मेन इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ है इमरान खान का फ्यूचर क्या होता, क्योंकि अगर इमरान खान को जेल से रिहा कर दिया, आसिफ मुनीर भी जाएंगे, शहबाज शरीफ भी जाएंगे। और इमरान खान को बहुत ब्राइट चांसेस थे कि कर देते, मगर ये जो पिछले 1 महीने घटनाक्रम हुआ है उससे लग नहीं रहा कि इमरान खान को छोड़ेंगे। दो अभी हाई कोर्ट का डिसीजन आने वाला है। इंडस वाटर ट्रीटी, दिस इज समथिंग which is very very important. इंडिया ने ये वाला जो स्टेप लिया था ये 1971 वॉर के बाद भी नहीं लिया था। एंड इट इज अ नोन फैक्ट कि इंडस वाटर ट्रीटी इज अगेंस्ट इंडिया। पहला काम इकोनॉमिक जो ब्लॉकेट का दिया था, वो पहला काम जो इंडिया ने किया जैसे ये ऑपरेशन हुआ था, इंडस वाटर ट्रीटी को एब्रोगेट कर दिया। एंड उन्होंने कहा है खून और पानी एक साथ नहीं चल सकते। अगर पाकिस्तान को कोई घुटने पे लाएगा तो ये इंडस वाटर ट्रीटी लेके आएगी, क्योंकि पाकिस्तान पंजाब का जोर है वहां पे हर चीज में, और ये सबसे ज्यादा असर जो होगा वो पाकिस्तान पंजाब के ऊपर होगा और कहीं नहीं होगा। बलूचिस्तान, पाक तालिबान एंड इंडिया को कुछ करने की खास जरूरत नहीं है। आई एंटिसिपेट पाकिस्तान बीइंग डिवाइडेड इनटू एटलीस्ट 4 पीसेस इन द नेक्स्ट 4 to 5 years। बलूचिस्तान अलग हो जाएगा, खैबर पख्तूनख्वा अलग हो जाएगा, पाकिस्तानी ऑक्युपाइड कश्मीर के चांसेस अलग होने के काफ़ी हैं। सिंध कभी खुश रहा ही नहीं पाकिस्तान के साथ, तो पंजाब ही रहेगा, बाकी तो अलग थलग हो जाएंगे। जय हिंद।
धन्यवाद सर, पूरा माहौल बदल दिया आपने और बड़ी अच्छी इन्फॉर्मेशन थी। सबने देश का नाम लिया, सबने देश का नाम लिया, हमने दिल को थाम लिया। सबने हिंदुस्तान कहा, हमने अपनी जान कहा। अपनी जान से अपनी जान बचाकर हमें क्या करना है, यहीं पे हमको जीना है, यहीं पे हमको मरना है। धन्यवाद सर।
Thank you, Dr. Farooq Patel. And thank you, Major General Dr. Rajesh Chhabha, for enlightening us with your inspirational deeds. May I now request Mr. Vipul Rana to felicitate Dr. Sunil Bhatt. As a gesture of our deep gratitude, may I please request Dr. Sunil Bhatt to felicitate Major General Dr. Rajesh Chhabra. May I now request Dr. Sunil Bhatt to felicitate Dr. Farooq Patel. When organizations align their business goals with societal impact, they don't just thrive, they lead. These inspire, earn trust, and contribute meaningfully to the world around them. Thank you so much for this inspirational session. After 2 eventful days full of inspirational stories, powerful ideas, and many futuristic initiatives, I would request Mr. Pravindan Gadvi, Co-Chairman, 10th NMC. Okay. Before we request Mr. Pravindan Gadvi to summarize the session, may I please request Mr. Devang Thakur, President, Bharuch District Management Association, to share his thoughts.
Good evening. Before everyone leaves the hall, I request just 5-7 more minutes for BDMA. I'm indeed indebted to all the people who have attended this 2-day convention, and I would be too happy in your presence. હવે પહેલા જેટલા તો નથી, ઘણા અડધાથી બી ઓછા થયા છે, પણ જે ટીમ મેમ્બર્સ છે અને મારા ઇવેન્ટ ચેરમેન હરીશભાઈ had to rush because of some personal medical emergency. He is having a severe tooth pain and unable to bear it, so he just said, Devang bhai, you please handle this. And my co-chairman and vice president Pravindan Gadvi will offer an official vote of thanks. But before that, let me tell you, these 2 days, under the guidance of our mentor, Dr. Sunil Parekh, and all the enlightened speakers, it has been mesmerizing to say the least. સુનિલભાઈ શબ્દ ખોટો છે? It has been mesmerizing to say the least. We had never imagined कि आटलू बधु सरस थशे, इतना अच्छा होगा. For Dr. Saab's benefit, let me say in Hindi. आशा नहीं रखी थी कि इतना अच्छा होगा. काफ़ी जैसे कोई भी इवेंट आप करते हैं तो बहुत सी विटंबनाएं होती हैं, काफ़ी चीज़ें जो है जो आपको लगती है कि हम कैसे इसको सरमाउंट करेंगे, लेकिन प्रभु कृपा से और आप सबकी हाज़िरी से और अच्छे माहौल से और हर एक की जो हेल्प मिली उसके हिसाब से ये बहुत अच्छा हो गया है. तो मैं एक बार विनती करूँगा, हम खुद के लिए तालियां बजाएंगे प्लीज़. मैं वोट ऑफ थैंक्स करने नहीं जा रहा हूँ, बट आई विल रिक्वेस्ट ऑल द स्टूडेंट्स फ्रॉम पीपी सवानी यूनिवर्सिटी. आप देख रहे होंगे सब ड्रेस के अंदर इधर उधर दौड़ा भागी करते हैं, और ये 2-3 हमारे जो वंडरफुल एमओसीज हैं सब इधर आके उनको हम जरा एक बार तालियों से नवाजेंगे प्लीज. All the boys and girls, we are indeed thankful to PP Savani University, her Pro-Vice Chancellor, my dear friend Parag Sanghani, and all the professors for such wonderful help, and to all my committee chairs like Alkesh Bhai and Raghav Bhai and everyone who have inspired them, led them, and even Chaitali Madam for guiding them and giving them different assignments. They are all from different fields, some management students, some science students, some BCom students, but they are all here to get inspired and take learning on the ground level, and I'm sure you must have benefited from this experience. Thank you very much. You could have a bow. I will request my Honorary Secretary Sani Saab to come onto the stage and lead all the committee members, BDMA committee members. Kindly, it is not possible, time does not permit me to take everyone's name. Kindly come down onto the stage to take a bow. And all the NMC committee members under the co-chairman Praveen Danji, who is also the Vice President of BDMA, and Sunil Bhatt is also the Vice President of BDMA. All of you, Srivatsanji, our respected leader, please come onto the stage. Sanat Kumarji, you are also an integral part. My past president Parag said, so thankful for you to come. कब नहीं आप बीच में आइए पराग, थोड़ा बीच में गए ना प्लीज. So thankful to all of them. My wonderful master of ceremony Rajal. We are missing our another wonderful girl, and both my wonderful staff of BDMA under the leadership of CEO Jayesh Bhai. Sanat Kumar ji आगे जी आइए please. Let us take I request Praveen Danji to offer an official vote of thanks and request then everyone to please join for the high tea.
May I please request everyone to rise for the national anthem, and after the national anthem, please be in the hall. We have a small surprise for you. Now is the time for the surprise. We cannot end this session without our young MOC, Rajal Gadvi, singing something very delightful for us.
Hello. One thing that I learned from this session is what to choose, what to select, and what is your priority. These three things are very important. First, we knew that work culture is very important, whether you choose a transparent work culture or a dominated leadership. Second, we learned about startups. Startups में हमने ये सीखा कि प्रोडक्ट मार्केट फिट क्या होता है. प्रोडक्ट सिलेक्ट कर ली लेकिन मार्केट में फिट हो रहा है, अगेन चूजिंग. लास्ट में हमने सीखा पर्पस क्या होना चाहिए, प्रॉफिट और विदाउट प्रॉफिट, अगेन योर प्रायोरिटी एंड चूजिंग. इसी के ऊपर एक बहुत सुंदर महाभारत की कविता है, कौरव और पांडवों की सेना के ऊपर. अगेन व्हाट टू चूज. तू खुद में एक महाभारत है, तू खुद में एक महाभारत है. अर्जुन सा पार्थ भी तू ही कृष्ण सा सारथी भी. दुर्योधन सा अधर्मी भी तू ही युधिष्ठिर सा धर्मराज भी. कुंती की लाचारी तू ही द्रौपदी सा बेबाक भी है. कर्ण सा दानी शकुनी सा कपटी भी. गुरु सा द्रोण भी तू ही एकलव्य शिष्य है. तू किरदारों की इमारत है, तू खुद में एक महाभारत है. तेरे आज से तेरा कल बनेगा, तेरे कर्म का तुझको फल मिलेगा. तेरे आज से तेरा कल बनेगा, तेरे कर्म का तुझको फल मिलेगा. और समय के साथ खुद को तोड़ना भी होगा, अपनों के लिए कभी अपनों को छोड़ना भी होगा. और करना तुझे अपनी महाभारत से एक चुनाव होगा. तू जिस पात्र को तू चुनेगा वही तेरा किरदार बन जाएगा. तो जरा ध्यान से इसे चुनना, क्योंकि तुझसे ही तेरी राहत है. तू खुद में एक महाभारत है. थैंक यू सो मच. और अभी गढ़वी स्टाइल में अगर इसको एंड करें तो आपकी तालियों के साथ. तोई झालर वागे जनान नौबत वागे घनान जननन जननन आज घूंघर बाजे. लाख लाख दीवड़ानी आरती उतारवा आभे थी देव सौ फुलड़ावे रे. वागे शरणाय शूर वागे पखवाज ढोल माला मंदिर में जोने वागे मंजीरा. सुन जे मारो पुकार विनवू हूँ वार वार. आवो अलबेली मात आशापुरा. मंदिर तारो यनूप शोभे स्वंदिर स्वरूप धम धमता धूपो निजो तू जले सवना सुख कर नारी दुखड़ा तू हर नारी मठवाड़ी मात तारी भेड़े आवे तारा बालूड़ा ने लई ले माँ खोड़े भले ए महोय कोई सारा के बुरा सुन जे मारो पुकार विनवू हूँ बार बार आवो अलबेली मात आशापुरा नमो आदि अनादि तू ही हो भवानी तू ही जोग माया तू ही बागबानी तू ही धरनी आकाश विभो बसारे तू ही मोह माया विशेषूल धार तू ही चार वेदम सटम भास चिन्नी तू ही ज्ञान विज्ञान वे सर्व भिन्नी तू ही वेद विद्या चहुदे प्रकाश कला मन 24 की उपराशि तू ही तू ही एक चंडी हरि शंकरी ब्रह्म भासे अखंडी तू ही कच्छ रूपम उदव ही विलोही तू ही मोहनी मोह देता विमोही तू ही तुझ जाने सुतोरो चरितम कहाँ में लिखो छंद तोड़ो सुकृतम कहाँ लो बखाड़ो लगो मुद्धि मोर पतंगी कहाँ सूर सामो उदेर गति है तुम्हारी मति है तुम्हारी चिति है तुम्हारी रीति है तुम्हारी चुगम हाथ जोड़ी कहे चंद चंदम हरो भक्त के दुख आनंद कंद हया में विराजी करो आप बानी नमस्ते 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 भवानी हया में विराजी करो आप बानी नमस्ते 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 भवानी नमस्ते 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 थैंक यू
God bless you. Class.
Thank you so much, Rajal. Pravindan bhai, you were slightly missed. May we please request everyone to join us for...
Rain dance.
Yeah, now rain dance. May we please request everyone to join us for high tea? Slightly rainy though.